Hey everyone, I sincerely appreciate your support. If you enjoy my audiobooks, I would be truly grateful if you could subscribe to the channel. And if you'd like to support even further, you're welcome to become a Patreon member, where you can access audiobooks of novels as long as they are freely available on the internet. Your kindness and support mean so much. Thank you.
Sian was hugging her knees, her head buried in a corner of the central tower of the Rochester mansion. While she had been out, the sheets on the soft bed had been changed for clean ones. Even in such a frightening situation, the servants of the Rochester family continued to fulfill their duties to the end. Feeling that uprightness, Sian remained still, head down, not moving an inch. In the silence, the only sound in Sian's room was the tinkling of the window panes, shaken by the storm outside. The desolate scene stood in stark contrast to places like the Duplain mansion, located in the midst of a fertile prairie. This girl had always grown up in such a bleak environment. And so, she remembered her earliest memory. At an age when she couldn't even read, she killed an entire pack of wolves in the snowy northern fields. Even at preschool age, she had already reached a level where she could kill beasts using only her immature magical senses. Covered in blood in the snowfield, when she suddenly came to, the whole world was drenched in the smell of blood. A cold body that didn't even feel the cold. When she saw the half-dead wolf sobbing, her father, Melvarot, came running and grabbed her wrist. Thus, the girl was dragged by Melvarot's strength and walked again through the snowy field. They did nothing but march straight back to the Rochester mansion. Knock, knock. Melvarot's back, which the girl watched from below, was steady. His expression wasn't visible. The back of her father, simply dragging her forward, was the earliest image Sian could recall. What a bold request you make. You should know better than anyone that titles in this era are not something easily traded. Yes. No one is unaware of that. You know well how many years it took your master, Dreist, to receive a barony without even owning land, don't you? Yes, but Master Dreist's situation was quite different. Derek continued speaking without changing his expression. It seemed all his tension and anxiety had transferred to Aislinn, who stood behind him. Indeed, Aislinn looked quite flustered, as if she hadn't expected Derek to say something like that. My master Dreist didn't get along with the nobility. I, on the other hand, maintain ties with several prestigious families, and my magical abilities are not lacking. It seems you're not aware how closed off the high nobility in the capital is. I'm very aware. That's why I ask for your help, Lord Melvarot. No one would deny this is the age of nobility. And magic was no less than a symbol of that privilege. Their survival strategy was to preserve pure bloodlines, protect acquired interests, and kick away the latter from the undeserving. To grab their ankles, one needs proper backing. If Derek managed to secure the support of Duplain, Beltis, Belmeard, and even Melvarot, then the idea of him receiving a title wouldn't be so far-fetched. Even a minor title, the lowest one, would suffice. Once he broke into that world, climbing within it would depend solely on Derek's abilities. Melvarot, who quickly grasped Derek's intentions, let out a dry chuckle. Ambition must be proportional to capability, but if it's too inflated, it only brings ruin. If the capital's high nobility heard this, they wouldn't hesitate to chastise him for such blasphemous words. However, Melvarot, resting his chin on his hand, merely gave him a cold look. I can't promise you a title. Beyond my will, granting a significant title to a plebeian from the slums would be seen as disgraceful by the elders of the capital. And let's not even mention His Majesty, the Emperor. Melvarot's magical power was legendary, but not everything in this world could be achieved by force. Especially in the world of noble culture, where justification and tradition were deeply rooted. Still, Melvarot didn't adopt an entirely negative stance. But I can support you. In political judgment and magical skill, you far surpass those with fine blood but nothing else. Yes. As long as there's a justification, it's not impossible to secure a position. So I promise this. Melvarot spoke in a resolute tone. If your proposal for a title is taken seriously, I will write a letter of recommendation with the utmost courtesy. A letter written directly by Melvarot of the North would be a powerful weapon. Do you want to strike down the arrogant nobles of the capital? Or become a figure who dominates this era? I have no such thoughts. Those who had long endured poverty often harbored resentment toward the nobles, even if they concealed it. It was natural to curse the country and the era when suffering in misery. But Derek held no such petty thoughts. I just want to become a higher-level mage. The title is merely a means to that end. He was a man of notable consistency. Melvarot had lived like a monarch for many years. He had his own way of evaluating talent. To accomplish great things, one needed to know the present reality and the times, but overly enthusiastic types often failed to fulfill their duties because they got too distracted by such matters. A swordsman must excel with the sword, a mage must elevate their magic, a chancellor must master economics, and a servant must know how to manage the house. The situation, the times, ambition, aspirations, broad vision, sociability, study of governance, support, those things often came naturally once the core qualities were in place. True talent needs no elaborate introduction. Derek. He was a mage. I see. Now I understand why you came to negotiate. Thank you for considering it positively. Then, I'll return to my duties. Is that all you're going to ask? As Derek was about to leave after saying his goodbye, Melvarot called him again. Turning silently, Derek looked at him. Melvarot let out another chuckle, still resting his chin on his hand. You're not asking the most important thing. Aren't you curious why I have monsters in the main hall of the mansion? I don't meddle in things unrelated to my work. However, if you believe it would be useful for me to know, I don't mind hearing it. I see. That may be your stance, but it seems the young lady from House Duplain thinks otherwise. Aislinn was glancing sideways, trying to pick up the tone of the conversation. In fact, it was strange that Derek showed no curiosity. In a situation like this, anyone would want to know Melvarot's true intentions. When Derek remained silent for a few seconds, Melvarot let out a hollow laugh and said, "This may be a belated revelation, but Cyrn is not my blood daughter. She is the legacy left by an old friend of mine." Aislinn was already swallowing hard, shocked, but Derek had partly suspected it. Just from having fought her once, he'd noticed that her way of handling magic was completely different from Melvarot's. Though countless years have passed since that blood-soaked war ended, it still feels as vivid as if it were yesterday. That damned great demon, Noir, who killed my old friend Calamford, and I fought the final battle in the grand snowfield of Rosenhaven. The insane magic that demon wielded was far beyond human reach. If you observe the scars still visible in the Rosenhaven snowfield, you'll see that it unleashed such massive magic that the maps had to be redrawn countless times. Aislinn's expression gradually hardened. It seemed she had no idea what Melvarot was about to say. Yes, the realm forbidden to humans, the 7-star level mentioned in the records of the great mage Adalbert. If it truly exists, it must resemble that. Melvarot slowly stood up. The Dawn War, recorded as the most horrific demon war in the continent's history. It was Melvarot, the historical figure who ended it, who was now speaking directly. I'll tell you a shocking fact. Not even the high nobles of the imperial capital, nor Emperor Gatril himself, know this. Why was he telling them? It was to make clear that they were already in the same boat, with no way off. Noir. I couldn't kill him. The great demon Noir is a monster that parasitizes humans. In the form of a fist-sized spirit, it infiltrates directly into a person's soul, awakens demonic instincts, and furthermore, grants magical talents far beyond human capabilities. When its core power fully blossoms, it begins using magic that truly surpasses human levels, and in the end, it transforms into a colossal demon visible even from the horizon. When Melvarot struck the final blow to Noir, the monster became a spirit and possessed the body of Calamford's late wife, Feria. Feria, a renowned priestess, had joined the subjugation squad to help avenge her husband Calamford. Tap, tap. Aislinn and Derek, who had left the office, walked down the corridor. They descended the spiral staircase of the tower, crossed the frozen garden, and returned to the annex without exchanging a single word. Both were ruminating on Melvarot's words. Back then, Feria, who was already pregnant, asked to wait until she gave birth to Calimford's daughter. As a high-ranking priestess, she could somehow resist Noir's influence. So, she gave birth to Lady Cyrne. Yes. Then she entrusted her to me and left, apologizing. When I later heard about her, it was not pleasant news. Melvarot hadn't bothered explaining Feria's fate. It wasn't hard to imagine what kind of end the mother of Lady Cyrne met. She likely wished to end it all herself. In the end, only Cyrne remained. A daughter with no blood ties, no connections. In fact, for someone of Melvarot's level, taking care of a child without kin posed no burden. He had immense wealth, glory, status, and power. Even if he couldn't give her love, he could provide an environment no one would envy. However, Cyrne was not an ordinary girl. Before learning to read, she tore apart a pack of wolves. By the time she was old enough to understand, she had already killed servants, and before her coming-of-age ceremony, she had begun handling 3-star magic. Melvarot must have felt it. The murderous impulse and desire for slaughter engraved in her blood were not human emotions. It was clear she had inherited them from the mythical demon Noir of the Dawn War, who had killed countless humans. If he had realized it, he should have killed her then and there. He should have slain that small girl standing amidst the mangled corpses of wolves in the snowy field. Why are you protecting Cyrne? But Melvarot didn't. His choice was completely different. Instead, he assigned her various tutors and tried to integrate her into human society somehow. He is the legendary hero who saved the North. He also was the one who witnessed Noir's great massacre up close. Why would someone with such a history not make the right decision? Was it out of compassion, because she was the daughter of his old friend Calimford? Was it in honor of the late priestess Feria? Or did he simply think it was wrong to kill an innocent life from a humanitarian standpoint? None of those were true. None came close to the correct answer. There are no 6-star mages who are sane. It was Melvarot himself who had said that. Wasn't it clearly written in Adalbert's memoirs? That there is a limit to what a human can reach. Then, if someone wants to reach the realm of 7 stars, what's the first thing they must abandon? Mages are those who, even if just a little, seek to reach a higher level. No matter how enormous the wall imposed on them, their symbol is the almost deranged curiosity that drives them to climb it. Humanity. He was glimpsing a fragment of 7-star magic in Cyrne. Whying. Before entering the annex, Derek and Aislinn looked up toward the central tower in the distance. The tower, visible from anywhere in the Rochester mansion, stood firm that day too, beneath the blizzard. Inside, Cyrne was surely watching the blizzard in silence, with her elegant hair falling and wearing a nightgown. Sir Derek. Finally, Aislinn spoke. Amid the icy cold, Aislinn hesitated, thought about what to say, and finally spoke with difficulty. My thoughts are a mess. Don't dwell on it. The tasks we haven't changed. However. Derek frowned as he looked toward the tower. That war hero, it seems he's still hiding something. What? Aislinn asked with a bewildered expression. After telling us all that, you still think he's hiding something? He's lived as a ruler of that level for countless years. We can't underestimate him. Derek never let his guard down. Melvarot seemed to have laid everything bare, but something was still hidden. His intuition told him that clearly. It's cold. Let's go inside. Whatever the situation, the promised reward was still fair, and their assigned tasks hadn't changed. Derek was a magic tutor. A teacher's job is to teach their students. And that essence had not changed in the slightest. Is there a significant labyrinth within the territory? The next morning, while breakfast was being prepared, Derek asked that sudden question to the head butler, Leighton. He had come from the distant southwestern plains to teach Lady Cyrne as a magic instructor. And following Lord Melvarot's instructions to actively cooperate with any matter requiring assistance, Leighton was answering even the most trivial questions. In the snowy fields of the north, it's easier to find a place without a labyrinth. That's partly why the monster tribes are so active here. I'd like to visit one personally. May I borrow a horse? It wouldn't be difficult, but I'm concerned you might get injured. It's not that I doubt your abilities, but the monsters in the north tend to be fiercer and more brutal than those in the southwest. Derek was more or less aware of that. The monsters he encountered on the way to the mansion were large and aggressive. Of course, the pinnacle of all of them was none other than Cyrn. It's fine. Thank you for your concern. By the way, I'd like to ask another question, Butler. To me? What would you like to know? You've worked in the mansion for a long time, right? I have a few questions about Lord Melvarot. In the northern continent, it was common for snow to fall even in the afternoon. Derek had already adapted quite well to the environment during his journey to the mansion, but the cold was something that subtly eroded mental fortitude. Sitting in an armchair by the fireplace in the main hall, Derek was silently organizing his thoughts. The plan was already outlined. If the teaching target was a member of the demon tribe, methods applicable to humans would hardly work. It was obvious. If the killing impulse that surged in her was instinctive, it couldn't be corrected with education or persuasion. The problem of instinct could only be solved by overriding it with another instinct. And Derek was a human who knew better than anyone the instincts of the demon tribe. The plan itself won't change much from the original. As decided from the beginning, we'll use the abused wife strategy. He had spent the entire night reviewing the work records of the servants in the tower, inquiring about Cyrn's circumstances, and learning her routines and preferences. Moreover, he had tried to obtain as much information as possible about Melvarot, the master of the mansion. However, as expected, the servants weren't going to sell out their lord's secrets, so progress was slow. Even so, he finally came to a conclusion. In the end, it was best to go ahead with the original plan. There was no need to drag it out. Once the plan was set, it was best to resolve everything quickly and begin preparations to obtain the title. Nevertheless, there was a problem. Lord Derek. If you keep controlling Lady Cyrn with violence. Even if I have to put the name of Duplain on the line. I won't just stand by and watch. The image of Lady Island stammering like a rusty machine came to mind, and Derek rubbed his temples in deep regret. It was something that made him sigh. Island's acting skills were at a hopeless level, which made it more difficult than expected for them to synchronize. Her noble bearing, which emanated naturally, was excellent for gaining people's favor, but she seemed to have no talent for deceiving others. Definitely, the plan needs to be reviewed. Derek rested his chin on his hand and leaned back in the chair, pondering. Finally, he made a big decision and stood up from his seat. He walked purposefully down the hallway. Not much time had passed since his arrival at the Northern Rochester mansion. But Derek had no intention of staying long. Whatever had to be done, the key was speed. Lady Cyrn. You look lovely today. I was quite surprised by the intense snowstorm last night. Island greeted Cyrn with a radiant smile. After breakfast, there was a refreshing feeling upon entering the hallway. Apparently, the servants had ventilated the area early in the morning. Cyrn was walking down the hallway escorted by the servants. Just by walking, she exuded visible tension, as if she was always on guard. Oh, that's a dress from Atelier Calrowan. The layered fabric at the waist is beautiful. Truly charming. The servants have a good eye for clothes. It's a dress that suits Lady Cyrn perfectly. I heard they infuse the fabric with fragrance and even apply preservation magic. Indeed, Lady Cyrn has a scent that could only be found in a blooming garden. Not only her outward beauty, but also her fragrance and demeanor are worthy of admiration in a lady. As soon as she saw Island, Cyrn stepped back and began to sweat coldly. These creatures are weaker in defense than in attack. Island knew that detail well. Especially she, with her appearance and elegance capable of melting anyone's heart, and her pure nature like a blank canvas. The natural nobility that only someone raised as the only flower during the heyday of the Duplain family could have, made even those unfamiliar with social culture feel she was extraordinary. Upon seeing her approach like a warm ray of sunlight, Cyrn took a few more steps back and shook her head. Please don't worry about me. It's just unnecessary interference. Leaving Island behind, she activated her unique acceleration magic and vanished with a buzz. She moved so fast that, despite the long hallway, she was almost invisible by the time she reached the end. Cyrne disappeared like a flash of lightning, leaving only the servant standing awkwardly. Island, watching her, clasped her hands with a sparkle in her eyes and said, "Oh, she used honorifics. How lovely." He was strong in his own way. Derek, claiming he needed to prepare for the lessons, locked himself away for a while. Sometimes, Derek would ride out to the labyrinth and return, other times, he shut himself in his room doing who knows what, or spent time researching the Rochester family's background within the mansion. During that time, Island, too restless to simply enjoy herself, did her utmost to get closer to Cyrne. In doing so, she discovered that Cyrne also had her own charms and adorable traits. The more she uncovered her human side, the more she intensified her efforts to grow closer. Every time they met, she greeted her with her best smile. If she had free time in the afternoon, she would prepare a beautiful floral arrangement and visit the tower, and if she found any treat, she didn't hesitate to share it with her. It wasn't easy to reject someone so genuinely dedicated. Cyrne tried to drive Island away with shouts or threats, but a genuine smile was always the hardest to face. No matter how harshly she treated her, Island, with her bright smile as if nothing had happened, persisted with a tenacity that bordered on terrifying. Cyrne, still hiding in a corner of the tower, pondered how to scold Island, who would surely come again that day. Does she never get tired? Seeing Island appear with all sorts of gifts, Cyrne pursed her lips with inner contempt. Even the famed lady of the Duplain family could be this frivolous and inconsistent. Thinking that, Island's smile seemed laughably light. Cyrne didn't easily open her heart to anyone. Those with human form, no matter who they were, would die if one cut their carotid artery. That blood splattering everywhere was proof that all were the same. Knowing that truth better than anyone, she had begun to view humans as mere lumps of talking, moving flesh. No matter how much empathy one felt, humans could die suddenly on any given day. That was their fleeting nature. That's why she didn't waste energy on unnecessary things. And that's why she was isolated from the world. There are some delicious fruits in the kitchen. I thought maybe you'd never tried them, so I brought some. Island, who approached with a radiant smile, seemed to Cyrne like a completely different kind of creature. That pure goodwill was something no one could imitate. It's time to get serious. It had already been nearly a week since Derek and Island arrived at the northern mansion. Every day, Island tried to get closer to Cyrne, brushing her hair, recommending pretty dresses, talking during meals. Just as she was beginning to feel discouraged by the constant rejection, Derek brought up the topic first. "Lady Island, what do you think of Lady Cyrne? Do you detect any peculiar traits of the demon race?" Well, she has a huge emotional barrier, but she seemed like a fairly normal teenage girl to me. When I approached her sincerely, she seemed to open up little by little. Really? Yes. Today, I even brushed her hair. Of course, the servants were holding her down, and she was glaring at me, grinding her teeth. It sounded more like trying to tame a beast than getting close to a person. Cyrne was the very image of elegance when calm. But as soon as someone approached, she would grind her teeth and growl. Derek, who already had a poor impression of her, found it difficult even to maintain a conversation. I expected many difficulties, since she was influenced by the great demon Noir, but I thought maybe there'd be a solution if we treated her as a person. She has an adorable side, so I want to get closer to her soon. I see. Sir Derek, you said you were preparing for the lessons. You've been quite busy around the mansion lately. What have you been preparing? As I mentioned, I was trying to apply some knowledge about the demon race. I explored the labyrinth and brought something with me. Derek took a small glass vial from his chest and placed it on the table. The flickering firelight from the main hall reflected off the glass. What is this? It's a mixture of water and the flonan flower, which usually grows in high-level labyrinths. It took me some time to obtain it. I see. Does it have any special effects? Maybe a calming effect if consumed. Ideally something that wouldn't harm Lady Cyrne. If consumed, it kills. At that moment, Aislinn was speechless. Thinking she'd misheard, she tilted her head with a smile, but Derek spoke again, as if confirming what he said. The Flonan flower is a substance that weakens and slowly kills those of the demon race. It sometimes grows in labyrinths, but demons never approach it. If its scent is inhaled for a long time, the body starts to weaken bit by bit, and after about 15 days of constant exposure, the victim enters a state close to death. Why did you bring something like that? Why do you think? I mixed it with aromatic water and used transformation magic to reduce its smell. If it's blended into food, it won't be very noticeable. Are you planning to weaken Lady Cyrn until she can't resist? Aislinn looked up with a worried expression. Trying to control her with a substance that was essentially poison for her kind seemed more than inhumane, it was ethically atrocious. However, Derek shook his head. If I truly wanted to take a halfway measure, there are plenty of methods other than poison. Then, why this? As I said, it's to take Lady Cyrn's life. Aislinn was utterly speechless. She looked at Derek with a pale face. His expression remained firm and unchanging. What do you mean? Lady Aislinn. After hearing all the details from Lord Melverot, I fell into deep agony. It took me time to reach a conclusion. Even though I didn't show it outwardly, I struggled a lot after learning Lady Cyrn's situation. Derek approached the fireplace in the hall, added a few logs, and brushed the snow off his pants. The melted snow slowly dripped down like water. I've spent my life exterminating demons. To me, they're no different from pests. They kill humans for no reason. Can such creatures be rehabilitated? And even if they could, should I be the one to do it? What are you saying? Derek? I've already made my decision. What good would it do to keep alive someone who inherited Noir's power, who caused such disaster to humanity? That's why I plan to end it my way. It's also for the greater good. But if you do that, you won't be able to fulfill Lord Melverot's request. You'll lose your noble title. And if Melverot finds out the truth, he won't leave you alone. Derek let out a slight laugh. He seemed confident in his words. What's more important? My title or completely eradicating Noir, the one responsible for the Northern Massacre? The greater good. Aislinn was a person of impeccable morals. When someone like her was faced with a flawless cause for the greater good, she usually couldn't object and simply fell silent. Derek knew well how to handle people like Aislinn. Why do you think I went to such trouble to prepare this poison? I told you, the demon affected by it will weaken little by little until they die. It will just look like she got sick and died naturally, not that we used any tricks. You're saying, you'd go that far? Do you despise me? But there's nothing wrong with my actions. But Lady Cyrn, she's innocent. She killed someone. She was simply dragged along by Noir's blood. That doesn't change the fact that she killed. But if we kill someone in return, we're not killing people, we're killing monsters. There was no more conversation. Both Diella and Ellen and Denise agreed Derek was always right. In fact, there was no flaw in his words. If there was even the slightest chance that the great disaster called the Dawn War would return, it was sensible to eliminate Cyrn immediately. However, Cyrn's image remained fixed in Aislinn's mind. Sometimes, when she visited the tower, she found her sitting alone, hugging her knees, staring at the snowstorm through the window. Loneliness seemed a part of her body. Happiness was a foreign feeling, and unhappiness, her natural state. She had an arrogant personality and rough hands, but it seemed unfair to completely blame such a young girl. After all, she didn't choose to be born with Noir's blood. She was just born that way. Wasn't it Derek himself who used to say there were no bad girls in the world? They just needed enough teaching. Thinking that her last days, spent alone in the tower, would end with her bedridden without even knowing why made Aislinn's pupils tremble fiercely. She tried to say something to Derek, but not a single word came out of her mouth. Seeing how firm he was, she understood that anything she said would be refuted with a solid argument. And solid arguments are invincible. They can't be countered. Aislinn also agreed with Derek's way of thinking. The world should be lived by principles. But sometimes, that wasn't enough to move the heart. Even though life has no distinctions in value, there are times when we must distinguish its weight. The servants who suffered at Lady Siren's hands were also someone's family, weren't they? People are worth more than monsters. Aislinn wiped her face and collapsed onto the reception room sofa. Her face was pale, but she couldn't gather the strength to argue Derek's decision. I'll be going. Derek spoke firmly and left for his room, leaving Aislinn behind. Even just seeing his back, he seemed rigid and unshakable. He didn't give the impression of intending to change his mind. Aislinn watched him go with tired eyes, biting her lip. Winter in the north is cruel. When the sun sets, blizzards naturally break out. In the southwest of the continent, where large cities like Ebelstein were located, the warm sun shone naturally, and walking among the noble houses made it feel as if one were in paradise. Siren, upon hearing the merchants' conversations, used to dream of those paradisiacal meadows. Instead of living a life treated like a monster and surrounded by the smell of blood, surely those who were treated as young ladies lived much happier lives. The reason someone like Aislinn could have such noble elegance must be because she had grown up in a place like that, a happy paradise. That's why Siren envied Aislinn. She wanted to stop being dragged by inexplicable murderous impulses and be moved only by the light weight of a noble lady's responsibilities. How stupid. In the end, Siren mocked herself. Reaching for an empty dream would only make her more miserable. Surely, she would end her life pathetically right there. A life stained by blood and murder. If in the afterlife she could see a green meadow bathed in sunlight, that would be enough. It was a reality she accepted so naturally that she didn't even cry. As always, it was when she was sinking into darkness. Creak. Someone opened the door and entered. The servants should have been standing guard, but she didn't know how that person had managed to get in. The figure that appeared in the room, cloaked in black and hiding their face, was none other than Aislinn, the very person she had just been thinking about. What? Before Siren could express her surprise, Aislinn quickly raised her index finger to her lips. She had arrived in secret, without anyone knowing. I have something to tell you. Without even brushing the snowflakes off her shoulders and head, Aislinn looked at her with those clear eyes. What? Lady Siren. Listen to me carefully. Aislinn swallowed hard and spoke. Derek wants to kill you. It's not an empty threat, he's completely serious. At that moment, Siren's eyes trembled even more violently. On the other hand, Aislinn's face was somber. Derek. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I still can't accept that Lady Siren has to die in such an absurd way. An indescribable feeling of guilt and debt stirred in her chest. She felt dizzy, not knowing how to apologize to Derek. Even though she was already crying inside, she still tried to do what she believed was right. What is it, after all, that defines a person? As long as that isn't clear, a life should not be taken lightly. That's the kind of person Aislinn was. The moon, visible through the blizzard, still shone brightly. Derek was alone in his room, reading a magic book, when he suddenly looked out the window. He saw a girl in a thick cloak moving through the snow, heading toward the tower. Upon confirming that her ebony black hair fluttered in the wind and that her eyes remained just as clear, Derek quickly closed the curtains. Then he sat down with a satisfied smile. After all, everything was in the palm of his hand. Before teaching her anything else, the first thing Lady Siren must learn is the weight of death. Do you think I haven't tried something like that? It's not something that can be taught with just words and actions. If Lady Siren's homicidal impulses come from her instincts, we must use a method strong enough to imprint it into those same instincts. The next day, Derek visited Lord Melvarot's office. He said he wanted to request his understanding in advance and explained his plan on how to socialize Siren. So what? Are you going to push Siren to the brink of death? That's a rather violent method. Of course not. But it's hard to deny that we might resort to somewhat violent means. That's why I've come to ask for your understanding. Derek laid out to Melvarot what would happen in the future. Melvarot listened in silence, his face stiff. It was clear he understood Derek was not an ordinary person. However, he did not oppose the plan. He simply nodded. "If you have no further objections, I'll take my leave." The sound of Derek's steps as he bowed and left the office was unusual. It seemed like he didn't plan to carry this matter for long. "How is Lady Searn's food delivered?" "Each meal is taken to the tower by the servants. They go in protected by all sorts of magic and gear. After all, it's a dangerous task." The next place Derek went after leaving the office was where the head maid, Serena, was located. She was supervising the organization of the mansion's storeroom and, upon meeting Derek's gaze, gave a bow. Judging by her still bruised body, she had clearly been through a lot. Derek expressed his gratitude for her efforts and asked several questions that had been on his mind. "Does Miss Searn often go out into the snowy field?" "Yes. She often comes back covered in blood. Most of it is from beasts or monsters, but not always." "How long has this been going on?" "About 7 or 8 years. Before that, she was a normal child. She laughed, learned well, played." Derek's expression didn't change, but Serena's grew a little complicated. She had been caring for Searn for a long time. Although it would have been natural for her to harbor resentment, she genuinely seemed concerned for her. After all, children are not to blame. The ones at fault are the adults who failed to teach them. That's what Derek believed. And someone like Searn especially wasn't someone just anyone could teach. "The scarlet ribbon is impressive. Was it made here in the mansion?" All of a sudden. Normally we use ready-made products, but the head maid's clothing usually has extra embellishments or patterns." "What kind of dye do you use? Do you have a separate workshop in the mansion for that?" "Huh. Why are you asking that all of a sudden?" "I'm curious about how the mansion staff works. We use madder or similar plants for dyeing, but for Miss Searn's clothes we usually use flower petals like safflower or balsam. The scent is also important. And the actual work is usually done by an artisan from Levelton. We just receive the dye and use it. There must be many people connected to the mansion through distribution." "That's right." It wasn't clear why he was interested in the mansion workers, but Serena didn't ask. "A maid's virtue is to not be needlessly curious. I'm also interested in the protective magic used by the servants before entering Miss Searn's room. I also want to know how her meals are prepared. I can tell you everything in detail. Lord Melverot gave us specific instructions to cooperate actively." "I'm glad to hear that." As Derek walked away with firm steps, Serena bowed and followed. As long as he had Melverot's protection, no one could oppose him acting as if he owned the mansion. Aware of that, Derek thought he should gather as much information as possible while he had the chance. In any case, Derek already had all his plans in order. It was time to train the leading actress with his own hands. Most likely, he would also be the director. "From today on, I will inspect all the meals that enter Lady Searn's room." While crossing the hallway, Derek gave that order. Someone was secretly watching him from afar. Aisling swallowed hard as she watched Derek's actions. "It's fine even if Lady Searn doesn't trust me. Even if she thinks to use me and discard me later, I don't mind." Aisling, who had returned to the room through the snow, took off her cloak and hung it next to the bed, speaking with a determined expression. Searn, trembling inside the room, looked at Aisling's resolute figure and remembered Derek again. She remembered the image of that beast-like man walking firmly through the snowy field. In that snowy world where it was either kill or be killed, he had the aura of a supreme predator. There were few in this mansion who could match Searn's magical abilities, but at least that man, Derek, seemed capable of overpowering her with ease. I have to do what I believe is right. Even if Sir Derek tries to kill Lady Searn, I will protect you with all my strength." Why do you try so hard for me?" "You won't believe me, but there's no concrete reason." That was precisely the biggest reason Derek acknowledged Aisling. She had the ability to embrace people. The way to earn someone's trust and make them feel you're trustworthy is simpler than it seems. You only need one thing: sincerity. When all personal gain, success, and reward are discarded, and one acts solely based on what they believe is right and just, the other person perceives that sincerity. Sincerity is a quality only the sincere can possess. That's why Aislin's noble and brilliant eyes were etched into Siren's pupils. For a moment, Siren almost nodded. However, the terrible memories stored in her heart could not be undone with a single kind look. The expressions of fear and disgust shown by countless teachers when they looked at Siren pierced the gaps in her memory. Everyone had approached her with smiles at first, saying they were different. They promised to guide her to a better world with flowery words. In her more naive days, she had hopeful thoughts. But the accumulation of frustrating experiences made her shake her head. I don't believe it. Siren, curled up in a corner of the bed, hugged her knees and growled. I don't believe in anyone. You don't have to believe me. Be suspicious of me. That's better for you, Lady Siren. Of course. After all, you're the one accompanying that lunatic named Derek. Why should I trust you? That is true. Aislinn lowered her gaze and spoke as if she didn't have the face to look up. Even so, I believe in Sir Derek. To you, Lady Siren, he may seem cold and ruthless, but I still believe there's humanity and kindness in him. Lies. What you're doing now is betraying that magic teacher named Derek. That is true. But please, wait a little longer. I'll do everything I can to convince Sir Derek. Aislinn slowly approached Siren. Siren backed away, pushing the sheets with her bare feet, but Aislinn approached with a gentle smile and held her hands tightly. It's natural to be suspicious of me now, Lady Siren. But please, trust me for now. I'll try to buy time while avoiding Sir Derek's schemes, and I'll do everything I can to make him change his mind. Do you really think that heartless monster will change his mind? I'd rather tell everything to my father. Tell him that lunatic is trying to kill me and beg him to kick him out. Right now, Sir Derek has the full trust and support of Lord Melverot. In this Rochester mansion, having Lord Melverot's backing means there's no way to stop him. Siren showed a look of disbelief. To think that a magic teacher she didn't even know, who had come from somewhere in the southwest of the continent, would have such trust. However, once she calmed down a bit, she quickly realized that the situation was not in her favor. A killer who murdered people when given the chance, versus a competent magic teacher recognized in the Southwestern Empire. It didn't take much thought to know who Melverot would believe. In the end, she would need Aislinn's help. If that man named Derek really tried to kill her, she wouldn't be able to escape on her own. Fine. Keep being suspicious of me, Lady Siren. I'll do what I can. However, on Aislinn's serious face, with her lips tightly pressed together, there was sincerity. It wasn't an act or a lie, but the look of someone who genuinely cared about Siren. Don't be fooled. Siren clenched her teeth and pushed Aislinn away. A coldness even more frigid than the vast snowy fields of the north flowed inside her. No matter how much Aislinn tried to embrace her with warmth, she couldn't win over the heart of that thorny girl. Siren glared at her fiercely. Even so, Aislinn kept a resolute expression. She was someone with a strong heart. Thus, Aislinn began secretly visiting the tower several times, whispering information to Siren. She even warned her that Derek was poisoning the food. She cautioned her repeatedly not to let her guard down, since it was a slow-acting poison, and not to touch any food brought by Derek or the servants. Although she doubted Aislinn's words, Siren never touched the food brought by Derek with the servants. She pretended to eat just enough, then spat everything out, surviving only on the food Aislinn brought separately. The meals managed by Derek were removed by Aislinn and discarded completely. From time to time, Derek examined Siren's body with his icy gaze, as if checking her condition, and each time, Siren suppressed her growing fear and pretended it didn't affect her. Whenever Derek spoke to her, she responded coldly, provoked him, and thought about how to drive that arrogant commoner out of the mansion. Meanwhile, Aislinn never stopped moving around. Fearing for Lady Siren's health, she checked on her condition several times and, when possible, begged Derek to reconsider killing her. Each time, Derek firmly rejected her pleas, but she continued her double life without losing her resolve. Thus, one day became 3, and 3 days became a week. During that long time, Aislinn barely slept and gave most of her own meals to Cyrn, enduring the biting cold. At night she would visit Cyrn's room to report the latest news, and during the day she discussed Cyrn's educational policy with the servants or kept an eye on Derek's movements. As time passed, Aislinn's face grew paler and more exhausted, but thanks to her, Cyrn remained alive. "There's nothing abnormal with your health, right? I hope you never let your guard down, Lady Cyrn. When Derek notices the medicine isn't working, he might resort to other methods. I'll try to find out what he's thinking as soon as I get a chance. Don't worry so much, Lady Cyrn. I've told you many times. Derek may seem cold and ruthless, but he has a human and selfless side. As someone raised in the Duchy of Duplain, I know that better than anyone." "That's enough." When she came to, Cyrn was already speaking informally to Aislinn. Her unwavering righteousness was admirable, but everything had a limit. "What's the point of enduring like this? Lady Cyrn. Life is like the jungle. Kill or be killed. Do you understand what I'm saying?" Cyrn let her bluish hair fall as she got out of bed and looked directly at Aislinn. "You, what are you? You're not on my side, nor on that man's side. That's... Although she was deceiving Derek solely to save Cyrn, she couldn't completely abandon her fundamental trust in him. Cyrn couldn't understand Aislinn's way of thinking. How could she still have emotional empathy for a man so monstrous, who acted with such violence and arrogance? How was that different from a wife who says she's fine while being beaten every day? However, she couldn't say it out loud because she herself wasn't free from the accusations of being violent and arrogant. That girl named Aislinn trusted and believed even in people like them. She was someone who extended her unshakable faith even to the possibility that man named Derek represented. That's why Cyrn felt frustrated. "That's enough. Let me die. If that man kills me, so be it. I don't want pity from someone with a head full of flowers like you, nor do I want to beg for my life." Snap! Just as Cyrn said that, brushing the edge of despair, Aislinn clenched her teeth and slapped her. In an instant, Cyrn's pupils widened. If someone were to choose the kindest and most benevolent person in the world, many would name Aislinn. It was rare for someone so simple to resort to violence. Even Cyrn was so surprised she couldn't help but tremble. "Don't accept death so easily. Don't you know that everything ends once you give up?" Aislinn spoke every word through clenched teeth. She was a girl raised carefully in a noble family. Normally, people like that lack a sense of reality and only talk about ideals. However, Aislinn was a young woman who rolled up her sleeves to stand even in the crumbled mansion of the Duplain family. The truly strong don't show their swords. The poison hidden in sweetness is the one that has real value. She was someone with an iron will to live, capable of spreading manure with her own hands to sow, and selling household items despite the shame. That's why she couldn't ignore those who gave up on themselves. Ever since she wandered through taverns in search of Daila's teacher, her strong nature had already been evident. Cyrn felt she was seeing Aislinn's true depths and couldn't say anything. "You can live. I won't ask you to learn magic or etiquette. You don't need any of that. Just, don't throw away your precious life over a nature you don't even understand. Just that. I can't bear it." What, why are you crying? Did you understand what I said?" Aislinn's eyes turned red and she began to sob. It was an undignified reaction, but that didn't matter in that moment. Aislinn knew someone in a situation similar, though subtly different, to Cyrn's. Her sister, Diela. Diela now aspired to become the true power behind Ebelstein, with the qualities of a ruler, but during her wandering days, she had been a girl who despised her own life, just like Cyrn. Aislinn knew better than anyone how sad, lonely, and painful that was. That's why she couldn't leave Cyrn alone. I'll try to fool Sir Derek a little more. While he changes his mind, we'll gain time. And somehow, I'll convince him." Aislinn tried to speak with a deeply serious expression. "That won't work." Bang! It was Derek who burst into the inner room. Both Aislinn and Cyrn flinched and looked in that direction. The man, dressed in mercenary garb with a frozen expression, was standing there. Lady Aislinn, I told you. I'll use any means necessary to achieve my goal. What is this? Why did we come all the way to the north? Weren't we here to cooperate and work well together? But now, you're deceiving me, hindering the plan, and wasting time. If you keep doing such unreasonable things, I'll have no choice but to take a hard stance. He was a reaper. With snow-white hair and crimson eyes peeking through, he looked like a monster who had come to claim someone's life. Even demons that sensed the scent of blood on his body, let alone ordinary humans, were sometimes paralyzed by fear. Those who do not hesitate to take lives emit an indescribable terror. Derek was one of those people. Bang! Aislinn, who had jumped to her feet, quickly placed Cyrn behind her and took a defensive stance. Derek was now someone harboring murderous intent towards Cyrn. Even if they tried to reason with him later, for now it was necessary to keep Cyrn away from him. It was already clear that Cyrn and Aislinn were conspiring together. Derek wasn't someone who got angry easily, but that didn't mean he didn't punish. No, don't come any closer, Lord Derek. Derek raised both arms and said. Please, don't be so cautious with me. How could a mere commoner like myself harm the young lady of House Duplain? I know. Lord Derek wouldn't hurt me. But, just this once, please consider Lady Cyrn's situation. I've told you several times already. My position won't change. Cyrn's whole body began to tremble. It was a violent shiver, enough to make her teeth chatter. Derek had spent his life slaying demons. His very presence was pure terror to low-level demons. Just sensing his murderous intent activated survival instincts. In fact, Cyrn felt an overwhelming urge to smash the window and flee into the vast snowy field. Since we've come to this, I'll have to enforce my will, even if I must use force. If Miss Aislinn won't step aside, she may get hurt, or even lose her life. I am, the young lady of the Duplain Duchy. Even if our house is in decline, if you harm me, Lord Derek, you won't be safe either. So please, stop. Aislinn's almost pleading expression was etched into Cyrn's mind. She truly wanted to save Cyrn. Even if it meant confronting that terrifying being, she didn't want Cyrn to meet the same fate as Daila. Aislinn's will, blazing like molten lava, shone in her eyes. But their opponent was a demon who looked as though he had come straight from hell. Then Miss Aislinn will also have to be dragged into this. What? If you do that. Miss Aislinn. Haven't you heard Lord Melvarot's words? The north is infested with demons, and many people are attacked, with numerous victims. It's a place with little human traffic, so only the heavens would know what happens here. Derek. What are you saying? The snow that falls on this frozen field seems to cover the sins of any murderer alike. And the one who's benefited the most from that is Lady Cyrn, isn't it? The very one you've been protecting, Miss Aislinn. Cyrn's eyes trembled violently. So did Aislinn's. It's time to pay for those sins. Miss Aislinn, please don't defend that vile murderer. Otherwise, the silence of the snowy field won't take just one life, but two. With that, Derek pulled out a magic staff from behind his back. Derek, who wielded a 4-star grade magical weapon, could not be matched, even if Aislinn and Cyrn joined forces against him. Since defeating that madman wasn't an option, the most efficient one was to run. Cyrn had extremely well-developed animal instincts. Bang! Crash! Even before Derek finished speaking, the spell was already complete. The magic from Cyrn's hand shattered the window, and the curtains flapped as the cold winter wind blew in. Whoosh! Cyrn ran quickly and jumped onto the window frame with fear-filled movements. Her frilled nightgown and blue hair fluttered in the wind. It was the moment she tried to flee into the snowy field. Looking back, there stood Aislinn and Derek. Cyrn couldn't know what Derek would do to Aislinn, who had betrayed him. However, that wasn't her concern. Her own survival was what mattered. Aislinn herself had said it. There was no need to worry about her or trust her. Any harm Derek might do to her was none of Cyrn's business. As Cyrn clenched her teeth and prepared to jump out the window, she locked eyes with Aislinn. Aislinn's lips moved. Run. Quickly. As soon as she understood what she meant, Cyrn instinctively activated acceleration magic. Just as she was about to run alone into the snowy field, she darted back into the room and grabbed Aislinn's arm. Thud. Cyrn was a master of transformation magic. She knew how to temporarily reduce the weight of objects, adjust inertia, or accelerate them. The moment she grabbed Aislinn, she launched them both into the snowy field. Thud. 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 She'd think about the consequences later. For now, what mattered was escaping Derek's reach. Drawing a long arc in the night sky, the two girls barely landed in the snowfield in front of the mansion. Thud, thud. Eek. With a small cry, Aislinn barely managed to roll on the snow-covered ground. Cyrn also rolled several times through the snow before regaining her balance. In the distance, they could see the tower from which they had escaped. For such a short escape, they had covered a fair distance. Her magic energy was almost depleted after using transformation magic while carrying Aislinn, but there was no time for regrets. We have to run. Now. That man uses strange magic to detect where I go every time I use acceleration magic. Indeed, Derek, who had appeared at the shattered window, was looking directly at Cyrn. Upon seeing those red eyes, it was hard to tell who the real killer was. If a killer is someone harboring the intent to kill, then regardless of what anyone said, that man was one too. Even if she didn't care what happened to herself, the thought that Aislinn who was innocent might get dragged in and die left a bitter taste. Cyrn took Aislinn's wrist and ran across the snowy field. They had to lose him before he closed the distance further. However, Aislinn couldn't keep up. Looking more closely, she was wearing indoor slippers. You. Go ahead, Lady Cyrn. If Lord Derek catches up to us, I'll try to sincerely persuade him again. What kind of stupidity is that? Didn't you see that man? Do you really think he can be persuaded? Why do you always think about others even after being struck again and again? You're so frustrating. I can't keep up with you anyway, Lady Cyrn. Cyrn was used to running barefoot across the snowy field while casting various transformation spells, but Aislinn wasn't. In fact, Aislinn's feet were swollen and red from the cold and injuries. Cyrn's expression twisted. There were only two options: leave her behind or stay. Aislinn asked her to run. She kept saying those frustrating things about trying to understand that uncontrollable monster. It was impossible to understand what made this girl trust Derek so much. Staying here would be a useless death. However, Cyrn's steps wouldn't move easily. The thought of leaving Aislinn behind was hard to accept. It was truly strange. Even though she had said again and again that she didn't trust Aislinn, the girl's unwavering expression, full of sincere trust, kept coming to her mind. Even in that faltering state, the noble appearance of the girl, holding firm to her resolve, inspired admiration. And then, a possibility arose. All those who had called Cyrn a monster, trembling in fear at the thought that she might kill them at any moment. Those who pointed at her and abandoned her, perhaps they were fundamentally different from this girl. This time, it might really be different. Maybe this elegant and dignified girl would embrace her like the warm sun. Even with those thoughts, what filled her mind were the corpses of wolves drenched in blood. When she came to her senses, she was in the middle of the snowy field, having killed beasts and monsters, staring at the sky without any emotional disturbance. Sometimes, humans also became the target of that murderous instinct. Just kill. That was all. The impulse to murder, arising without reason, chose no victims. That's why Derek was right. It was beneficial to the world for a being like Cyrn to disappear. That Derek always said the right things. Cyrn slowly crouched down and spoke to Aislinn, who was sitting, gasping for breath. If I can just escape into the snowy field, they won't catch me easily. I used to wander outside the mansion when I was bored, so the servants won't care much. Huff. Huff. So I'll run. You, sell me out to that man. Tell him I tried to kill you, and say that it's right for a human like Cyrn to disappear from the world. If you beg for forgiveness like that, maybe he'll at least spare you. If you trust him that much, do it. Siren released Aislin's wrist, which she had been holding tightly. That man is right. I could end up killing you. Don't protect someone like me. Don't do something so stupid, just act for your own sake. No. Huff. Huff. Even though Siren had left everything behind and said that, Aislinn clenched her teeth and shook her head. She was a pitiful figure, covered in snow and mud, but her determined expression was infinitely noble. With great effort, Aislinn stood up and took Siren's hands once more. Her hands were freezing from the extreme cold, but to Siren, they felt warm. There's no one in this world who deserves to die. Lady Siren. Even if all the creatures in the world define you as a monster, never forget that you're human. Things like instincts don't matter. There are many people who live rationally, going against their instincts. You can definitely change. I'll help you. So please, don't give up and don't abandon your humanity. We're human. Siren looked at Aislinn with trembling eyes. Even as an uncontrollable monster chased them, Aislinn cried out desperately, refusing to deny Siren's humanity. You can do it, Lady Siren. Trust me, I can definitely help you. Everyone else defined her as a monster, but Aislinn saw her human side to the very end. Siren Elena Rochester is human. While she repeated that fact, believing in her, and giving her trust. Siren simply nodded. Thud. Splat. Splat. And then, blood splattered. They made it all the way to the edge of the snowy field on their own. It happened in an instant. For a moment, a surge of magical energy was felt, and Lady Aislinn's eyes trembled violently. Then blood splattered, and a blade emerged. The scent of blood. Siren had smelled that cruel scent countless times. Even the blood of a noble saint like Aislinn seemed to have a floral fragrance. Was it safflower, or perhaps balsam? It was a scent she had smelled on a flower she had once been gifted. At that moment, just as that noble girl was about to open her mouth to utter her final words. Once again, the magical energy intensified, and the girl lost consciousness and was thrown into the middle of the snowy field. Crackle. Snap. Drip, drip. A red liquid flowed down Derek's blade. What is this? The scene unfolding before Siren's eyes as she fell backward was unbelievable. The boy standing in the blizzard was the very embodiment of a massacre demon who had torn apart countless monsters. Before him lay Aislinn, buried in the snow, unmoving. The red blood dyed the snow around her. Just seeing the amount of blood spread out activated the instinct to immediately take her to a healer. However, Derek simply shook his sword without showing any emotion. With those terrifying eyes, he silently looked at Siren. The meaning in his gaze was clear. You. The snowy field is perfect. It buries all deaths equally. She defended you until the end. She believed in your human heart, until the very last moment. Did she? Derek's voice remained cold. He silently observed the spreading blood, then looked back at Siren and spoke. It doesn't matter anymore. She's dead. The mercenary in the blizzard. Derek's dry voice settled over the snowy field. Is there a problem? You don't feel anything seeing her corpse. She was quite a useful person. A moment of silence passed. For a long time, Aislinn's firm eyes lingered in Siren's mind. Just as that memory ended, an unimaginable surge of magical energy erupted from Siren's body. Boom! The blizzard began to swirl violently, covering the entire area. In Siren's eyes, a blazing fire was spinning. The origin of that turbulent emotion was unknown, but at least one goal was clearly engraved in her mind. Kill. Kill Derek here and now. That scream, filled with fury, echoed across the snowy field. Derek responded with a calm expression, raising his staff. The blizzard intensified. With each step Siren took across the snowy field, the snow around her scattered into the sky from the force of her magic. It looked as if a living whirlwind was in motion. Whoosh! Whistle! Though her eyes were filled with emotions of rage, Siren no longer raised her voice. Aislinn was merely someone she had met a few weeks ago, just a passing acquaintance. She was the complete opposite of Siren. They had nothing in common, so they couldn't have been particularly close. That was why it was strange that her death enraged her so much. Whistle. Yet, seeing Aislinn buried in the snow, unmoving, Siren bit down hard on her lower lip. Even with such a brief encounter, Siren could tell. She was a person of such integrity that she deserved to be called the flower of the Duplain family, and so understanding that she tried to comprehend even someone like Siren, who everyone called a monster. She was a beautiful girl, as if everything in the world had blessed her. Even Siren's frozen heart trembled when she saw her. Siren, who couldn't control her murderous instinct, probably would have tried to push her away somehow, but even so, she wasn't someone who deserved to die so easily. Even human life has value and dignity. If someone had to die, it should have been me. It's far too unjust that someone so precious, who tried to embrace and care for me despite what I am, should die like that. That's why the girl raised her head and looked at the mercenary before her. Lifting her hand and clenching her fist tightly, she effortlessly invoked a second-tier summoning spell, Call of the Beast. Whoosh! Dozens of wolves made of magic emerged onto the snowy field. Those spectral beasts bared their fangs and lunged at Derek. Each one was human-sized, but Derek stepped back without a trace of panic and brandished his staff. Growling. Grr. Clang. Steam burst from the fiercely bared fangs. Derek kicked the belly of a drooling wolf that lunged, rolled once on the ground, unsheathed his sword, and slashed its throat. Swoosh. The series of movements was so fluid and skillful. The wolf, not even realizing it had been struck, returned to magic and vanished. Yet dozens remained. The pack surrounded Derek and charged in unison, but not a single one managed to scratch him. Whoosh! Whoosh! The massive flames that exploded engulfed the surroundings, and the summoned wolves screamed as they were consumed by fire. Some managed to get close to Derek, but were soon taken out by his sword. Slash! Whoosh! Derek, who rolled once in the snow and stood, held a long sword in one hand and a staff in the other. Derek, skilled in both magic and melee combat, could handle any attack Siren threw at him. Siren knew this as well. Though her magical achievements were astounding for her age, she couldn't surpass Derek. Knowing she could never beat him in a direct confrontation, she thought only of distracting him. And so, among the many spectral wolves, she blended in a real beast. Kang! Siren's claws flew and clashed against Derek's drawn sword. Though her small, white fingers had soft, blunt nails, when they struck the blade, sparks flew and a fierce sound erupted. Crack! Crackle! She remembered that the first time she met Siren, her fingers had been vividly stained with blood. She uses transformation magic to control even the hardness and strength of her body. There's no one else in the world who uses such advanced transformation magic at her age. Siren then saw the expression of the white-haired mercenary across the blade. That expression was so serene that Siren clenched her mouth tightly again. You must see me as a monster too. But you don't seem particularly human either. Siren gritted her teeth and gathered more magical power. As mana flowed into Derek's sword, Siren grabbed the sharp blade. Crunch, crunch. Crackle. Finally, the sword Siren held shattered. As Derek scowled and leaped back, Siren's claws slashed at where he had been just a second before. Whoosh! With one strike, the massive surge of mana blew away all the accumulated snow. And through the swirling snowflakes, she charged with glowing white eyes. She had the appearance of a beautiful young girl, but she was no different from a beast blinded by bloodlust. Transformation magic. Derek threw the sword, now reduced to just the hilt, into the middle of the field and picked up his staff again. The magic that changes the properties of matter is extremely difficult and requires a vast amount of mana. If she altered the essence of Derek's solid sword to break it like a cracker, even a second-tier mage would be gasping for breath. However, Siren's nimble movements didn't slow. Using third-tier transformation magic and acceleration, she ran through the snowy field with even more determination. By this point it was obvious why even the most renowned mages couldn't control her. To subdue a girl who charges without warning and radiates murderous intent, magic knowledge, culture, or elegance alone aren't enough. What's needed is an overwhelming spirit that crushes her. Bang! When Derek conjured a magical shield to block Siren's next attack, she was already panting heavily. She had used too much advanced magic in a short amount of time. Any ordinary mage would have collapsed from exhaustion. Yet Siren stared at him intently. Faced with the clear murderous intent radiating from her body, anyone would swallow nervously. But Derek let out a low chuckle. Are you this angry because Lady Aisling died? What is it that angers you so much? Do you really think Lady Aisling would have accepted and embraced you, Siren? Are you angry because you feel like you lost someone so valuable? What does that even mean? Crackle, snap. Derek's protective magic showed no sign of breaking. In front of him, Derek lowered his gaze and spoke with a fierce look. Either way, weren't you the one who killed her? So it doesn't matter at all, does it? Lady Siren, you truly are peculiar. In those ice-cold eyes was an emotion that seemed to genuinely not understand Siren. Isn't it better this way, that her hands aren't stained with blood? Or are you disappointed that you didn't get to kill her yourself? If that's the case, I understand. I can't quite understand the mind of a monster driven by a killing instinct. If you feel some kind of pleasure or joy from directly killing someone you cared about, well, I don't respect it, but I can understand it. Is that it? Ha ha ha. Snap. Siren leapt back, widening the distance. As she landed on the snowy field, she straightened up with her blue hair fluttering in the wind. Her face was shadowed by her deeply bowed head, hiding her expression from view. Meanwhile, Derek casually shook off his staff with an indifferent expression. Yes. The lady you killed was truly wonderful and complete, to the point that she didn't even seem to match a monster like me. Even so. I don't think I can agree with everything she said. There is no one in this world who deserves to die, Lady Siren. Even amid the freezing snowfield, she reaffirmed it to the end, speaking with a determined face. Until the moment she coughed up blood from Derek's sword, she looked Siren in the eyes and spoke. Recalling that scene, Siren slowly revealed her fierce gaze. She pronounced each word, laden with seething hatred. People like you deserve to die. Finally, even the faint light of humanity left in her pupils disappeared. Abandoning her human reason, she listened to the voice of the great monster that wished to dominate the world. Someone whispered in the heart of Siren, who had been suppressing her true nature. He is a person who deserves to die. He is a person who deserves to die. Thus provoked, the beautiful lady of the Rochester family finally hid herself from the world. Wakak. What took her place was a monster driven mad by slaughter. A massive swirl of mana could be seen from the window. Seated in his office with his chin resting on his hand, Lord Melverot maintained the same expression as he looked up at the scene. It was a phenomenon that occurred when Siren completely lost her reason and revealed her true monstrous nature. When she showed her monstrous form, she destroyed everything in her path and killed indiscriminately. Without even her own will, she moved like a natural disaster, guided solely by instinct. Usually, Melverot personally intervened to suppress or stop her. However, Derek had asked him not to interfere until the end, only to observe from there. Perhaps it was an arrogant judgment. The unleashed murderous intent of Siren would make even the most seasoned veteran sweat cold. Perhaps everything would end with one more victim of Siren. If you taught her the weight of death, you must also teach her to control her instincts. Is it possible to control a monster's instincts? It shouldn't be impossible. After all, humans don't live by instinct alone. If you can create just one chance for her to overcome that intense impulse, and if she succeeds just once, the second, third, and fourth times will be easier. So what's crucial is after she completely loses her reason. I'll take responsibility and try to restore Lady Siren's reason. Will you trust me just this once? Derek was an expert on monsters. Melverot knew that, but it didn't mean he could trust him blindly. However, from Melverot's perspective, he had nothing to lose. If Derek acted recklessly and died, it would be solely his mistake. But as he observed, Melvarot felt a strange certainty. Melvarot murmured to himself with his chin still resting on his hand. If he really is that capable of a talent, I wouldn't mind granting him 1 or 2 titles. The problem was whether he could prove his ability. Bang! The bluish mana began to turn dark red and surged violently. The beast, consumed by madness, charged at Derek with her dress fluttering. The amount and intensity of mana were several times greater than when she still retained a shred of reason. Crash! Crack! Thud! Every time Cyrn moved her arm, combat spells that first-class mages could barely cast with full power flew forth. Derek could block them all with a single movement of his staff, but he had to dodge with his own feet the body of Cyrn, which flung itself wildly at him. Whoosh! Bang! Whoosh! Bang! Each attack seemed like a massive explosion. For someone without defenses, even a graze would have been fatal. Despite the countless heavy blows hurled at him, Derek's face showed no emotion. He was a young man who had lived his life killing countless monsters. He had eliminated so many frenzied and desperate beings that he couldn't even count them. The strength and power of those monsters were immense, and it wasn't uncommon to lose a limb if one let their guard down. However, a monster that has lost its reason has simple attacks and predictable movements. As long as one didn't get swept away by their momentum, dealing with them wasn't that difficult. Boom! Though it was easy to say, the reality was very different. The moment one of Cyrn's magical arrows missed and hit the ground, a deep crater appeared. Her body, leaping across the snowy field, was difficult to follow even with one's eyes. Her long hair fluttered behind her like the tail of a great beast. Thud! As she charged again, wrapping her claws in transformation magic, Derek cast a protective spell. The tremor of her claws as they were repelled. As Cyrn took a deep breath on the other side of the barrier, a massive exhalation billowed into the cold air. There was no reason in the light that emanated from her eyes. The masters who had fled calling her a monster had made a rational decision. That moment proved it. What does it mean to teach someone? It was a constant concern for Derek, who had somehow become a magic teacher among the nobility. Whether it was Diella, Ellen, or Denise. Derek always seemed to carry that concern when teaching someone. If it were only about transmitting knowledge, reading a book would be better. In the end, being someone's teacher and teaching them must have a deeper meaning. Aislinn always thought it was admirable to see Derek, who constantly reflected on how to better guide people, caught up in those worries. Aislinn, who had discovered and recruited him while he worked as a mercenary in taverns, believed she understood his deepest thoughts better than anyone. That's why she thought Derek's detour in trying to kill Cyrn was just a small misstep. There is no life in this world that deserves to die. No matter who it is, one must think about how to guide them down a better path, not just resolve everything by killing them. That's how the upright and kind Aislinn saw the world. She believed that one day Derek would understand that vision, and she wanted to believe in him, to wait for him until the end, even if he went down the wrong path. However, was that too arrogant a thought? At the moment Derek's sword stabbed her and blood spurted out, Aislinn thought. Trying to embrace and understand everyone might be overestimating oneself. Maybe Derek's impulse to resolve things through killing was something innate, something I couldn't change. There are many things that can't be solved with warm idealism. As if to remind her of that fact, the young man's sword turned toward Aislinn. While slowly losing consciousness in the middle of the snowy field. Aislinn thought. I still don't know anything about this boy named Derek. That ignorance and arrogance must have been the cause of her death. Achoo! That was the moment Aislinn accepted her death. When she regained a bit of consciousness, it was so cold that she sneezed. The blood spreading beneath the accumulating snowflakes was undoubtedly from Aislinn. However, as soon as she came to, she was able to sit up quickly. She didn't feel any pain in her body, just a bit of cold in her fingers. Kong! Kong! Kang! While the sounds of battle echoed in the distance, she finally came to completely. Huh! Aislinn opened her eyes wide and looked around. She clearly remembered being stabbed by Derek's sword. However, there was no wound on her body, just a large hole in the side of her blouse. Derek's sword had only pierced her loose clothing. It wouldn't have been hard to miss, considering Aislinn usually wore loose and billowy clothes. Looking around, she saw a large leather pouch with a hole lying on the ground. She picked it up with a trembling hand and found that it was filled with red dye soaking into the ground. The distinct floral scent of dye from the western continent floated in the air. Aislinn instinctively understood. At the moment she was stabbed, she had definitely felt mana rising. Using the confusion spell, Chaos, her consciousness had been temporarily scattered. Oh, my God. The reason for such a troublesome act was obvious. It was to fake Aislinn's death and provoke Cyrn. Why do something like that? To imprint the weight of death into Cyrn at least once. Only by making Cyrn understand the deep meaning of the word death over and over again could the foundation to control her instincts be laid. That's why Derek took on the role of the villain. She remembered the back of that man, standing firmly on the snowy field, holding a sword dripping red dye like blood. As she understood the whole scene, Aislinn's fingertips began to tremble even more. When did it all begin? From where had he been painting this picture? It was obvious. From the very beginning. Derek, who didn't trust Aislinn's acting skills, had prepared the entire setup so that she would believe everything was real. Aislinn, without knowing it, had tried to stop Derek by rebelling against him. What is a teacher? What does it mean to teach someone? If necessary, it means pushing the student off a cliff and enduring being seen as a demon. The grace of such teaching is only understood too late. If the student detects those intentions from the beginning, then they have no value. That's why Cyrn would still know nothing. Derek's uproar was only to correct Cyrn. That fact hadn't changed from the beginning. And the fact that Aislinn was still alive was the clearest proof of that. The instinct of a monster lies in killing people. It does not seek a reason to do so. Just as humans crave honor or success without a concrete reason, monsters simply kill. Cyrn understood this truth better than anyone. At some point, she realized that if she let go of the thread of reason, she would kill people. And when she noticed that everyone who looked at her treated her like a monster, she had already given up her life as a human. Feeling disgust for the detestable blood of a monster, lamenting a life destined to vanish in vain, those kinds of superficial emotions had long since disappeared. If she had managed to control that instinct at least once, maybe she would have glimpsed a sliver of hope. However, there is no one who risks their life for someone who might not even be controllable. Someone like Cyrn is extremely rare in this world. Even her own family looked away, not to mention the aristocratic magic tutors who valued their own safety. The abandonment by countless masters only emphasized Cyrn's imperfection. There was no one left willing to risk their life to correct her. In that case, the only thing that remained was a long fall into darkness. To sink slowly, slowly, as if falling into the depths of the ocean, and when not even her own father could control her, to end her life in silence. Until then, she would be nothing more than a life passing through the world for a time. If in that process she managed to kill even one less person, that would already be fortunate. To those who trembled in fear and treated her like a monster, she would say, "I am not human, I am a monster. So do not come near me." The only fortunate thing was that the blood of a monster did not always hinder her. Sometimes, it seemed that there were people in this world who truly deserved to die. Many were born human, but harmed others, exploited the poor, violated women, and ruined other lives out of selfish desire. Every time Cyrn saw such people, she could not help but think. Even if they are called humans, many do not seem like it. Perhaps it would be better to kill them without guilt. She referred to people like Derek, who stood right in front of her. Boom! The outer wall of Rochester Mansion collapsed, and Derek's figure emerged from the falling dust. A beast ran toward Derek, casting magic indiscriminately with the intent to kill. The beast, dressed in an elegant gown, followed him inside the mansion and began to unleash all sorts of elemental magic. This isn't good. While dodging Cyrn's uncontrolled spells and widening the distance, Derek found himself inside the mansion again. He had planned to end everything in a snowy field, but had no choice but to frown. Thud. Growling. Cyrn stood atop the rubble of the collapsed wall, bathed in the moonlight. At that point it was difficult to call her human by any standard. Chilling magic floated around her in the form of blades, and her eyes, filled with murderous intent, no longer held the light of reason. Ah! Lady Siren is out of control. Call the head of the family. Quickly. We can't stop her. Save me, please, save me. How many times had they seen Siren like this? The servants working in the garden began to run for their lives. Derek, brushing off a scratch on his shoulder, looked up at Siren, soaked in monster blood, and thought. This feels more like facing a tribe of monsters in a high-level labyrinth than a human. Monster tribes that use magic were already troublesome, but this is even worse. There are monsters like banshees, liches, or reapers, specialized in deadly magic or forbidden arts. They're not common, of course, but Siren seemed even more troublesome than them. And above all, he couldn't kill her. He also couldn't hurt her too much. But if he fought her half-heartedly, she would decapitate him in an instant. Few people could walk that tightrope against a mage who wielded 3-star level magic so freely. He had to risk his life. Teaching Siren meant just that. Derek ran a hand down his face and took a deep breath. Whoosh! Bang! Siren's movements, charging through the wall and into the garden, felt like the wind. Even when in her right mind, her movements were hard to follow with the eyes. Now, without reason, it was practically impossible without a level of perception close to clairvoyance. Derek calmly sensed the flow of magic and intercepted all of Siren's fire arrows, a 1-star spell. Thud. Crash. He spun his staff with agility and deflected the claws that lunged straight at his face. Clang. Siren destroyed Derek's sword with her bare hands using transformation magic, but his staff, reinforced with 4-star level magic, couldn't be broken so easily. As much of a genius as she was, at her age Siren still couldn't touch the level of 4-star magic. Derek deflected her fingers and raised a foot to kick her away. Whoosh! Siren rolled across the garden and flew into the flower bed. The servants hidden in the building swallowed hard at the sight of Derek kicking a noblewoman of the Rochester family without hesitation. Touching the body of a noble lady was, from a commoner's perspective, like sticking an arm into lava. An act close to suicide. But Derek didn't care. He was already used to wielding the rod of love as a magical instrument. The steward Leighton felt a chill upon seeing Derek's expression among the building's rubble. His face was truly serene, and his movements showed no emotion. He was so calm that one wondered if he was even human. Get up! Ordered Derek, waving his staff in front of the dust-covered flower bed. Aren't you going to kill me? Silence. There was no sign of life from the chaotic planter. Do you think I'll die from this? Derek spoke in a powerful, crushing voice. It was also a provocation. Even if he did nothing more, Siren had already lost her reason. But Derek's actions seemed to push her emotions even further to the edge. Derek knew it. Demons seemed to have killing humans engraved as an instinct. But, as Aislan had said, not all beings in the world live only by instinct. Just as humans suppress hunger, sleep, and desire, just as they lie in the face of injustice or act against their conscience out of ambition. There have always been those who rebel against their impulses. And that was no different for beasts or demons. Many demons tried to kill Derek. But when faced with overwhelming power, many ended up giving up their murderous instinct to survive. Feeling fear is not enough. In the midst of blind fury, when only impulses remain, one must regain reason to say that they have overcome that murderous instinct that runs through their blood. The killer instinct arrives without warning, like a wave. Thinking that one can control the waves just by having defeated some small ones is a mistake. Only by overcoming the biggest wave that strikes the heart does that effort gain meaning. That's why Derek pushed Siren to the extreme of extremes. He pushed her to the limit, inciting her to kill him at all costs. He wanted her whole mind to be filled with the intent to murder him. And only when she managed to overcome that impulse would Siren, for the first time, have a successful experience of conquering her instincts. The first time is crucial. That one moment would completely change her life. Thud. Clang. a beast shot out from the dust. It lunged at Derek with incredible speed, brandishing its claws. The claws were blocked, but it wasn't easy to stop the numerous magical blades flying toward his back. Whoosh! A girl equivalent to a 3-star mage was charging with the sole intent to kill. Derek deflected most of the magical blades, but some lodged into his shoulder and collarbone, leaving wounds. Blood ran down his arm, but his expression didn't change. Whirl! Derek swiftly drew back his staff. As Cyrne, her center of gravity off balance, staggered forward, he twisted her wrist and slammed her to the ground. Whoosh! And as he stabbed a magical arrow into that spot, Cyrne instinctively cast a protective spell to block it. She reached out to slash Derek's leg, even managing to scratch his ankle. Blood splattered, but Derek, unfazed, flung her away with magic. Boom! Close combat, ranged magic duels, psychological warfare, speed battle, power clash. Cyrne didn't surpass Derek in any of them. As they fought and clashed, the wounds on Derek's body increased, but Cyrne also began to pant, as if she were running out of energy. If she were going to hit her limit, she should have done so by now. The level of magic Cyrne used was such that even experienced mages had to focus to cast it. Casting it indiscriminately would only accelerate fatigue. But Cyrne, having lost reason, wasn't thinking about stamina. Thud. Thus, Derek, already bleeding heavily, grabbed her by the neck. She tried to push him away quickly, but her arms had no strength. She growled as she tried to tear off his arm. Even as her flesh tore and blood dripped, his grip didn't loosen. The difference in physical strength was massive. A sturdy man who had trained all his life versus a frail girl relying on transformation magic. Derek's forearm, bulging with veins, remained firm like a mountain, no matter how much she struggled. Karg! Cyrne screamed and glared at him with rage. The coldness in her red eyes remained unchanged. At that moment, realizing she couldn't escape with brute force, she decided to cast more magic. Even though she had already drained nearly all her mana, strangely, the more she drew out, the more it seemed to surge. Whoosh! With the resolve to launch a final strike, she extracted all her magic from head to toe. At last, Cyrne activated 3-star combat magic, freezing. Crackle. Crunch. Whyish. Crunch. The third-level spell, freezing, was a magic that froze everything around the caster and immobilized it. Everything within a 10-meter radius around her was completely frozen, halting any approaching target. It was a decisive spell for close combat at the third level. It didn't just freeze people, but also the ground, buildings, even the leaves of plants, stopping all movement. It was as if time itself had stopped. The spell demanded meticulous control and was on such a scale that even advanced mages rarely used it. Driven to her absolute limit, Cyrne managed to cast it. No matter how strong Derek was, he couldn't have anticipated that. Whoosh! When the aftermath of the magic dissipated, a world covered in ice was revealed. The garden gazebo, the tree leaves, everything was frozen, and yet Derek's arm still firmly gripped Cyrne's neck. Cyrne's eyes widened, startled as she sensed the magic momentarily exhausted. In that instant, Derek had discerned the kind of magic Cyrne was about to cast and fired a fire arrow at himself. His body was covered in cuts and burns. Yet, there was no trace of the ice that should have surrounded him. In mental speed, judgment, and reaction, Derek far surpassed Cyrne. This was the moment that fact became undeniable. Ha, ha. As Cyrne panted, Derek tightened his grip on the collar of her robe and brought his face close. Is it over? Ha, ha. You learn magic fast. That ice spell was useful. I should try it if I get the chance. You, ha. Looks like you can't use magic anymore. Derek was skilled not only in swordsmanship but also in hand-to-hand combat. In fact, even without those skills, no one could beat him in a simple test of strength. If she had no mana left, there was no way to kill Derek. No matter how much of a beast she was, driven by a killer instinct, she wouldn't throw herself into certain death. Charging Derek at that moment was no different from jumping off a cliff. And not even a creature out of its mind would jump off a cliff. Ha, ha, ha. Siren, panting hard, silently looked at the bleeding Derek. Despite all the magic she had thrown at him, the man still stood, like an immovable wall. Little by little, the light of reason returned to Siren's eyes. Yeah. I can't kill you. Flash. Crash. When Derek let her go, Siren's body flopped pathetically onto the snow. Among the gently falling snow, the battered Siren clenched her teeth and spoke. Yeah. I'm relieved I couldn't do it even after giving it my all. Kill me. Dying this pathetically is the most fitting end for me. Without achieving anything, simply living and dying as a monster was the life given to me from the start. Siren lowered her head, tears streaming down her face. Her dress was covered in dust. Rolling around the snowy ground in that disheveled state seemed most fitting for her. You're right. Even if I stay alive like this, I'll only turn my killer instinct toward someone else again. I always knew a day like this would come. Siren clenched her teeth, letting her tears fall freely, and shouted at Derek. Kill me. Siren, who no longer had the strength to resist, spoke. Derek, silently observing her from above, had a cold glint in his eyes. Moments later, Derek reached into his pocket and pulled out a small glass bottle. He tossed it in front of Siren, who was sitting on the snow. With a sharp thud, the glass bottle embedded itself right in front of Siren's eyes. The bottle, which contained a bluish liquid, had an old-fashioned design. It's a medicine made from the florin plant. Drink it. Ha. Siren let out a hollow laugh. She had already heard from Iceland that Derek intended to kill her using poison. In the end, this cruel man wanted Siren to end her own life with her own hands. Maybe that was the kind of punishment he had in mind. Feeling deep misery, Siren finally accepted reality and took the bottle. However, she wanted to say a few words before leaving. Tell father, that he tried very hard to embrace and take responsibility for a daughter like me. At least I didn't resent him for trying to love a monster like me until the end. Thank him for that. Understood. Yes. That's enough. Saying that, Siren, holding back her tears, drank the medicine Derek gave her. Thud. She dropped the empty bottle to the ground and sat back down. Gently closing her eyes, she remembered the first time she committed a massacre. The first to find Siren among the corpses of wolves was Lord Melvarot. He approached with steady steps, grabbed her arm firmly, and took her back to the mansion without saying a word. She never knew what expression he had or what he was feeling. Even so, Siren's killer instinct never turned toward her father. Perhaps that was the last line she managed to maintain. A father with a killer daughter. Maybe he resented her. Still, she was loved by her father. She wanted to leave this world believing that. Regardless of the truth, dying with that thought was the happiest death Siren could afford. And so, Siren softly closed her eyes. A life full of suffering. But a life where she could never pretend to be the victim anywhere. Living as a monster, dying as a monster. If she were born again, she'd only want to be human. With that monologue, she slowly closed her eyes. And left her body in the hands of the cold wind sweeping over the frozen land. It was the end of her life. However, life didn't end. When Siren slowly opened her eyes, she thought she'd vomit blood and collapse from the effect of the deadly poison. But instead of poison flowing through her body, a warm energy began to circulate, and soon a small amount of mana began to return. Thanks to the transformation magic enveloping her body, she could withstand the hostile climate a little longer. What is this? The Flonan herb temporarily amplifies mana recovery. Its effect is minimal, but it should be enough to withstand the cold. What? Wasn't it poison? If there existed a poison capable of killing a monster so easily, would there be a need for so many mercenaries to die subjugating labyrinths? Then, this is. Siren looked up at Derek with a bewildered expression. Derek put away his staff, treated his wounds, and maintained a nonchalant expression. As he approached Siren, who was still dazed, he whispered quietly. Even though you reached the ultimate limit, in the end, you regained your reason. What? Well done. At those words, Siren's mouth fell open. In fact, even though she was consumed by instinct to that point, it was the first time she hadn't killed anyone. It was more because Derek stood firm like a mountain than by Siren's own will. Even so, for the first time, she regained reason at the edge of her killer instinct. That was an undeniable fact. Remember that feeling. Blood dripped from several parts of Derek's body. All were marks from his battle against Siren. But the young man didn't seem to care about those wounds, and he casually removed his cloak, roughly draping it over Siren's head. That's enough for today. It's cold, so go inside. Saying that, Derek turned quietly and walked away, stepping firmly through the snow. Siren could only watch in silence, eyes wide. His figure, vanishing into the blizzard, seemed like an illusion. Derek was also in a pitiful state, yet he fulfilled his duty without a single complaint. That was the kind of man Derek was. Thud, thud. Ugh, huff. Siren groaned as she barely managed to climb the spiral staircase, leaning against the tower wall. Her hair, once like white silk, was completely disheveled, and her elegant, expensive dress was torn and in tatters. In that state, it would have been natural for the servants to rush to help her, but none dared to approach. Unless they were absolutely sure that Siren had fully regained her sanity, no one would go near her. Thus, despite her noble status as a lady of the Rochester family, the young woman had to drag herself to her room alone. In the cold and solitude, the girl thought. What the hell, is that man trying to teach me? That feeling of regaining my senses. Although he could have killed her at that very moment, the man walked away coldly as if the previous battles meant nothing. His actions, as if he had fulfilled his mission and felt relieved, even left an unsettling impression. Was it all an act? To push me to the limit, and make me overcome my instincts just once. She had heard he was a renowned magic teacher. In fact, his skill in handling Siren's attacks, even when she had lost her mind and charged at him, was extraordinary. Unlike her previous teachers, who were more academic, he was someone entirely practical. If all his actions were solely to correct her. If he fought, risking his life to help Siren who had lived as a monster to everyone recover a bit of humanity. Siren didn't know how to organize her thoughts. If that were true, it meant that from beginning to end, Derek had guided her solely as a teacher. Thud, thud. As she climbed each step with difficulty, Siren muttered through clenched teeth. Even so, that doesn't justify what he did. Gritting her teeth, Siren spoke to herself. What came to her mind was the image of a girl bleeding out on the snowy field. The image of that noble young woman who had to lose her life because of Derek's sword, simply for being in his way, remained etched in her eyes. She was someone of such integrity and conviction that she didn't seem to belong beside Siren. I never understood why such a beautiful girl, like a fairy, had to be led to death just for trying to correct a monster like me. But soon, a great cold settled in her chest. Killing is wrong, life is precious. Do I even have the right to say such things? She didn't. That's why she couldn't blame Derek. That fact gnawed at Siren's heart even more. It was undeniable. Even so, Aislin's death remained a deep wound that persisted in her heart. Faced with Derek's cruelty, who killed her mercilessly, Siren ended up shaking her head. Trapped in confused thoughts, Siren barely managed to reach the door and open it. For now, she just wanted to lie down in bed. When she opened the door, Aislinn, who was sipping tea, jumped and dropped the cup. Ah! Ah! Lady Siren. Are you okay? You're not badly hurt. Aislinn blushed with an awkward expression and fidgeted with her hands on her lap. Siren thought silently. Now I'm even seeing hallucinations. I need to calm my disturbed mind first. Siren walked toward the bed. When she finally lay her exhausted body on the soft mattress, a warm comfort completely enveloped her. It soothed the tension in her body, which had been on the verge of death. What arose soon after was a sense of emptiness. The death of a girl who truly wanted to help her, and her own powerlessness in the face of it. That miserable feeling gnawed at her heart, but she was already used to such emotions. Sadness, grief, frustration, loneliness, pain. As she lay there with her arm covering her eyes, her nose began to burn. Even if she didn't want to, she couldn't help but sob, for her chest hurt. Lady Searn. Yes, that's it. It must have been so hard for you. I should have given you time to recover. I was too thoughtless. Sniffle, sniffle. But still, maybe you're curious about the situation or want an explanation. No. That's just my assumption. You should rest for now. Sorry for suddenly entering your room. Sniffle, sniffle. I'll leave the tea here for now. It's supposed to help calm you down. It's a good tea, so please try it. If you feel better, maybe later. Suddenly. While Aislinn was still speaking nervously, Searn suddenly sat up straight. Aislinn jumped in surprise and straightened her back quickly. Huh. Searn let out a dazed sound. She had already given Aislinn a funeral in her mind. However, Aislinn, still feeling awkward, played with her fingertips and glanced sideways at Searn's face. She seemed very embarrassed. There's one thing you must never do in front of someone who's sincerely mourning you. And that's come back to life. There comes a time in life when you must accept your current reality as your fate. Searn thought it was so obvious that she had never questioned it. Living and dying with blood on her hands in this vast snowy land seemed miserable at first glance, but if you accept it, somehow you can endure it. Living in a warm and fertile land like the territories of Duplain or Beltis, walking among fields of flowers, was a life allowed only for people like Aislinn. She envied it, but she didn't covet it. Sometimes, when she looked down from the top of the tower at the northern territory, with snow falling upon her, she had no choice but to accept that this land was her home. In the cold and lonely snowfield, the trees with bare branches jutted out like thorns. That was Searn's home, the Duchy of Rochester. Why are you alive? Sorry for being alive. You must have been very scared. No, I didn't mean it that way. Surely, because of that guy's sword. When Searn asked with a confused expression, Aislinn slowly explained what had happened to her. Derek had planned to make it seem like Searn had killed. He had deceived Aislinn and attacked Searn. He pretended to stab Aislinn with a knife, used dye and confusion magic to create an illusion. From the beginning, Derek had no intention of killing Searn, and everything had been done to guide her in controlling her murderous instinct. Easier said than done, since he had to be willing to face Searn's attacks, fueled by genuine rage. No other teacher had gone that far to try to control Searn's instincts. After experiencing that murderous instinct just once, 9 out of 10 would flee in terror. Why go so far? Because that's how it is. Though she had been promised a noble title, Aislinn didn't bother to mention it. Even without that reward, Derek would have done everything he could to correct Searn. The fact that, upon seeing her true nature, he immediately thought about how to guide her proved it. Whether he was aware or not, Derek was already developing a genuine sense of professionalism as a magic teacher. There are no young girls in the world, only those who have yet to receive proper teaching. If someone was lost, he would try to guide them to a better path. Just the act of constantly thinking that way already made him a respectable teacher. Anyway, I came to apologize. No matter how good the intentions, the result was that Lady Searn was scared, and even if it wasn't intentional, I ended up getting involved. And, as I said, I thought maybe you were very frustrated or sad. I wanted to tell you that you don't need to be. I'm alive and well, and Derek had no intention of killing Lady Searn, that's all. Aislinn sighed as if releasing a heavy burden, then smiled to show that everything was fine. We came to the north for Lady Searn. I just want you to know that. Upon seeing that, Searn lowered her head for a moment, as if looking at the sun shining warmly over a meadow. The anger she had felt toward Derek had now lost its direction and wavered. Only a faint feeling of betrayal remained. If he had truly taken on all those harsh roles solely for Searn's sake, where should she direct her anger? Perhaps she should direct it at herself. That's when she thought of it. Anyway, Lady Searn didn't kill anyone. Even while giving into instinct and anger, you managed to regain your reason. If you did it once, you can do it 2 or 3 times. Do you really think I can do it? I'll help you. Like I said, you don't have to trust me completely. You can just use me and throw me away. So. No. Siren spoke in a barely audible voice, like the hum of a mosquito, hugging her knees tightly. She buried her head as if she were ashamed, and looked very shy. I'll try to trust you. Aisling clasped her hands and smiled, stars sparkling in her eyes. She seemed very happy that the cold and distant Siren was finally beginning to open her heart. Quickly approaching, she sat beside her on the bed and spoke in a gentle voice. Thank you, Lady Siren. That makes me very happy. You don't have to be that happy. It's not like it's that important for someone like me, a monster, to trust the flower of the Duplain family. What are you talking about, Lady Siren? It's a great honor. Placing her delicate hand over one of Siren's, she spoke with a warm smile. I actually have a younger sister your age, Lady Siren. She also went through a period of confusion, but she met good people and now leads many, aiming to become a ruler. I'm sure you two could be good friends. Are really? Yes. I remember she always followed me, calling me sister, and now she's become so reliable I can't help but feel proud every time I see her. Lady Siren, even if you seem lost now, you'll be able to control that blood and become a great mage. Offering words of encouragement to Siren and embracing her was the role Derek had wanted Aisling to play. In fact, even before talking about roles, Aisling was simply that kind of person by nature. Hey. Siren, still hugging her knees and with her head down, spoke hesitantly. Her voice was so low you had to strain to hear it. Can I call you sister too? Aisling's face lit up with joy upon hearing those words, and an uncontrollable emotion overwhelmed her. It was like seeing a wounded stray cat finally come close. Head maid Serena swallowed hard as she bandaged Derek's wounds. Although she kept a composed expression, the scratches and cuts all over Derek's body were severe enough to be quite painful. But for mercenaries who had roamed battlefields, were these kinds of injuries routine, or did Derek simply possess an extraordinary mental fortitude? Sitting on the edge of the private room's sofa, arm extended, Derek's face showed not the slightest reaction. I've treated all the cuts and scratches on your right arm. Just need to tend to the ankle and lower back. Yes, you've worked hard. Thank you. No, Sir Derek, you've worked much harder than I. Serena had also been struck by Siren several times, but it had never been this serious. Among the servants of the Rochester mansion, an atmosphere of recognition toward Derek had begun to form. Everyone had seen him face the rampaging Siren within the mansion. Seeing him somehow manage what was practically a living disaster sparked a glimmer of hope that perhaps he could take charge of Siren. In any case, the only thing Serena could do was heal his wounds. Just as she began to unwrap a new roll of bandages. Creak. Thud, thud. Without even knocking, the door to Derek's private room opened. Turning his head, he saw Melvarot enter, dressed in the fur-laden attire of a northern noble. Serena flinched and trembled, set the bandages aside, and tried to stand up. Remain seated. Continue the treatment. Derek, who had also been about to rise, sat back down on the sofa at Melvarot's order. Melvarot walked with firm steps into the room, passed by the seated Derek, and settled by the window table. He silently gazed at the snowy landscape through the glass, crossed his arms, and spoke in a low voice. I saw you causing a ruckus in the garden. I damaged part of the property. I apologize. That's a trivial matter. But it seems Siren regained her senses. Being momentarily led by instinct and then regaining reason was not extraordinary. However, Siren had truly managed to regain her reason in the midst of unleashed rage and murderous impulse. Though it was thanks to Derek's perseverance, it was a significant breakthrough. Compared to the times when there was no hope and they merely kept her contained, it was a major change. Yet Melvarot showed no signs of joy. He merely acknowledged Derek's effort. What are the plans from here on? Now that she's managed to control her instinct once, I plan to try again. We must repeat the process based on that successful experience. Before the murderous instinct resurfaces, I also plan to teach her some relaxation magic. Do you think Cyrn will follow you? It may take time for her to follow me, but with Lady Aislinn, there's nothing to worry about. Aislinn had the ability to open people's hearts. Melvorat seemed to agree with that view, as he offered no objection. Derek extended his other arm toward the maid. She quickly applied the ointment and began to bandage it. I'll admit it. You're better than those desk scholars who came boasting they could teach Cyrn. I'm glad to see that Cyrn is changing. Thank you. But, you don't seem very happy. Didn't I say it from the beginning? Cyrn is nothing more than a subject for my magical research. How could I love the detestable blood of Noir? She's a monster who caused the great disaster of the Dawn War. Derek silently watched the bandage being wrapped around his arm, then looked at the maid's expression. She seemed tense, watching Derek speak so naturally with Melvorat, the ruler of the North. In fact, the difference in status between them was as vast as heaven and earth. However, Derek felt he had to say one more thing. This time, while teaching Lady Cyrn, I had certain thoughts. Indeed, it's not something just anyone can do. There aren't many people capable of withstanding such overwhelming magic, ensuring Lady Cyrn doesn't get hurt, protecting their own life, and still keeping calm in a real fight. Are you trying to highlight your achievements? Well. At least within this Rochester mansion, there's no one else. Except Lord Melvorat, of course. Derek spoke softly as he looked at his bandaged arm. Melvorat was still gazing out the window, where snowflakes continued to fall. But, it seems even you didn't go that far. I wondered if there might be a reason why the great mage Lord Melvorat, a 6-star mage, couldn't intervene personally. That thought crossed my mind. In truth, to go that far, one must push Lady Cyrn to the limit. Moreover, one must be willing to carry her hatred and resentment. Pushing someone off a cliff to teach them, that's what it takes. Derek had played that role without hesitation. To Cyrn, Derek was the embodiment of evil, a monster that deserved to be erased from the world. Receiving such a gaze meant nothing. When you do great things, that sort of thing is natural. Someone like Melvorat would know that better than anyone. Derek remained silent for a moment. In the quiet private room, the only sound was the maid wrapping the bandage, while he watched the snow falling on the window glass. You said you glimpsed 7-star level in Lady Cyrn. However, when I explored the nearby high-level labyrinths, I found no traces of subjugation or research. No matter how much I searched, there were no signs. To investigate monster magic, exploring labyrinths wasn't an option but a necessity. Monsters like lichas or reapers, who use various kinds of magic, only appear in high-level labyrinths. In the low-level labyrinths near the mansion, there were several traces of subjugation efforts to maintain public order, but no signs of anyone delving deep into high-level ones. He claims to be interested in Cyrn's magical power, but shows no interest in monster magic. That was the kind of person Melvorat was. Is it true that Lord Melvorat is trying to reach the 7-star level? What are you trying to say? It's really just a pointless intrusion. Derek spoke in a low voice, his head bowed. Lord Melvorat is renowned as a national hero. When Lady Cyrn discovered she had Noir's blood, I can only imagine the tremendous burden that noble honor must have placed on her. That's what I thought. That's all I wanted to say. Derek said nothing more and gently closed his eyes. After that, there was nothing left to explain. The day Cyrn opened her eyes among the slaughtered wolves. The day her first murderous instinct was revealed to the world, what did Melvorat think when he first saw her? Only Melvorat would know. If he didn't speak, no one in the world could ever know. However, it can be inferred. The daughter left behind by his fallen comrade. During the years spent with the daughter of that deceased friend, what kind of feelings did Melvorat harbor? Watching how Cyrn, raised in these snowy fields, slowly became a young lady, what thoughts crossed his mind? When he realized that the murderous instinct that had bloomed came from Noir's blood, what expression did he show? Melvorat was the hero who killed Noir. He knew better than anyone the scars Noir left on this land. An unimaginable number of people died, and even his dearest comrades were killed by Noir. Unable to overcome his personal feelings, the fact that he had left behind a trace of that noire potential seed of disaster in the world was something his heroic self could never accept. That's why he needed another reason. He had to find a grander justification for keeping Cyrn alive, one that wasn't personal or private. Not to convince anyone else, but to convince himself. He needed to find a rationale. Perhaps that reason was the fervor for the seven-star magic that would be recorded in magical history for a long time. A mage before a hero. A mage before a father. The legendary realm left behind by the great mage Adalbert, which would bring a new wind to this vast history of magic. That was reason enough. However, there was one person he couldn't deceive. Even if he deceived the world and himself, there was one person he couldn't lie to. Lady Cyrn left a message. She asked me to deliver it. A message? Lady Cyrn believed she would die today. Tell father, that he tried very hard to embrace and take responsibility for a daughter like me. At least I didn't resent him, for trying to love a monster like me until the end, thank him for that. Those were the words left by the daughter who chose to accept death while crying in the middle of the snowy field. As she asked, Derek simply delivered them. Since it was just a message, he added no special emotion. Lord Melverot didn't particularly look at Derek upon hearing those words. Just as he had been doing all along, he continued silently watching the snow fall outside the window. When he closed his eyes, he sometimes thought about it. The image of Cyrn standing among the corpses of the wolves. Though his hand was on the hilt of the sword at his waist, in the end he had no choice but to grab that wrist and return to the mansion. In any case, that daughter must have clung tightly to his arm as she followed him across the cold snowy field. On the path from the middle of the snowy field to the mansion, the footprints in the snow were of two people. Since that day, it had always been that way. You are a capable and intelligent person, but you talk too much. My apologies. It's fine. If you wish to teach Cyrn, those qualities may be necessary. Lord Melverot, who had been quietly watching the snowfall through the window for a long time, finally spoke in a low voice. Derek properly apologized and accepted his words without protest. Thus, the two of them remained seated in silence for a long while, not saying much more. There's a small vineyard area near Rodlen. After a while of silence, Melverot spoke again. It's a place famous for its wine. It's right next to the Duke of Beltis territory and the Delio Plains, so its location is fairly good and the trade routes aren't bad. But it's too small and relatively remote, so nobles from the central regions almost consider it exile. Ah, is that so? Derek responded indifferently, raising his now fully treated arm and clenching his fist tightly. To some, it might be exile, but to others, it might not be. Even if it's tiny, it's still a territory, and you must govern its residents. So unless you hold a noble title, there's no adequate justification to administer it. It's a troublesome area that at least needs a baron to oversee it. Melverot turned his head and asked. Do you like wine? Even if I don't, I suppose I should. Good. He rose from his seat and let out a lofty laugh. No matter what happened, his arrogant demeanor never seemed to fade. It had been quite some time since Iceland departed for the Duke of Rochester's territory in the north. Her firm message of, I'm going to earn money, and her solemn departure alongside Derek, left Daila with no thought of stopping her. That's more or less how it was, brother. The Duplain estate, previously patched with tents here and there, had been partially rebuilt, and most urgent matters had been resolved, allowing the ducal family to regain some of its form. Miriella had been completely destabilized and had to be sent to her family to recover, and the other servants were also in no condition to return to work. Although there was no end to bad news, at least recently, there was one piece of good news. Really? The second son of Duke Duplain, Lee, who had been in a coma, had awoken. Lee, who had been on the brink of death after being struck by dark magic and subdued by Derek. His short hair had grown a bit, and along with his unkempt beard, his once clear eyes were no longer the same. Even so, his robust build hadn't changed, and standing before him still gave off an odd sense of intimidation. Father and brother, ended up like that. Iceland went north to earn money. Damn it, damn it. Even through the pain coursing through his body, Lee sat up in bed with a distressed expression. You must have gone through a lot while I was lying in this bed, Diella. Forgive this useless man. I'm fine. I was just running around bowing left and right. If anyone had it hard, it was Sister Aislinn. Aislinn. Yeah, she must have really had it rough too. She must have been running around like she was on fire, trying to hold this ruined family together. Ugh. Lee held back his tears and took a deep breath. A girl who lived her whole life protected in a noble family, suddenly thrown into such harsh reality. I can't even imagine how desperate and hard it must have been for her. And me, knowing nothing, just lying here in bed. He pictured Aislinn, sweating while working in the fields and gazing at the blue sky with a satisfied expression. Diella, watching him silently as he blamed himself again and again, looked away awkwardly. It was true that Aislinn had it hard, but from Diella's perspective, there was something oddly fitting about her. It sounded strange, but Aislinn seemed to have a knack for being a noble fallen from grace. Still, saying, "It's fine, don't worry," sounded too insensitive. Diella had to choose her words carefully. Forgive this disgraceful second son. Unable to correct my brother, I was dragged down and fell to dark magic. I lost consciousness and caused my sisters to suffer during the most critical moment. It's okay. Focus on recovering your body, brother. Anyway, the Duplain family is in a state where everyone is needed. Lee was the only male child among the direct descendants of the late Duke Duplain. Since he was most likely to inherit the headship of the family, his recovery had to be the top priority. However, Lee, with a dim look in his eyes, lowered his head and said, "How could I dare to call myself the lord of the Duplain estate? Who would follow someone who lost consciousness at the most crucial time?" It would have been right to deny those words firmly, but the truth was, while Lee was bedridden, the other servants looked to Diella or Aislinn for guidance. Lee himself had lost confidence, so it was unclear if he had the spirit needed to lead the family. The situation grew more and more difficult. Diella let out a deep sigh. The Duplain family really needs Sister Aislinn. Only a few weeks had passed since Aislinn left for the north, but she could only hope she would return soon. Creak. At that moment, amid that somewhat somber atmosphere, head maid Katerina entered holding a letter in her hand. When Diella looked at her, Katerina bowed deeply and said, "A letter has arrived from the Duchy of Rochester in the north." It was an unexpected message. The next day, on her way back to the tower after finishing her meal, Cyrne ran into Derek. Derek, dressed in his neat mercenary attire, was walking down the corridor from the opposite direction, his cloak billowing. As always, he looked imposing, but upon closer inspection, he was bandaged in multiple areas. All of it was Cyrne's doing. Ugh. Cyrne, walking with the help of servants, flinched and stepped back. Only a day had passed since the incident in the mansion's garden. Even though she had already been told about Derek's intentions, she couldn't help feeling uncomfortable. The image of Derek advancing through the snowy field with a chilling gaze still lingered like a nightmare. To Cyrne, Derek was a difficult and frightening presence. Derek, who approached Cyrne, gave a slight bow of greeting. Cyrne recoiled in surprise, but Derek showed no other reaction. "D.D. Derek, right? I apologize for yesterday. Lady Aislinn already explained the situation, so I have no further excuses." Cyrne felt dizzy. The image of a demon-hunting killing machine had vanished, replaced by a rugged man politely observing noble etiquette. It was hard to believe they were the same person. She had to rub her eyes several times to be sure. "You have every right to be upset. But please understand it was necessary. And no. It's not that, not that." Derek, as if to show he was listening, silently observed Cyrne's face. Even that made her feel suffocated. In any case, Cyrne held the upper hand in the conversation. No matter how intimidating Derek was, a commoner was still a commoner. He couldn't be harsh with the Duke's daughter, so if Cyrne wanted to scold him, she could. If she wanted to praise him, she could do that too. However, Cyrne couldn't act freely. She felt like prey facing a predator. Cyrne took a breath and looked at Derek. Then she noticed the wounds still on his body. They were marks from having endured all her magic to bring her back to her senses. The head maid had treated them somewhat, but they couldn't have healed completely in such a short time. Seeing those wounds made it impossible for Cyrn to feel at ease. I'm sorry. I think, but also not. Derek looked at Cyrn with a puzzled expression. If it's too hard, you don't need to apologize. I don't mind, really. I'm sorry. You already know. I can't even pretend to be human. Even now, I might try to kill you again someday. Cyrn spoke while staring at the ground. If you want to teach me, you have to be stronger than me. So I don't accept just anyone as a teacher. I heard you're going to teach me magic. Then you have to be stronger than me. Derek suddenly remembered the day he took the wagon north, to the territory of Rochester, when Cyrn threw a monster corpse at him and charged. Now that he had seen Cyrn lose her sanity once, he understood. Back then, she had still retained her reason. And yet, she attacked him. Without cause, she charged the one who had come to teach her, frightened him, and drove him away. Maybe that wasn't the childish arrogance of a noble, but something else. Something she had learned from countless experiences that if someone uncertain tried to teach her, they would end up bloodstained. So she drove them off with threats right at the estate's gate. Perhaps it was the conclusion she had reached by resisting her nature in her own way. Trying to explain it in words would be meaningless. That girl, sitting alone at the top of the tower, silently watching the snow-covered land, didn't know any other way. That wasteland was a place ruled by savage law, where only the logic of strength prevailed. That's why Derek looked her straight in the eyes and spoke. What she needed was certainty, so he showed no hesitation. Don't worry. I'm stronger than Lady Cyrn. For now, yes. Cyrn also looked directly at him. The meaning behind that brief reply was deeper than it seemed. The blood of Noir flowing through Cyrn made it impossible to predict what she might become. Derek had been born with absurd magical talent, blessed by the heavens, but it was unclear whether that could surpass the potential of the great monster Noir, who ravaged the north. Someday, if Cyrn, at full speed, surpassed Derek and stained her hands with his blood, it would leave a far deeper wound in her heart. That's what she feared. Not the world, nor some unspeakable evil. She feared herself. That's why Derek crouched slightly, made eye contact, and gave her a firmer reassurance. Lady Cyrn will never be stronger than me. So don't waste your time worrying. It was a baseless declaration, but there was no doubt in Derek's eyes. Who worries about getting muscular before they even start working out? Face reality. I kind of feel bad now. It's no different than worrying about becoming beautiful before buying cosmetics, or becoming a great mage before learning magic. Honestly, isn't that a little funny? Eek. You're just saying that to make me feel bad. All learning starts with objectivity. I'm just trying to help you get there. Derek's words were sharp, but he always said only what he believed to be true. That was one of the reasons high-ranking nobles trusted him. He never spoke empty words. If you're afraid of killing me, that's a pointless worry, so just let it go. I'll always be stronger than Lady Cyrn. At that reaffirmation, Cyrn was at a loss for words. That was Derek. Feeling the weight of that reality, Cyrn had no choice but to relax and nod with a resigned expression. It was truly a strange thing. Then I'll assume we begin training tomorrow. Well. I get that, but is there anything I should prepare? A vast training plan unfolded in Derek's mind. As for the intensity of the training, there were no words to describe it. Only those who had gone through it could understand. If Diella, Ellen, or Denise were there, they might have given her a clue, but unfortunately, this was the Rochester estate, trapped on the northern frontier. Nothing in particular. Don't worry. Seeing the confident gleam in Derek's eyes, Cyrn responded confidently. Understood. That was her final will. Why did I get chills? Ellen, who had just received a letter from a servant, suddenly shivered as goosebumps rose on her arms. Her brilliant red hair trembled slightly as well. It was probably because she saw Derek's name written on the letter. Though Ellen fully recognized Derek's abilities, she still felt a chill down her spine whenever she recalled his lessons. Despite being dependable, Derek's curriculum had the power to push anyone to their limit. Even the exceptional Ellen couldn't help but turn pale under his instruction. "Are you cold? Should I ask the maids to add more firewood?" "Oh, no, it's fine. No need to worry about me." Ellen waved off the maid's concern and refocused on the letter. Since it came from the Duchy of Rochester in the north, she thought perhaps it was from Derek. She had heard he'd gone north. However, to her surprise, the sender was Lord Melverot, Lord of the Rochester Duchy. Receiving a letter directly from one of this era's great mages was rare. They say 6-star mages are all unpredictable, and I guess it's true. Dreist, the wanderer of the southwest continent. Melverot, the guardian of the north. Coella, the magical advisor of the central continent. Each had strong and unique personalities, making them hard to control, but still worth building ties with. So, determined to respond with the utmost courtesy, Ellen opened the letter, and found something entirely unexpected. After reading the entire letter, Ellen set it aside and fell into deep thought, resting her chin on her hand. The letter proposed granting Derek an estate with a vineyard in the Rhodeland region and conferring upon him the title of Baron. In fact, granting a title was a matter for the high nobility, but the procedure was not simple. Though it was small in scale, the territory of Rhodeland still belonged to the southwestern continent. Before persuading the central nobles and the imperial family to grant Derek the title, consent had to be obtained from the powerful nobles of the southwest who would border the territory. And the influential figures of the southwest were already well established: Duplain, Belmeard, and Beltis. Recently, Duplain's power had waned considerably, making them less relevant. Even if they wanted to object, they likely lacked the means, and knowing the personalities of the Duplain family, it didn't seem like anyone would particularly oppose Derek receiving a title. Belmeard also posed no major issue. The Margrave of Belmeard had already delegated much of his authority to Ellen and was cultivating her administrative abilities. She could make decisions on such matters independently. Moreover, the Margrave of Belmeard also held Derek's abilities in high regard, so even if the decision fell to him, the result likely wouldn't change. Lord Melverot might be surprised at how smoothly things are going. Derek's disciples were already scattered throughout the southwestern continent. Though Derek might have seen them simply as useful connections while teaching, if he truly began involving himself in aristocratic circles, he would deeply feel the difference. However, what concerned Ellen was the Beltis family. The Grand Duke of Beltis was very cautious and distrustful of other nobles. No matter how small or remote the land, he was reluctant to allow a new power to take root in the southwest. Still, there was one positive: Denise, a disciple of Derek, was in the Beltis family. If she stepped forward to persuade the Grand Duke, the situation might change, but the problem was that, unlike Aislinn or Ellen, her position within her family wasn't very significant. Lady Denise is a smart person, so she'll surely express her opinion in some way. In any case, Beltis's side was a problem Ellen couldn't resolve. She could only hope for their support. Ellen placed the letter into the drawer. "It's almost time for breakfast. Shall I have the servants prepare your meal?" "No, I want to head out early today. I want to check the situation at the Rose Hall." "Understood." Derek had gone north, Aislinn was away, Duplain was reeling, and the labyrinth in the White Zone was in turmoil. Still, the world kept turning. The situation always changes, and those who adapt survive. The social circles of Ebelstein were also returning to their usual cold state, as if nothing had happened. If one fell behind, as a noblewoman, she would have nowhere to stand. Ellen thought as she adjusted her clothes. By the way, is Derek really teaching that famous Lady Searn? Since there was no bad news, maybe he really had tamed that lunatic, Lady Searn. If that were the case, did that mean she'd debut in high society? Ellen couldn't imagine such a scene. However, rumors said her magical talent was unmatched among her peers. That nearly unfair talent, inherited directly from Noir, was something other families couldn't comprehend. That's why Ellen couldn't help but be somewhat skeptical of her magical abilities. She thought the rumors might be somewhat exaggerated. Wielding 3-star magic at such a young age was a talent incomparable to other noble ladies. If someone like that claimed to be Derek's disciple and entered high society, it was impossible to predict how it would shake things up. It's a bad habit. I always end up imagining unnecessary things. Ellen let out a small laugh, stood up, and walked down the corridor with the help of her maid. Either way, it was time to focus on the Rose Hall. With Duplain, the mountain tiger, absent, the social circles of Ebelstein were in disarray. If she didn't stay sharp, she'd be the next to fall behind. The silence reigning over the snowy northern fields evoked different emotions depending on the observer. Upon seeing the snowflakes so white and pure blanketing everything, some felt warmth, others cold, and still others, loneliness. The landscape of the world always remains unchanged, but the feelings it evokes vary according to the heart of the one beholding it. Melverot also experienced different impressions each time he gazed at that unchanging scene. For someone who has lived so long, that is possible. Even in a backdrop that doesn't change, one can find new meanings each time. However, for a young beast that has yet to leave the cradle, this desolate snowy land could feel like a prison. I plan to have Cyrne debut in the social circles of Ebelstein. Perhaps for that reason, Melverot spoke resolutely before Derek and Aislinn. It had been about 4 days since they had begun seriously teaching Cyrne. As Cyrne began truly gaining control over her murderous instinct, she had started magic lessons with Derek, and was learning social etiquette, arts, and various texts with Aislinn. I see. Derek, who stood on the other side of the office with his hands behind his back, did not seem particularly surprised. In fact, it was something he had already anticipated. In the northern region of this continent, where nearly the entire territory is essentially a battlefield, the unique and refined social culture of the nobility has not developed much. Even within the Rochester territory, there are numerous labyrinths roamed by all kinds of monsters, and going further toward the outskirts, many areas are downright uninhabitable for humans. Although Cyrne was born and raised in this northern region, it seemed Melverot wanted her to experience the noble, peaceful, and warm culture of the southwestern region. However, it was also an extremely risky decision. The social circles of the eastern continent, centered in the county of Elvester, and those of the southwest, centered in Ebelstein, were the two places excluding the imperial capital where aristocratic culture flourished the most on the continent. If Cyrne failed to control her killing instinct and caused a massacre in such a place, no matter how much of a hero Melverot was for ending the War of Dawn, the disaster would be irreparable. The safest option would be to lock Cyrne in the tower of the Rochester territory and never let her step outside. But if that had been the goal from the start, Derek and Aislinn would never have been summoned to the Rochester territory. Is it possible? Melverot never bothered making eye contact with his subordinates. As always, he spoke while looking out the window, legs crossed. Aislinn glanced at Derek. Her expression clearly showed tension. Derek calmly shrugged and answered Melverot firmly. We have to make it possible. Go to the Ebelstein social circle. Me. Yes. Didn't you say you wanted to leave the Rochester territory and visit the southwest of the continent, where the seasons are well-defined and the meadows are green? Congratulations. Lord Melverot has granted you permission to go. Oh, heavens. I'm so happy. So happy. The next day, at the training field of the Rochester Mansion Annex. Derek wiped his sweat as he tightened the laces of his boots. Cyrne, on the other hand, lay completely stretched out on the ground of the training field. Drenched in sweat and too exhausted to move, she couldn't even lift a finger. I can't be happy. I have no strength left. This is precisely the moment when you must push yourself the most, Lady Cyrne. You said that 30 minutes ago. I said it then just to say it, but this time it's real. Now is truly the final moment when you must gather your strength. You think. I'm going to believe you. Despite her words, Cyrne managed to move and stand up. The dress with lace and ribbons seemed more suited for a ceremony than for combat. However, even that was a simple outfit for a lady of the Rochester family. Cyrne woke up early in the morning to jog with Derek, had breakfast with Derek, trained magic with Derek, studied the history of magic with Derek, practiced magical sensitivity with Derek, and then dueled with Derek. She spent practically the entire day with him, but Derek only sweated a little and remained as energetic as at the start. Even though there was about a 5-year age gap between them, his stamina seemed endless. Derek stretched his arms and continued. At this point, Lady Siren's magical growth isn't the main issue. Being able to handle 3-star magic at your age means it's more important to build a solid foundation than to aim for higher levels. A foundation? What kind of foundation? Your magic is very chaotic and completely intuition-based. While self-taught mages like me often use magic that way, it's a problem if you have no knowledge of the star system. Siren could handle magic equivalent to 3 stars, but that was a figurative expression. Being free from the star system and having no system at all are completely different things. Using your magic without a system is like swinging a bat blindly hoping to hit a ball. If you have strength, reflexes, and natural sense, it might work, but to truly grow, you need to refine the basic system. Derek pulled out his staff, which he called the Whip of Love. Siren shivered at the sight of the enormous staff. Why do you do this? When I see that staff, my heart races. Can't you just not take it out? Why would I hit you with it, Lady Siren? You hit me. I don't use violence without reason. And that was also true. Siren swallowed and made an effort to keep her body upright. Seeing her like that, Derek gathered magic into his staff and released it. Whoosh! It's important to structure your magic system and integrate it into your mind. Do you like chess, by any chance? Out of nowhere. I know the basic moves. Anyone can play chess if they know the basic moves, but efficient strategies and tactics are more systematic, right? Organizing the magical system is similar. If you calculate every move one by one, anyone can become a chess master, but the mental load is enormous. That's why it's necessary to establish efficient systems in advance. The effective use of magic works the same. You need to systematize and think about the most common magical methods and flows. If you systematize your magical methods and integrate that into your mind, you'll be able to grasp the structure of any new kind of magic quickly. Is that really that important? It's already hard to use my own magic well. Growth is always like that. Siren was the most magically talented girl Derek had ever taught. Diella had a free magic style and great artistic sense, Ellen was strong in leadership, and Denise excelled in all areas. But Siren, although weak in other fields, had overwhelming magical talent. Her talent was nearly equal to Derek's, which made her the easiest to teach in magical terms. Most of her magical senses aligned with his. For example, let's look at the flow of magic you use. Since you mainly use transformation magic, the incantation isn't long, and you convert the magic from your fingers into elements naturally. Derek's magic enveloped the area, and from the tip of his staff, a cold light emerged. Whoosh! Upon releasing his magic, a voice echoed in his mind. You have acquired the 3-star combat magic, freezing. Crackle. Crunch. The ground of the training field froze. Siren opened her eyes in astonishment. That magic, which had taken her years to master in the snowy fields, Derek had copied in one glance. He didn't even seem tired as he analyzed the magical flow. What? It was something like that. The magical efficiency isn't very good, but it works to immobilize nearby enemies. If you increase the activation speed, it would be good for ambushes. You copied it just by seeing it once. That magic? If you can understand the magical system just by seeing it once, implementing it isn't that hard. Derek shook his staff, approached Siren, crouched down, and said. Actually, it's not easy. If you weren't born with innate magical sense, it's almost impossible. You won't meet anyone who can do it. But you can do it, Lady Siren. The blood of Noir gave her that cursed killer instinct but also granted her another gift, magic. Among demons, those who master magic possess exceptional power. Noir was the most extreme case. If Siren inherited all that power, she could reach a level no one else could. I can't guarantee you'll be the best in everything. But in one field, I can assure you you'll be the most renowned in Ebelstein in magic. Really, can I really? Derek nodded. Siern Elena Rochester would become the most outstanding mage among all of Derek's disciples. But she probably won't get along with Lady Denise. Siern, specialized in transformation magic, and Denise, in exploration magic, wouldn't mesh. However, Diella and Ellen, who are awakening to combat magic, would suffer against Siern. In any case, if Siern appeared in Ebelstein's social circle, no one would be able to ignore her. She was a bomb in the social world. When it became known that she was Derek's disciple, he would become the most sought-after instructor in the Southwest. And once he received his title, he'd have everything he needed to advance to the 4-star level. It was an exciting thought, but one thing still remained completely controlling Siern's murderous instinct. There's still much to do. But soon, everything will be resolved. Derek looked at Siern firmly. Seeing his confident expression, Siern felt reassured and nodded. After her magic lessons with Derek, Siern would take basic etiquette or art classes with Aislinn. The schedule wasn't tight, but Derek's classes were so intense that she would arrive at Aislinn's completely exhausted. However, her lessons were more relaxed, so the body didn't tire as much. And since Aislinn had such a warm nature, being with her felt like healing both body and mind. Sister Aislinn. Yes, Lady Siern. Aislinn, who beamed with a radiant and almost ecstatic expression whenever she was called sister, clearly enjoyed having a younger woman rely on her. Seeing that reaction softened Siern's heart, and before she knew it, she was leaning on her emotionally more than she had expected. Could you tie my hair, please? How could I not? Aislinn, rolling up her sleeves and approaching with arms around Siern's shoulders, had a very special way of making others depend on her. When in her arms, Siern's body would relax, and she felt like she could entrust her with everything. Guided by Aislinn's energy and relaxing her body, Siern would occasionally recall the warm plains of the southwest she so longed for. She imagined evergreen fields, the warm sunlight, and the pleasant breeze sweeping across the meadows. Surely, Ebelstein must be like that. In Siern's eyes, Aislinn was like the personification of that idealized landscape. And so, Siern let herself be enveloped in a strange sense of happiness as she returned to her tower room, just as the evening sky began to turn red. Lying on a bed adorned with lace, she surrendered to its soft comfort. And as she silently gazed at the ceiling, she felt like everything she had learned during the day was settling in her mind. Compared to spending an empty day, her heart now felt filled with satisfaction. Then, she suddenly remembered the image of that white-haired mage who had appeared like a calamity and stared at her so intensely. The fear she had felt at first still lingered, making her heart skip a beat from time to time, but in hindsight, it seemed like that boy had always acted for her sake. Seen from another angle, it had always been that way. He was a man who didn't hesitate to take on a bad reputation and did what needed to be done. His image, rolling up his sleeves and stepping forward without fear even in life-or-death situations, was deeply engraved in her mind. And yet, when teaching magic, he was kind and a perfect gentleman. The contrast between both sides was hard to grasp, but over time, she realized that this was Derek's true nature. No matter how many times she saw him, she never got used to him. That's why the image of that boy was etched deeply in the heart of this young girl in the midst of adolescence. Derek. Derek. What a peculiar name. Derek. Derek. She repeated his name in a low voice several times and then let out a little laugh. Don't worry. I'm stronger than Lady Siern. Strangely, seeing his always rational attitude gave her a peculiar sense of security, as if he could resolve any situation. She closed her eyes and imagined the warm plains of Ebelstein she had dreamed of, from that cold snowy field. Clutching her coat tightly, following closely behind him, she imagined that someday she might walk through those meadows. However, the memories of the massacres that occasionally returned pulled her back to reality. The faint smell of blood that returned to her nose just when she was about to forget it. Once again, Siern, trapped in a pessimistic mood, murmured softly. They say, he was a popular teacher in Ebelstein. Even though Melverat had summoned him to stay at the Rochester mansion, eventually he would return to Ebelstein. He was the most prestigious magic instructor, coveted by Duplain, Belmierd, and Beltis. And for Derek, Cyrne was just one student among many others. In fact, legendary figures like Diella, Ellen, and Denise also claimed to be his disciples. Even if Cyrne were added to that list, it wouldn't hold any special meaning. If Derek returned to Ebelstein, it was obvious every family would try again with all their might to recruit him. They could learn magic from anyone. They didn't need Derek specifically. But for Cyrne, there was no one else who could handle her like Derek. Swoosh. In a corner of the tower at sunset, Cyrne slowly sat up and lowered her head. A lock of white hair fell across her forehead. If it's Derek, could he change me? In the corner of a girl's heart, going through a tempestuous phase, a new emotion emerged, one she had never felt before. It was called possessiveness. Cyrne wanted to monopolize the teacher named Derek. The original purpose of debuting in high society was to foster cultural, artistic, and magical exchanges with people of high standing, as well as to cultivate and refine oneself. However, those were just surface-level reasons. The real reason young ladies gathered in one place to showcase their beauty and manners was, in many cases, to secure a good marriage proposal. Especially for lesser nobles or those of ambiguous status, the sole intent was to catch a good noble and achieve social elevation. Such people focused more on attending dances and banquets to mingle with nobles than on debating philosophical speeches or advancing their magical prowess in cultural centers. If they managed to catch the attention of a man from a ducal family and marry him, it meant a total life change, so families often pushed their daughters in various ways. That was, essentially, the logic of social circles. Between high-ranking territorial nobles and lesser nobles, there existed an unbridgeable gap. There were almost no marriage proposals between the two levels, so the eyes of powerful nobles naturally turned to the top of Ebelstein's social circle, rather than to lesser noblewomen obsessed with marriage. Those at the top were clearly defined. They were Iselin of Duplain, Ellen of Belmeard, and Denise of Beltis. If someone managed to marry one of the three, even a weak peripheral noble could quickly rise to power. That's why, from border nobles to influential lords, they often wrote passionate letters or sent fresh, expensive flowers as gifts to the three of the Rosia salon to make a good impression. The competition was so fierce that the daily routine of a designated maid began with clearing away letters filled with flirtatious words and organizing the flowers that arrived at the mansion entrance to plant them in the garden. That's how many marriage proposals rained down on the daughters of powerful families. There were also many daughters of lesser nobles in Ebelstein's social circle who were obsessed with getting a marriage proposal. And once one reached the level of being among the top three of the Rose Salon, countless nobles cast seductive glances their way. Knowing these two facts, it wasn't hard to predict what would come next. Duplain is no longer a family worthy of being at the top of the Rose Salon. Denise thought that, at last, the inevitable had come. This was said during a late afternoon meeting in the Elfontaine salon. When Duplain's name was at the top, such words would have been considered blasphemy, but none of the young ladies present at the salon meeting could refute it. The tale of the Duplain family's decline had long ceased to be a mere rumor and had become a known fact. That Iselin had gone north to earn money, and that Diella was going door to door asking for loans, was well known. They had lost all the dignity a leading noble family should possess. Even if a wealthy family falls, it is said to endure for 3 generations, but at least in noble society, where justification and dignity reign, they could no longer raise their voice. Therefore, it was considered absurd for the Duplain family to retain one of the 3 coveted spots in the Rose Salon. So I think we should choose someone to take that place instead of the Duplain family. Ellen, who was silently seated beside the refreshment table, frowned, and Denise, who was listening from the other end, sighed as well. The speaker was Tricia, daughter of Viscount Renewal. Her beautiful wavy hair was charming, but her occasional freckles slightly ruined her elegant aura. She was someone with a strong desire to climb the social ladder by catching a good marriage proposal, rather than dedicating herself to studies or self-cultivation. It's a predictable story even without hearing it. Denise felt she could understand Tricia's intentions without needing her to finish speaking. She wanted to remove Duplain from the top 3 and take that place herself. The motive was all too obvious. Denise was already fed up with young ladies who only thought about marriage. They believed that Iselin, Ellen, and Denise had reached their positions solely due to their family prestige. They thought that if they could push Duplain out and ride on the name value of their own family, they too could ascend to a position where they received flirtatious attention from all the nobles. Is there anyone who disagrees with me? Tricia, standing on the podium with her hands on her hips, wore a triumphant expression. Viscount Renewal, who stood behind her, had considerable influence despite his rank. If Duplain fell, one of the three families Renewal, Pelabel, or Logwalls would take that place. She seemed more than ready to jump into that competition. None of them compared to Belmierd or Beltus in power, but Duplain's fall does seem inevitable. Denise watched the situation with her arms crossed. Glancing at Ellen, she noticed she was thinking the same. In the end, noble decisions were primarily influenced by the battle for justification. No, one of you will object. When Tricia said that, all eyes turned to one corner. Diella, who was sitting at the far end of the meeting hall sipping black tea, received their stares. So that's how they want to play it. Diella put down her tea and stared silently toward the podium for a moment. Everyone who knew her personality swallowed nervously. As Derek's first disciple and the youngest of the Duplain family, she was known for her explosive temper. If something displeased her, she never hesitated to lash out, one example being against Denise of the Beltus family, the treasure of that house. But that had only been possible thanks to the Duplain name. Even if she was still a noble lady, in a family struggling to pay their servants' wages, she could no longer display the same grandeur as before. What an interesting declaration, Lady Tricia. You speak as if you see the Duplain family as a toothless tiger. And isn't it? The tone was openly defiant. Some young ladies still afraid of Diella held their breath. But Tricia just crossed her arms and smiled arrogantly. History moves on. If it's time to disappear quietly, then disappear quietly. Even if Lord Marquess of Viscount Renewal's family is considered powerful, I wonder if that authority is enough to be rude to a ducal family. Rumors had long circulated that Viscount Renewal's family would receive a larger territory in the capital. Duplain was a falling star, and Renewal a rising sun. Everyone present knew that fact. But Diella was still Diella. She wouldn't cause a scene by recklessly using magic in the middle of the meeting, but she also wouldn't sit idly by. Seated with her arms crossed in that tense atmosphere, Diella looked up and said, "Well, there's nothing wrong with what you're saying." Everyone present inwardly reeled. Even Tricia, who had launched openly hostile attacks, looked taken aback. She had come to the meeting expecting Diella to speak out. But Diella spoke calmly, her tone restrained. I acknowledge that the name Duplain no longer carries the weight it once did. However, to consider it a toothless tiger may be nothing more than Lady Tricia's arrogance. Diella rose with her hands resting on the table, her eyes shining. If Duplain's power ever returns, be ready, they might bite your arm off. Remember that the name Renewal, Viscount of Renewal, has been etched into the memory of Diella Catherine Duplain. Even as she admitted the decline of her authority, the young lioness lifted her head with a force that bordered on murderous. Though everyone knew Duplain was faltering, witnessing Diella, it seemed as if the wounded lion would one day rise and bite the neck of Viscount Renewal. What strength remained with a noble family whose head had died, had no proper successor, and had lost nearly all its lands and privilege? Even so, seeing Diella made it feel like the wounded lion might one day rise again. Tricia, who had tried to mock, swallowed painfully in the face of Diella's spirit. A single drop of cold sweat trickled down her cheek, the final touch to the moment. Click. Stepping through the main door of the Elfontaine salon, Diella looked up at the sky where the sun had already risen. Twisting the ends of her blonde hair with discomfort, the young ladies around her swallowed nervously and stepped back. Sigh. Sighing as if lamenting something, Diella shielded her eyes from the sun with her fingers and murmured softly. What a mess. And all of this is happening while my sister is away. Aislinn, who had departed north with Derek, would soon return. When she came back to Ebelstein and saw that there was no longer a seat for her at the top of the Rose Salon, what would she think? From Diella's perspective, it was a deeply uncomfortable situation. I also miss Derek. Diella felt utterly alone. There was much to do, no clear path forward, and the situation only grew worse. This incident would not benefit Derek either. The three people at the top of the Rose Salon were either disciples of Derek or linked to him. Yet if Duplain withdrew from that position, whoever took its place would likely have no connection to Derek. The odds that someone favorable to Derek will sit there are extremely low. To occupy the position left by Duplain, not only was family prestige required, but also an overwhelmingly outstanding quality. At least in the current social circle of Ebelstein, there weren't many families capable of aspiring to that position. If Lady Tricia truly took that seat, it was impossible to know what impact that would have on Derek. It was a moment filled with bad news. Yesterday, Lady Ciarán called me Sister Aislinn again. It was the 8th time. Now she calls me sister naturally, and I don't know, my heart is overflowing. Is this love? As for Aislinn, she already had that street cat collector vibe, feeling a tickle of emotion in earning the trust of the lost Ciarán. The next morning, she went to find Derek and boasted so eagerly that Derek, still half asleep, scratched at his tousled hair and sighed. Ah! I came too early, didn't I? I wanted to show someone, but there's no one else but you, Lord Derek. No, it's fine. I was due to get up anyway, and I wanted to go over the schedule. Derek shook his head, opened the door to his private room, invited Aislinn in, and stretched. He sat before Aislinn, who had already settled at the table, and naturally poured some tea. Let's return to Ebelstein next week. Really? Yes. Lady Ciarán hasn't attacked anyone with her killer instinct in the past weeks, right? Once she begins to control it to some degree, there isn't much more magical instruction to give. Because Derek wasn't particularly good at making tea, Aislinn naturally brought out the teapot and began to serve herself. In fact, she could have asked a maid to do it, but since becoming a fallen noble, Aislinn had taken on many duties herself. From the perspective of an untitled commoner, it was quite awkward and Derek had told her many times, but Aislinn did not care. If we want Lady Ciarán to debut in Ebelstein's social circles, we have to bring her there first. Even so, if the blood of Moor becomes unrestrained again, it could become a serious problem. We just have to stay vigilant. Fortunately, I am a mercenary stationed in Ebelstein, and you, Lady Aislinn, frequent those circles so you can keep watch. Derek sat across from her, dusting off his clothes and smoothing his disheveled locks with his fingers. Seeing him, Aislinn laughed. Is something wrong? No. It's just that you're normally so pristine, Derek, but seeing you relaxed like this is refreshing. Because of my work, I deal with nobles often so I have no choice. When I'm on a mercenary job, I'm even more unkempt than this. When he and Feline went hunting for days, they often didn't wash or change clothes. Indeed, this level of disarranged appearance might not even qualify as dirty. If Duplain's prestige were still intact, you wouldn't dare address me so familiarly, Derek. Even now, I try to show you the proper respect due your nobility. I don't adjust my attitude based on a family's prestige. Honestly, I feel like I've grown close to you a lot, Derek. Unconsciously, the gap between our statuses has shrinked compared to before and that shows in everything. If I've been disrespectful, I apologize. No, on the contrary I like it. Sometimes, a fall can be beneficial in that sense. It may be an overly optimistic view, but maintaining that attitude even on small matters is beneficial in a precarious situation. Derek nodded softly at Aislinn's words. I can't deny your words, Derek. You don't change your attitude based on family prestige, but, there's no guarantee that the people of the Rose Salon will do the same. What do you mean? You said we should return to Ebelstein, right? If we do, there's a strong chance my seat at the top of the Rose Salon might no longer belong to me. At those words, Derek went silent for a moment. For a noble lady, to be degraded in status and expelled from the top is a shocking event. Loss of status weighs far more than the joy of rising. That's how the world works, loss always hits harder. Who do you think will occupy that seat? The people in the salon would decide after considering the family's prestige, magical achievements, culture, and dignity. At this point, I think it might be Lady Tricia of the Viscount Renewal's family or Lady Prim of the Count Pelabel's family, but, well, who knows? Oh, really? Yes. Soon, someone like a storm will debut in the social circles of Ebelstein. Those words were undeniably true. Derek's new disciple, Cyrne Elena Rochester, was none other than the daughter of Lord Melverot. She was the young lady of the ducal Rochester family, capable of handling 3-star magic at such a young age, and had received direct cultural education from Islin. While wandering through the snowy plains, it wasn't noticeable, but when dressed in a pretty ruffled dress and sitting modestly, she looked like a beautiful and delicate porcelain doll. Although the single white strand of hair falling over her forehead gave her a slightly gloomy impression, it was safe to say that hardly anyone could match her overall. Derek and Islin had worked tirelessly over the last month to mold her into a suitable person, and most of her flaws had already been corrected. If she were to sit at the top of the salon rows, she would support Duplain and Derek more than anyone else. However, sometimes I feel a strange air. Really? Islin, who spent a lot of time with Cyrne, had had many emotional exchanges with her. But sometimes, when she looked at Cyrne, she felt an inexplicable chill or her skin would crawl. Cyrne was human. Islin affirmed that fact with more conviction than anyone. However, at times, when speaking with Cyrne, there were moments when human logic and reason didn't apply. Once, while they were bathing together, Cyrne said something strange while in Islin's arms. "Sister Islin. What is your relationship with Derek, the magic teacher?" "Me? Well, we just know each other from the social circles." "Really?" "Yes, of course." "Why? Are you curious about Derek?" "Yes. He's quite popular in the social circles of Ebelstein. I'm worried he might not pay enough attention to my condition or my magic once we return." "Oh, you don't need to worry about that. Derek is a very responsible person." Although Islin tried to reassure her, Cyrne, blowing bubbles, spoke with a displeased expression. "But I really would prefer if he only cared for me. What should I do to make that happen? Is there even a way? Just work hard, and keep up with the classes, isn't that enough? I can't help but feel uneasy. There are more, secure methods, you know. Like locking him in a tower, or tying him up." "Do you really think such scary things?" "No, it's just a joke. Besides, I basically already live locked in a tower." The mere fact that she said something like that so naturally was enough to send shivers. In any case, if one only looked at her appearance, she was a charming and adorable girl. Only, her way of thinking had become a bit wild from being confined during her stormy adolescence. Islin took it lightly, but upon returning to Derek, she once again felt an indefinable unease. "Derek." "Yes. Just in case, be careful." Derek could only look at Islin with a puzzled expression while sipping his tea. "Yes. Before debuting in society, it wouldn't be bad to show Cyrne the noble circles of Ebelstein. Allow her to accompany you." As always, Lord Melverot didn't bother to look at those reporting to him. Without even glancing at them, he simply gazed out the window, maintaining his arrogant posture, barely paying attention. Islin and Derek reported on Cyrne's condition and confirmed that the conditions were sufficient for her to accompany them to Ebelstein. There were still some dangerous aspects, but they were manageable if both were careful. If Lady Cyrne debuts in the social circles of Ebelstein, it will be like a great storm, attracting much attention. Lady Cyrne is worth it. It's fine to praise her, but attention isn't always favorable. That is true, but... Islin, very aware of the gloomy atmosphere of Ebelstein's social circles, couldn't refute Melverot's words. On the way back, passed through the territory of Rodlen. You can take a quick look if you cross the lands of the Duke of Beltis. The Rodlen territory was the land that would belong to Derek if he were granted a title. It was so small it was almost embarrassing to call it a territory, and most of it was vineyards, so there wasn't much to see except for the delicious wine. Even so, it was the place he would manage if granted a title. I've heard there's a mansion, but it's old and deteriorated, so it's not much. Just be thankful it exists. I'm grateful. I've informed the territory management staff of your appointment, so there shouldn't be major issues with the handover. However, the problem lies in the granting of the title itself. Melverot, resting his chin on his hand and crossing his legs, sighed deeply as if he had a headache. I expected a lukewarm response from the central nobles, but the Grand Duke of Beltis, in the southwest of the continent, has expressed opposition. It was not expected that Duplain or Belmeard would oppose granting Derek a title, but Beltis was completely different. Especially since the Rhodeland territory, where Derek would settle, bordered the Duke of Beltis's lands. It was inevitable they'd react more sensitively than other families. This is a problem I have to resolve myself, so you don't have to worry too much. However, there's another matter you two must resolve. What is it? The fact that you're an orphan. Melvarot dropped the line coldly. It was a blunt comment that startled Aislinn, but Derek didn't flinch. It was an obvious truth. If you want to receive a title and claim to be head of a noble house, you must have a family and a house. However, you are only known as Derek, with no surname to represent a house. Moreover, you have no connections whatsoever. Is that such a big problem to receive the title? Of course it is. If the formal requirements aren't met, the process can't proceed, right? No matter what people say, this is an era of bloodlines. The existence or not of a family was an essential criterion for determining title eligibility. If one wanted to consider magical lineage, political stability, duty succession, economic base, education, reliability, and reputation, in the end one had to examine the family the person belonged to. That's why, for an orphan like Derek, entering the closed aristocratic society was like reaching for the stars. Even if they're not too strict about granting a minor barony in the outskirts, you still need to meet the minimum requirements. Then, can I choose my own surname? That's not enough. Aislinn thought Cyrn's social debut would be a bombshell for Ebelstein. But reality was even bigger than that. An even bigger bomb was about to explode in the social circles of Ebelstein. Find a suitable partner. Even if only for formality, form a house and prove you belong to it. That was the marriage proposal for Derek. Aislinn's eyes widened like full moons upon hearing the conversation between the two. Looking at Derek, who was sweating profusely, he also seemed deep in thought, resting his chin on his hand. It was the first time in her life Aislinn saw Derek sweat. She couldn't foresee what would happen if this news reached Ebelstein. Unfortunately, their departure was scheduled for next week. Master. I hope you are in good health. It has been quite some time since the end of winter arrived. The cold seems to be subsiding, and it feels as if the eastern continent is already preparing for spring. It's been a while since I arrived in the north, at the Rochester family, and I think I will be returning to Ebelstein soon. As a magic teacher, I feel I've grown a little, but as a mercenary, I'm worried I've lost some of my instincts. I should keep myself in shape with more real combat when I get the chance. The reason I've taken up the pen to write this letter is because I'm getting married. However, I don't have a partner. The mansion of the Marquis of Elvester, known as the headquarters of the Eastern Continent's social circles. A woman, sitting in a corner of the grand and luxurious garden, trembled as she read the letter sent by her lifelong disciple. She had only read the beginning, but it already struck her as unusual. Her disciple, who rarely contacted her except for important matters, had written to her first, and she was already bewildered. The woman put the letter down for a moment, pressed her temples, and looked up at the sky. How many years had it been since she parted ways with her little disciple in Ebelstein? She couldn't imagine what kind of tumultuous life her only and dear disciple must be living. To receive a title, one must belong to a family. In this era, that was natural, but Derek, an orphan from the slums, hadn't given it much thought. As he looked at the carriage prepared to depart for Ebelstein, Derek scratched his head and sat beside the fireplace in the main hall. Before Cyrn officially debuted in the social circles, they planned to visit Ebelstein to get a feel for the environment. In the meantime, Derek and Aislinn would also have the chance to step on their homeland after a long time. It was a relief to escape that desolate snowy region and finally enjoy Ebelstein's food. Aislinn, holding a wad of money given to her by Melvarot, surely felt satisfied too. However, Derek could only hold his head in his hands. I have 3 options. Be adopted by an existing family, find a trustworthy person to marry and form a family, or give up the title grant. Since the title was essential to reach 4-star level, the last option was out of the question. That left only two options. Derek, you look deep in thought. Aislinn, who had somehow appeared on the other side of the fireplace, sat down shyly. She had just finished all the lessons prepared for Siren that day and seemed to be getting ready to return to Ebelstein. Despite the excitement of returning to the Duplain mansion and seeing familiar faces, Aislinn looked at Derek with even more tension. Derek was now facing a lifelong decision. Yeah. I never imagined I'd have to think about a partner so suddenly. The title grant is quite strict. It considers not only the existence of a family but also magical skills, character, merits, and reliability. I think I'm not lacking in magical skills, and Lord Melverot will speak well of the other aspects. Derek sighed deeply and pushed back his bangs. Undoubtedly, the existence of a partner was an unexpected variable. He thought of marrying just any woman, but remembered it wasn't a problem that could be solved so lightly. You don't necessarily have to find a partner. There's the option of being adopted by an existing family, right? Who would refuse to adopt someone about to receive a baron's title? Then I'd need someone to officially accept being my father. It's not easy to grant recognition and authority as a parent to someone you don't even know. Derek wasn't content with just the title of baron, he aspired to become a higher-level mage. As his authority increased, so would that of the person who became his father. He didn't want to introduce unnecessary variables. You just need to find someone trustworthy. Like Mr. Dreist, who already holds the title of baron. Master Dreist is so fond of wandering that he's impossible to find. No one on this continent can locate a 6-star exploration mage who has chosen to isolate himself from the world. Then, yes. You mentioned you had another master before. Even though her family is almost ruined, weren't they originally a noble family? Master Katia is from the Viscount Flameheart family. There is always a reason behind the fall of a family. The Flameheart Viscount family had rebelled against the Empire and had been ruined. Starting anew with a title, there was no benefit in using the name of a rebellious family. Isn't there anyone else? Well, there's Uncle Jaden and some other elders from the commercial district, but honestly, it's not easy to ask such a favor of people with their own families. Then. There must be a reason why Lord Melverot told me to find a partner. Rather than belonging to another family, it would be much more efficient for me to found a family on my own. That way I can make all the decisions myself. Still, he needed a partner to found that family. It might be easier than finding parents, but he still needed someone he could trust. Aislinn played with her knees. She had a lot to say, but found it hard to speak at that moment. Then, would you marry me? She didn't have the courage to say it, and even if it were possible, it made no sense for the young lady of House Duplain to marry an orphan with no background. Even as a fallen family, a ducal house was still a ducal house. It was too unrealistic for the young lady of a ducal family to make a marriage proposal just to help someone obtain a baron's title. Even if Aislinn agreed, the servants and relatives would never allow it. Aislinn's marriage proposal was one of the most powerful weapons left to House Duplain. Derek knew that well, which is why he rubbed his brow, not paying much attention to Aislinn. The ideal would be to meet a woman who deeply resonates with me, shares my values, fits my ideals, fall beautifully in love, confess to each other, and build a loving family together, but... I have to return to Ebelstein before the end of this week, so where am I going to find time for that? It's not very realistic. Right? Derek flinched at Aislinn's elevated tone. When he looked at her, she also seemed surprised at herself and covered her mouth as she apologized. So, the best thing right now is to find a woman who understands my situation and cooperates. She cooperates? Yes. Someone who can pretend to be my partner in public, and receive proper compensation for it. It was a discouraging situation, but Derek was serious. Derek, who usually showed no interest in anything but magic, was now looking for a wife, so in a way, it was the logical conclusion. Even at the lowest level, a noble was still a noble. There would be many women willing to act as the lady of a baron. The problem was that most of them were not trustworthy. Marriage, in the end, was a matter governed by heaven's will. Once united, it would not be easy to separate. If they married formally, the woman could turn against him and demand rights as a wife. That would be another headache. At the root of it all, the problem came down to a single question: is there a person he can trust? Derek. Yes. No matter how you look at it. Marriage is a serious, once-in-a-lifetime matter for a woman. Do you really think there's someone who would cooperate so easily with that? It's true. If you ask me if I can take responsibility for an entire lifetime, I can't guarantee it. It's the era. It was a time when divorced or widowed women were scorned wherever they went. If they accepted Derek's proposal without thinking, they might have to wander for the rest of their lives. There weren't many women willing to go that far for Derek. So, what I mean is, why don't you consider other ways to solve this, instead of insisting on finding a partner? Aislinn felt like she was being subtly swept along by Derek. Derek, aware of Aislenn's feelings, started to sweat nervously at her unusual reaction. In any case, it was impossible to take the only flower of the Duplain family and marry her. Women from families ranked above a baron would shake their heads at the idea of marrying Derek. Why would they go against their family's opposition and lower themselves? A woman who is trustworthy, who won't back out later, who isn't obsessed with power and noble status, who voluntarily cooperates with Derek, and who receives fair compensation. Even going over the list of everyone Derek had met in his life, it wasn't common to find someone like that. However, it wasn't as if one didn't exist. A person who had no ulterior motives toward Derek, who could at least pretend to be his partner in public, and who could receive proper compensation. There is, someone. What? Aislinn looked at Derek in astonishment. Derek himself didn't seem to realize it, but the news that he had taken someone as a partner would cause a great stir in the Rose Salon. Even if it were just a formality to obtain a title, there were more than a few who would pay attention to who the partner was. Thud. Could it be called the return of the king? Derek's presence was already being talked about like that of a hero in the Beldurn Mercenary Corps. Derek had been famous for his reliability since his mercenary days. There wasn't a single client who didn't seek out Derek, and on the days he wasn't around, they began assigning jobs to other mercenaries, so work never ran short. Thus, the Tears of Beldurn, run by Jaden, was always full of clients and diners in the tavern. There wasn't a single quiet day. Although the owner had lost an arm while exploring the White Zone's labyrinth, his sincere and cheerful personality had never changed. In fact, he could focus more on tavern work and managing the mercenary corps, so the tavern soon prospered even more. That's why, when Derek the beginning of that virtuous cycle opened the tavern door after several months, he couldn't help but be warmly welcomed. Oh, Derek. Jaden, who was counting coins behind the counter, greeted the boy who returned after a long time with a big smile. Hey, Uncle Jaden. I heard lately that you were up north, but now you're back in Ebelstein. I'm glad to see you. Tavern Street hasn't changed, huh? Want something to drink? Jaden stood up with his usual warmth, but suddenly his expression hardened. There were quite a few people accompanying him. Elegantly dressed butlers and servants were lined up at the entrance. They didn't follow Derek inside, but the two people escorting him were different. The girl clinging to Derek's neck, looking around, was Cyrne Elena Rochester, the young lady of the Rochester family. And the girl sticking close to her was Aislinn Eleanor Duplain, the young lady of the Duplain family. It was unheard of for noble young ladies. Just one look at them made it obvious they came from prestigious families to set foot on Tavern Street, a place teeming with commoners. And not just one, but two. Jaden's smile vanished completely. She is Lady Aislinn of the Duplain family. And this is Lady Cyrne of the Northern Rochester family. I'd heard you were working as a teacher up north, but you bring important guests without hesitation. Jaden, leaning on the counter bar, respectfully bowed his head in greeting. I'm Jaden. Oh, it's been a while. You haven't changed. Yes. I'm glad to see Lady Aislinn looking healthy. I heard about the misfortune. I can only offer my deepest condolences. While Aislinn exchanged formal greetings, Cyrne hid behind Derek, looking all around. Everything was unfamiliar to her, and she seemed a bit scared. The usually lively and noisy tavern had fallen silent. The customers could only swallow hard and observe the atmosphere in the presence of the three figures. Staying any longer would only cause more tension. Derek, realizing this, quickly scanned the place. And in a corner of the bar, he saw a drunk girl slumped over the table. Her neatly tied hair ended in a large bow beneath it. She was his closest companion during his days as a mercenary on that street. Derek immediately walked over and shook her shoulder. Ugh. Ugh. When did I fall asleep? Feline. Wake up, Feline. Huh. What? Derek? Derek? When did you come back to Ebelstein? Still not grasping the situation, she opened her eyes half asleep and smiled, cheeks flushed from the alcohol. Just looking at her made Derek feel drained. He nodded and, sitting next to her, spoke quickly. Feline, listen without misunderstanding. Huh? What? You show up like a comet, and now what are you going to say? While you weren't around on Tavern Street, where were you, what were you doing? Marry me. Hic. A hiccup escaped her, and soon, Feline's face stiffened. The blush from the drink vanished, and all the color drained from her face. Derek, you went north and came back with lame jokes. I'm serious. Marry me. Did you eat something bad? Derek even felt thankful for Feline's genuinely disgusted reaction. Feline had been his lifelong companion, but she didn't see him as a man at all. She thought of him more like family or a close friend, so her shock at the sudden proposal was only natural. She wasn't just uninterested in noble power, she outright despised the nobility. Having known her for so long, Derek trusted her, could offer fair compensation, and since she was also an orphan with no family ties, there'd be no complications. Where would he find someone better than her? Derek looked at her seriously. He seemed to be choosing his words carefully, unsure where to start or how to explain. Feline felt the alcohol quickly wearing off and finally began to look around. At a glance, two women dressed in luxurious outfits had entered the tavern. Anyone could tell they were noble ladies from distinguished families. Even Jaden, who was watching them, had a rigid expression. It wasn't easy to see that veteran mercenary who smiled slyly even after losing an arm looking so shocked. Two noble ladies, prominent figures of their time, had appeared together and declared they would take a third woman and make her theirs. A man should have the ambition to embrace the world, but this level was not something easily achieved. He had the ladies of Duplain and Rochester on either side. And the third woman he chose was nothing more than a mercenary wandering Tavern Street. What kind of story and background were tangled up here? Who in the world could resist such curiosity? Meanwhile, the two women didn't even show signs of anger, they simply glanced around, uncomfortable. It was a situation where they should have been furious, which only made the atmosphere even stranger. Who knew what had happened in the north, but the once diligent young man who only knew magic, had become such a beast. Jaden finally managed to speak. Derek. Your ambition as a man has grown tremendously since the last time I saw you. Derek realized they were misunderstanding him. It was time to go somewhere free of prying eyes. A baron? Becoming a baron? Does that mean Derek will become a noble? Did I hear that right? When Derek nodded, Feline took a step back, bringing her hands to her temples as if she were dizzy. They were in a dark alley behind the tavern, Tears of Beldurn. After causing a commotion inside the tavern, Derek had brought her out, thinking staying would only cause more misunderstandings. He had left Aislinn and Cyrn with the escort and hurried to loosen Feline's tongue to resolve the matter quickly. I need a title. Feline, as you know, I want to become a high-level mage. At this point, to increase my magical prowess without consequences, I need to raise my status and prestige. You went north to work, and this is what you had in mind. It's not like I planned it, but the opportunity came up and I took it. Feline, leaning against the shadowy wall of the alley, stroked her chin with a serious expression. You know well that my hometown, the village of Radel, was completely destroyed by those damned nobles. I deeply hate dealing with those pretentious aristocrats. Don't worry. I just need the pretense. Who else but you, Feline, could I ask for something like this? No, are you asking me to play pretend marriage with you? Feline tapped her thigh as if trying to imagine it, then spoke with a pale face. Derek, this is physically hard for me. Do you think I want to do this? I'm having a hard time too. I just hope I don't throw up. The way you say it makes me uncomfortable. You think I like this? Derek and Feline stared at each other for a while. To a stranger, their repulsed attitude might seem odd, but Derek and Feline had taken on mercenary mission boards together since childhood, with a bond closer to family than lovers. Of course, they didn't treat each other as warmly as real family, but at least there was a level of trust that neither would betray the other. Feline crossed her arms and finally spoke with a serious tone. Sorry, Derek. I have no intention of living a married life that isn't my destiny. I just want to survive fighting with Uncle Jaden or the guild members. Is there really no way, no matter what? Derek. Feline stood up, fixed her tied hair, and spoke firmly. No matter how much you insist, it's not going to happen. Derek, I'd do almost anything you asked, but this is too much. I'll give you money. Ugh. No matter how stingy I am, there are things I can do and things I can't. Even if you've made some money among aristocrats, how can you think of buying a marriage proposal with money? I'm still a woman, Derek. I'll give you a lot. I know how hard you work, so I'll compensate you well. And when I get the title and everything improves, I'll give you a big reward and let you go again. I promise. It'll be a considerable sum. How can you say something like that? I like money, but I know well that not everything in the world can be solved with money. Derek took a big step closer and whispered the specific amount in her ear. Upon hearing it, Feline shuddered. Finally, Feline spoke with wide eyes. Take care of me, my lord. There are no absolutes in this world. Feline was a highly skilled mercenary archer. She wore a reddish-brown leather blouse, light wooden armor on top, and an old wide skirt with 2 or 3 leather belts tied around it. It had many pockets and pouches. Her wrists were wrapped in black bandages or leather gloves, and she had potion flasks on her thighs. The weapons strapped to her back were imposing, but she always covered them with a reddish-brown hooded cloak. Her platinum blonde hair was tied up, giving her a sharp look. It was clear she had been killing monsters since she was young. If not for Derek, she would have been the promising star of the Beldurn Mercenary Corps. But that person now wore a simple linen dress and a straw hat as she entered the tavern. She had carefully chosen an outfit that didn't look luxurious, as if she were the wife of a rural baron. Upon seeing her, Jaden commented. She looks like a gorilla in a dress. Jaden, sir. Sorry. The tavern had already closed. Almost all the customers had left, and only Derek, Aislinn, and Siern sat at the central table. I asked them to choose the simplest clothes from my mansion in the noble district. This shouldn't attract too much attention. Aislinn looked at them with a worried expression. Feline looked somewhat downcast and absent, while Derek, watching her, clenched his jaw with a blank face. To a stranger, she might seem like a common woman, but for those who knew Feline, the scene provoked an indescribable discomfort. One must not be fooled by her fragile appearance. Feline was a girl who could dismember 4 or 5 goblins in one slash with a dagger. That's why Derek always brought her on dangerous missions. Derek, right now. I'm disillusioned with my whole life. Feline. Don't think so negatively. The clothes suit you. Look me in the eyes and say that. Damn it. I got dust in my eyes. Derek, who desperately needed Feline's help, was trying to cheer her up as best as he could. Meanwhile, Aislinn, who watched them, felt a strange sense of relief inside. In truth, Derek and Feline didn't look like a romantic couple at all. When you live your life as a mercenary, surviving day to day, romance dies out sooner or later. Dreaming of a prince on a white horse or a northern duke who's only warm to you is a privilege reserved for those who live comfortably in a greenhouse. Aislinn, for her part, had grown up since childhood in the noble and peculiar environment of Duplain, so she still held on to some romantic notions. But Feline was a practical person. She touched the loose linen dress and pointed out its flaws, saying, I can't even run in this. Derek. I'm sleepy. Siren was drinking a sweet infusion Jaden had given her, and curled up in Aislin's arms as she fell asleep. And there were Feline, frowning, and Derek, planning their next step. Jaden watched them silently from the side and thought. I don't know what happened in the north, but this is a complete mess. There wasn't a single thing that didn't raise concern. He wondered if they could really receive the Baron title like this. There wasn't a single aspect that wasn't concerning. He wondered if they could really receive the Baron's title like this. Derek is getting married. The news of Derek's marriage, a magic master active in the southwest of Ebelstein, spread after the meeting the following week at the Rose Hall. Yes. Wow, this is a bit sudden. It was the day Aislinn, who had traveled north to earn money, finally returned to the Rose Hall. She no longer belonged to one of the three great families. Aislinn, now running around like a fallen noble, must have seemed quite pitiful to them. Most of her followers had gone off to live their own lives, and the few who remained only felt pity for her. That's why Ellen and Denise wanted to ask her about her current situation during that meeting, moved by past affection. Although the tension among the three great families had been intense, Aislinn had always behaved in a mature and sensible manner, even in those difficult relationships. Ellen and Denise couldn't be entirely pleased about Aislinn's downfall. However, what Aislinn privately told them after the meeting was so shocking that, for a moment, they forgot their sympathy. She met a woman named Feline from the Beldurn Mercenary Corps, and they're going to form a beautiful home, a love nest. Aislinn didn't mention that it was all part of a desperate struggle to obtain the title. She didn't want to add unnecessary words that could cause problems later on. As a result, Ellen and Denise's expressions hardened. In reality, if asked whether they saw Derek as a potential romantic partner, the answer would be no. He was a good teacher, a reliable person, and someone they'd hire if the opportunity arose, nothing more. Or at least, that's what they thought. But the news of Derek's marriage was so unexpected that it left them speechless. Ellen set down the teacup she was about to raise to her lips and, sweating a bit, asked Aislinn. Really? That woman named Feline. When did they start dating for them to already talk about marriage? I heard they've worked together as mercenaries since childhood. They met again after returning to Ebelstein, and she's undoubtedly a strong and determined woman. Really? She was an archer with platinum blonde hair tied back. Her skills were nearly perfect, and many mercenary groups tried to recruit her. Upon hearing those words, Ellen suddenly recalled the image of a woman buried in her memory. It was the same archer Derek had brought as reinforcements for the escort when they were struggling in the labyrinth during one of their classes. She looked to be around the same age as Ellen, but was already used to blood-soaked battlefields. Of course. Derek would feel more drawn to a companion with extensive combat experience than to a noble lady who knows nothing of the world. Ellen thought as she ran her fingers along the edge of her teacup. It was completely natural. While she got lost in her thoughts, Denise, sipping her tea on the other side, had already finished analyzing the situation. Lady Aislinn is lying. Denise was a quick thinker. She had been a little surprised to hear the news, but after taking a sip of tea and calmly organizing her thoughts, she quickly understood what was going on. Before Aislinn went north, Denise had already noticed she harbored unusual feelings for Derek. If Aislinn had received a marriage proposal from Derek, she wouldn't be telling others about it so casually. If it were true, she would clearly be distressed or upset. She wasn't the type of person who could have such a relaxed conversation. Aislinn was smart and knew how to carry herself in society, but in this regard, it was obvious she lacked experience. A letter recently arrived about granting Derek the title of Baron. Since not having a family disqualifies one, it seems they're planning a forced marriage to meet the requirement. Denise's intuition and insight were unmatched within the Rose Hall. If Derek received the title of Baron, the territory assigned to him would be the Rodland region, bordering the Duchy of Beltis. In a way, that would make him a neighbor of the Beltis family. The physical distance would be considerable, but they could see each other often if disputes over tariffs or trade routes arose. It's a barony in a remote area that everyone avoids, but if he meets the requirements, he could truly become a noble. And in terms of magical ability, he lacks nothing. Should I start treating him with the courtesy of a noble next time I see him? Thinking about it, the image of that man who only focused on magic came to her mind. He truly aims to reach 4-star level or higher. His magical achievements were hard to believe even when seen firsthand. Being a 3-star mage at that age meant he might really reach the 4 or even 5-star level in the future. If he reached 4-star level at such a young age, the entire continent wouldn't leave him alone. Among the well-known figures who reached 4-star level at a young age, there were only two, Melvarat and Calamford. Both went on to reach 6-star level. At this point, he was already beyond the level of a mere magic master. The old folks in the imperial capital don't know. They can't even imagine what will happen when Derek receives the Baron title and joins the ranks of the nobility. Denise thought calmly, eyes narrowing into crescent moons. It seemed she had been taught by someone far more extraordinary than she had imagined. Oh, but if it isn't Lady Aislinn. It was at that moment, while Denise was reflecting on the power dynamics among the nobility. In the middle of the lively conversation about Derek's partner, a girl dressed in a beautiful and luxurious gown approached them from behind. The girl, smiling as she placed a tray of floral-decorated desserts on the table, was Tricia from the Viscount Renewal family. Though her smiling face looked cheerful, her true intentions were obvious. She was someone who coveted the spot among the 3 great families, now vacant after the fall of the Duplains. Denise forcibly suppressed the urge to frown. In the social circle of Ebelstein, which was like a thin sheet of ice, mastering one's expressions was a basic skill. Oh, Lady Tricia. Long time no see. Aislinn greeted the smiling Tricia warmly. Tricia just held a meaningful smile as she stared intently at Aislinn. Denise nearly clicked her tongue. It was obvious why Tricia had come to this informal meeting. The declining Duplains and the rising Renewals. She wanted to make the contrast clear and somehow seize actual control of the Rose Hall. The grim and sinister power struggles among noblewomen were something Ellen and Denise had experienced to the point of nausea. Still, they never got used to it. She had come to crush Aislinn. The idyllic landscape of the Rodlen region was so peaceful and comforting that just looking at it was enough to feel calm, but it was understandable why the central nobles didn't come. The vineyards, arranged in terraces over the mountainous terrain on the outskirts of the Duchy of Beltis, were not of particularly impressive scale. It was said that the craftsmen living in these borderlands were so devoted to wine quality control that they vehemently opposed expanding the cultivation scale. I thought all noble houses would be luxurious and ostentatious, but that's not always the case, huh? Derek had ridden since early morning for almost half a day to reach the outskirts of Rodlen. Feline, who was patting the horse's rump beside Derek, looked at the noble mansion built next to the small vineyard and appeared surprised. The elegant 2-story building, made of light limestone, had aged too much and was covered in cobwebs due to lack of maintenance. The roof was high and the floor marble, so with proper care, it could become a decent base, but the labor required wouldn't be free. This is pretty good. If you look closely, there's a stable next door, and although it's a stretch to call it a garden because of its size, there's also a circular one. It's just full of weeds. Derek shrugged as he dismounted his horse. Feline, who had been observing the mansion with a disinterested expression, also dismounted. Would it be too soon to start real repairs? I guess that's for after receiving the title and gaining authority. But I still wanted to see what shape it was in. Wow, our lord is already excited about receiving his title and making a name for himself. Coming to inspect a mansion that's not even his yet. Just by looking at it, you can tell there's a lot to do. I can't take care of this mansion alone, so I'll have to hire staff. I also need to check on the tenant's situation. And since I have a strong travel spirit, I need to establish a system so everything works even when I'm not here. Derek's goal has never changed. He wants to become a high-level mage. And to achieve that, it was best to quickly take care of the necessary tasks. For some, a noble title might be a lifelong goal, but for Derek, it was nothing more than a tool to achieve a greater purpose. He had no intention of wielding authority or boasting about the title. There are just a lot of expenses. And where are you going to get that much money? Just by looking, it's obvious the maintenance costs will be enormous. When I receive the title, I'll also be granted authority over taxes, so it won't be a big problem. However, I'm not sure the local nobles who've lived without a lord will be willing to accept my decisions. It's one problem after another. Derek sat in an old wooden chair in a weed-covered garden. Sitting quietly, he could hear the sound of insects under the warm sunlight. It was certainly a good place to come and rest in old age, but not a property a central noble in his prime would covet. The location is nice. Yeah, sigh. Feline still wore a disinterested look. She had agreed to accompany him for the money, but she seemed to strongly reject the idea of pretending to be nobility. She preferred tightening her bowstring on a blood-soaked battlefield over maintaining composure in a polished setting. Have you chosen a noble surname yet? Ravenclaw. Derek, who was absent-mindedly looking at the sky with one arm hanging over the back of the chair, answered without hesitation. The fact that he didn't hesitate for a second meant he had already decided long ago. Feline, to whom the name sounded familiar, rested her chin on her hand and started thinking. There was a reason it sounded so familiar. Though part of the Beldurn Mercenary Corps, Derek used to visit the slums where he spent his childhood from time to time. It wasn't often, maybe once or twice a year. He would walk along the riverside that crossed through the slums of Ebelstein. Curious as to why someone like him would go there, Feline once followed him. And when she finally did, she didn't find anything unusual, so she didn't think much of it. Before going to work, he would wake up at dawn and buy warm buttered bread from a store or bakery in the commercial district. Then, he would place the bread in front of a modest grave made of old planks under a deteriorated bridge in the river in the slums, and sit by the water, silently watching the river's flow. Without showing any particular emotion, he would just sit there from time to time. She didn't know what meaning there was in watching the river's scenery in the fresh morning air. But she did remember the old inscription on the grave where Derek left the bread. The engraved name was Ravenclaw. A crow pecking at corpses. When wandering through the slums, she often saw those unpleasant birds perched on the bodies of those who had starved to death in the alley corners. As a mage, he thought he had climbed out of that abyss by honing his skills, but, did Derek still see himself as one of those crows? Or did it have another meaning? Feline had no way of knowing. The weather's nice. Just murmuring that surname and looking at the sky next to Derek, she exhaled deeply through her nose. The sky was high and blue. Even with the passage of time, the seasons continued their cycle unchanged. It's natural for spring to follow winter. That principle remains immutable. In the end, the ones who always leave are the people. I was so worried that Lady Aisling would be upset that I couldn't sleep, tossing and turning. It was an inevitable decision to maintain the authority of the Rose Salon, but from Lady Aisling's perspective, it must have been hard to accept. Tricia, of the Renewal Viscounty, was the most active in trying to expel the Duplains from the three great families. In fact, her position was so awkward that she shouldn't have even shown herself in front of Aisling, but she appeared confidently and acted understanding. Compassion is an emotion with a clearly defined hierarchy. It's natural for someone above to feel compassion for someone below. At first glance, she might have seemed like a kind person concerned for the fallen lady of the Duplains, but in reality, her intention to establish that hierarchy was blatantly obvious. Her intentions were so malicious that Ellen, watching from the side, frowned. How should I intervene in this? Denise drank her tea indifferently, but Ellen was already rolling up her sleeves, ready to act. However, Tricia's words and actions were so sly that she did nothing overtly problematic. That was the nature of power struggles among noble ladies. I heard you went up north to get funds for your family. Yes. I went to Rochester Territory. My. That must have been very hard. It's not easy for a noble lady to go around earning money on her own, but I really can't help but admire Lady Aisling's determination. How kind of you, haha. The grace of a noble lady is revealed when she resembles a solitary flower, detached from the mundane world. Running around desperately to earn a little money can't be considered dignified, not even as a compliment. Tricia's words subtly attacked Aisling's unrefined behavior. Those who knew nothing might have laughed, but the three members of the Rose Salon, who knew everything, could clearly feel the weight behind her words. Was she trying to wound Aislin's pride and enjoy a sense of superiority? Trisha was already smiling with satisfaction as she took a pastry from the dessert cart and placed it in front of her. The only thing I can offer you is some delicious sweets. I brought things that go well with tea. You probably don't get to enjoy them often, so you'd better savor them while you can. You're amazing, Lady Trisha. A vein popped on Ellen's forehead. It was well known that the Renewal Viscount family had been gaining power recently, but that was the merit of her family, not of Trisha herself. It was normal for a noble lady to rely on her family's influence, but that didn't give her the right to be rude. Ellen was considering whether there was something she could use against her. Thank you, Lady Trisha. I'll enjoy it. Aislinn smiled softly and took a small plate with a cookie from the dessert cart. She seemed completely unshaken. Aislinn had long been the most elegant flower of Ebelstein's social circle. The most effective way to deal with such arrogant remarks was to simply ignore them. And since she knew this well, she didn't show any reaction. Trisha, apparently uncomfortable with such a skillful response, pursed her lips for a moment. The reason Trisha wanted to show off in front of Aislinn wasn't just because of her bad personality, but also because she needed a symbolic scene where she could assert herself before the family power struggle began. Someone like Aislinn of the Duplains, unable to respond with a single word. If she could put her in that position, she could maintain a haughty attitude toward other noble ladies as well. That's why she wanted to frequently display Aislinn in a state of confusion and inability to respond. In noble society, a demonstration of power equaled authority. And to achieve that, she needed to provoke Aislinn as much as possible, crossing the line when necessary. She had to be willing to destroy the exemplary noble lady who never lost her grace or dignity. A teenager obsessed with honor, power, and good marriages would cross that line from time to time. Drip, drip. And so, the warm tea flowed over Aislinn's head. It happened in an instant. Oh, I'm sorry. Lady Aislinn. It was so sudden that neither Ellen nor Denise, who were sitting beside her, could react in time. Drip, drip, drip. The tea that ran down Aislinn's delicate chin dripped onto the table. Before Aislinn, who still hadn't fully grasped what had happened, could react, Ellen slammed the table and stood up. Lady Trisha. I'm sorry. I wanted to offer you some fine tea from the Eastern continent, but my hand slipped. Even Aislinn, who always handled every situation with poise, showed a bewildered expression. If she got angry, she would fall into Trisha's rhythm. But if she endured it, she would also be playing along. What was the right response? In this situation, where not only the servants of each family but even passers-by on the street were looking, it was hard to respond quickly. On the terrace of a tea house, right next to the central square of the noble district, where nobles and the wealthy usually gathered. Seeing Aislinn lower her head in silence, Trisha whispered with a satisfied smile. Are you all right? What are we going to do about this? A girl who seemed so apologetic that she didn't know how to act. But everyone gathered there knew the truth. Trisha only wanted to establish hierarchies. Just as Aislinn lifted her confused eyes to say something. What are you doing? A girl approached from beyond the terrace, accompanied by a servant. It looked like she had run into them while walking around the square on an errand. Her abundant blonde hair wrapped around her body, and her frilly dress, fitted to her petite figure, looked expensive at a glance. Her eyes, raised with arrogance, revealed that she was not someone of pleasant temperament. The contrast between her adorable figure and her attitude was evident. Trisha, momentarily taken aback by the sudden intervention, smiled again when she recognized the face. She was the perfect person. Oh my, Lady Diella is here too. I'm sorry. I was rude to Lady Aislinn. Diella Catherine Duplain. She was the younger sister of the girl now soaked in tea. Known as the young lioness of the Duplain family, even after the great fall of the family, her spirit and charisma remained intact, causing unease among many young noble ladies. However, Trisha already knew well. At the last salon gathering, Diella had already bowed her head to Trisha once. Even in a situation where she was openly insulted, she acknowledged her family's decline and stepped back. At that time, Trisha couldn't say much more due to Diella's overwhelming presence, but upon reflection, she could instinctively feel that the atmosphere had already shifted in her favor. No matter how hard Diella tried, the lioness of Duplain couldn't stop the fall. Even the arrogant Diella had no choice but to acknowledge it. That's why Trisha curled her lips and said, "I spilled tea on Lady Island by accident. I want to clean it up, but Lady Diella, could you help me? I'm worried that if I clean it myself, the tea will stain the hem of my dress." The pleasure of trampling all at once on the noble ladies of the beautiful and noble Duplain family. As if enchanted by it, Trisha was about to raise her voice even more. Diella, after looking at the tea-soaked Island, walked firmly toward Trisha. "I've reviewed the situation in the Rodlen region, so let's go back to Ebelstein, Feline. Is there nothing else to do? There's not much we can do until I receive the title. For now, just evaluating the situation is enough. We'll probably have to persuade the Beltis family. It'd be difficult for Lord Melverat to handle it alone." Saying that, Derek stood up and walked quickly toward the entrance of the mansion where the horses were tied. "How are you going to persuade those bastard nobles?" "We'll have to use every connection we have." "Well, Derek, you've made quite a few connections with various noble ladies while claiming to be a magic teacher. Now that I think about it, you must have some influence in Ebelstein's social circle." "Well, how much influence could I really have? I just teach magic." I don't know." Feline followed Derek, mounted her horse, and huffed. "I think differently." Feline, who neither liked nor cared about noble culture, could be fairly sure. If people influenced by Derek began entering Ebelstein's social circle, there would definitely be changes. Of course, it was impossible to predict what kind of influence Derek would have or what events he might trigger. Those things couldn't be easily foreseen. Smack. Crash. Clatter. In the midst of an event far more shocking than Island soaked in tea. Even Ellen, who rarely showed emotion, and Denise, who usually stayed calm, couldn't help but open their eyes wide and drop their jaws. It happened in an instant, but the aftermath of the impact was immense. It was as if time had stopped in the area. Diella, who had kicked the tea table and lunged forward, slapped Trisha across the face with the palm of her hand. It wasn't a simple slap. The strike, infused with magic, shoved Trisha back and sent her crashing to the ground. Crash. Bang. The chair Trisha had been sitting on toppled over. As she fell, the hem of her dress was covered in dust. Ah. Ugh. Trisha couldn't comprehend what had just happened. Suddenly, the world flipped upside down, sparks flew, her vision dimmed, and before she realized it, she was already rolling on the ground. Shortly after, a stinging pain shot through her cheek. The delay in sensation created a disorientation that further scrambled her mind. Huh. Gulp. No words came out. Trisha looked up, clutching her cheek. There, Diella, still staring down at her with a cold expression, snapped her fingers. She tried to speak but couldn't form any words. Only choked sounds came from her throat. Everyone from the seated ladies to the distinguished guests and nearby servants held their breath. It was hard to grasp what had just happened before their eyes. In the midst of the shock, as if time had frozen, Trisha thought. Even when she had insulted the family and directly attacked Diella, she hadn't changed her expression. Naturally, she thought that this time too, Diella would accept her family's downfall and bow her head. However, Trisha didn't know Diella's reverse scale. Diella had learned to endure insults aimed at her or her family's name. But despite that personal growth, there were moments she could not tolerate. And this was one of those moments. Winter had already ended, and the cherry blossoms were about to bloom. Yet the cold in Diella's eyes seemed to freeze the entire area. Without showing any emotion, Diella's gaze held a clear murderous intent, like that of a predator. Ultimately, the emotion in Trisha's eyes was not anger, but pure, primal fear. At the end of that frost-like rage, the girl spoke a single word, coldly. Get up. Apparently, the nobles had forgotten this moment. At her peak, Diella was the most feared mad dog of the Duplain family. Those who had been taught by Derek knew. The young noble ladies who were his disciples not only improved their magical abilities but also developed a peculiar tendency to become more straightforward in their thinking and behavior. It was clear they had been influenced by Derek, once a rough mercenary, but even so, they never went as far as to disregard the basic etiquette ingrained in noble society. However, Diella wasn't bound by such things. She had been the first to be taught by Derek, the girl who embraced his influence the most, learning to suppress personal feelings for a greater good, but she didn't hold back when it came to her sister Aislinn. If someone hit her, she hit back tenfold. She pounced, crushed, bit ears, and jabbed fingers into eyes to make sure they never dared again. That was her style. With the achievements of the Renewal Viscountcy on the rise, you think it's all you're doing, right? You think you'll be promoted soon and the whole world will bow before you, right? Ah! She lifted her skirt and stomped on Lady Trisha's chest with her boot, looking down at her with the eyes of a beast. Trisha was a girl who stood out by insidiously and subtly suppressing others. She was an expert at dodging consequences by claiming it was an accident or that she had no such intentions, all while chipping away at someone's self-esteem. At least in noble circles, where grace and dignity were key, such tactics could be useful. But her opponent this time wasn't the right one. Diella knew. Living in the luxurious world of nobility, it was common to forget that one could be hit at any time. Those who didn't grasp this cold, logical fact who became obsessed with superficial authority and crossed the line needed to be trampled so they could come to their senses. Those who've been hit know how to hit well, and Diella knew exactly when to lunge in and shatter an opponent's psyche. When she was convinced her opponent thought they were untouchable, when their arrogance peaked, that was the moment to smash them into the ground and make them see reality. That's why you can't do it. Slap. When she slapped Trisha on the cheek once more, Trisha finally came to her senses, clenching her teeth as she got up. She grabbed Diella's hair, casting aside all dignity, and screamed as she lunged. What are you doing? Ah! Let go of me. Let go. She shoved Diella, growling in fury, but Diella kicked her in the lower abdomen with her boot. Crash! Trisha fell to the ground again but didn't let go of Diella's hair. Dragged down as well, Diella bit Trisha's wrist with her teeth. Ah! Trisha screamed and let go of her hand. Diella got up and tried to grab her by the collar again. At that moment, the alarmed servants rushed in and held Diella's arms to stop her. If she were seriously hurt, no one would come out of it unscathed. Bang! Crash! Lady Diella. Please, calm down. Let me go. Let me go. That's an order. Growling and still glaring at Trisha, Diella was restrained by the servants. Seeing her like that, Trisha slowly sat up, panting. Her hair was half undone and drenched in sweat. Her pupils trembled, a mix of confusion and fear. What is this? No matter what, this is so undignified. Dignity? Right. I don't give a damn about dignity or whatever if someone touches my reverse scale. But do you think you have dignity? Diella looked at Aislinn, who was too shocked to speak. Drops of tea still dripped down her cheek. Seeing that, Diella's rage rose again, and she spoke in a cold voice. Rather than clawing people from behind and scheming, it's far more dignified to slap someone to their face. Talking about dignity while being a two-faced snake is ridiculous. You think you'll get away with this? And what if I don't? Has the Renewal House already been promoted? Trisha brushed off her clothes and stood up, regaining her composure. It seems you want me to be blunt, so I won't hold back. You'd best bow your head and apologize to me right now. Having caught her breath, Trisha adjusted her hair and stared with wide eyes. At least within the Rose Salon, I can easily expel Duplain. Trisha glared at Diella. Current secular power may place the Duplain family far above the Renewal, but everyone knew that gap would soon be reversed. The attention of socialites didn't follow explicit titles. It leaned toward whoever held real power. The ladies of the Rose Salon would watch Trisha. Perhaps a few still sympathized with Aislinn's character, but no one would side with reckless Diella. And once you earned a bad reputation in noble society, the harassment that followed was indescribably insidious. Aislinn, who had experienced such ostracism firsthand, knew that better than anyone. It was a mistake to believe all ladies of the three great families were open-minded and just. People follow power and authority more than you think. Especially minor nobles, whose hunger for power and upward mobility made them easily swayed. Even so, Lady Diella is still young and inexperienced, so her mistakes are understandable. We could see her rash judgment as an act of love for her family. However, an apology is necessary. Do you want to die? If you keep spouting nonsense, you won't be walking home today. I didn't expect much from Lady Diella. But you, Lady Aislinn, should bow your head for your only sister's mistake. All eyes turned to Aislinn. Denise, who had been watching the situation while fiddling with her dress, furrowed her brow. Tricia seemed to have calculated exactly how to play this. She thought pressuring the gentler Aislinn would be far more effective. Lady Aislinn, you know how harsh it is to be excluded by the salon ladies in this cold social world. I know, so I want to forgive Lady Diella's rudeness as much as possible. From the start, Tricia wanted one thing: to crush Aislinn and make sure she never interfered with her social climb again. The message was clear: bow your head and apologize, and I'll let it go. Aislinn, who always tried to resolve things peacefully and calmly, would surely bow her head soon. Tricia had already made up her mind about her. Aislinn, sister. Stay still. We didn't come to Ebelstein to care about what the Rose Salon thinks. Don't bow your head. She was of the same blood as Diella but had a completely opposite nature. Thinking it'd be easy to break her, Tricia smiled in satisfaction. Drip, drip, drip. Cold tea began to run through Lady Tricia's hair. Not only was Aislinn's white dress, but also Tricia's navy blue skirt now stained with tea. What? At that moment, Tricia met Aislinn's eyes. The gaze that poured from above as she shook the empty teacup over Tricia's head was icy. Her lips pressed tightly, her eyes wide and glaring. It was an expression no one had ever seen on Aislinn before. Aislinn was furious to her core. Drip, drip, drip. What is this? Don't cross the line, Lady Tricia. Although her voice was just as cold, it was different from Diella's ever-angry tone. Aislinn, who always welcomed everyone with a warm and kind expression, now appeared strikingly cold. Even Ellen and Denise widened their eyes for a very different reason this time. She tried to maintain her dignity, even soaked in tea. Carefully placing the empty cup on the table, she pushed it together with the saucer to make cleaning easier for the servants. I'm well aware of the merits Viscount Renewal earned on Rodent's Island. At the upcoming Imperial birthday celebration, they'll surely be granted a higher title. On the other hand, our Duplain family is a fading star. I won't deny it. The way Aislinn spoke, as if refuting point by point, was so unusual that everyone at the table swallowed hard. But that doesn't give you the right to threaten me using Diella's condition as an excuse. Ha! The apology should come from Lady Tricia, not from me. If she doesn't, I'll have no choice but to get angry. Although her tone was calm, there was an inexplicable pressure in her words. The weight of anger varies from person to person. Aislinn, who was always positive and energetic, seemed to have her anger under tight control. That's why her fury carried a weight that pierced deeper than anyone else's. At that moment, Tricia should have backed off. But she made the wrong choice, spurred by her family's rising prestige, the arrogance of nobility, and her ambition to climb in the Rose Salon. You'll regret this, Lady Aislinn. Don't think you'll continue thriving in this Rose Salon. Like it or not, I'll be the one to push Duplain out and take your place. When that happens, you'll bow your head to the ground and beg for forgiveness for today's disrespect. I can already feel the pity rising in me just imagining how miserable you'll look. That's how it will end for the daughter of a fallen family. With that, Tricia let out a laugh. In any case, the minor nobles would side with Viscount Renewal's family. Many had already been won over. The taste of power was sweet. Leading others, using them, having followers, all of it sent a chill of pleasure through this noble's heart that was impossible to resist. Tricia was about to fix her disheveled clothes. I can't stay quiet any longer. Just as Ellen was about to stand up and call out Tricia's arrogant behavior, someone else spoke. It was a voice she had never heard before. Is the weather so pleasant here that everyone plays games of pride over trivial matters? Must be because the threat of death feels like a distant tale to you. Just because the land is rich and fertile doesn't mean the people are always noble and good. Most present hadn't noticed the arrival of the new person. She was an expert in transformation magic, able to move at extreme speeds with only a small amount of mana. Only someone versed in detection magic, the natural enemy of transformation, could notice her presence. That's why only Denise noticed the girl's sudden appearance. Whoosh! When Denise turned her head, the unknown figure was already sitting in the chair Trisha had occupied moments ago. She was small in stature, reminiscent of Diella. Although her face was hidden beneath a mage's robe embroidered with golden thread, the glimmer of her dress through the fabric showed it was beautiful and ornate. What? Who are you? Trisha startled and turned sharply when she saw the girl suddenly seated behind her. The girl in the mage's robe slowly raised her small hand and removed her hood. Her white hair fell like waves. Her skin was like white jade, and her eyes were as pale as northern snowflakes. A single strand of hair falling between her brows gave her a slightly clumsy air, but even that transformed into elegance through her purity. She looked like a finely dressed porcelain doll come to life. However, the moment Denise recognized the girl's face, she had no choice but to rise with a serious expression. She was a student Derek had trained during his journey to the far northern lands. Since Denise was the first to learn about Derek's trip north, she couldn't help but swallow hard. No. Lady Ciarn, why are you here? You know me? Ciarn had no interest in famous noble figures. She had accompanied her father to a few social gatherings on the outskirts, but held no interest in other young noble ladies besides herself. However, Ciarn's notoriety was already well known even in the southwest. Her personality was vile, and her arrogance exceeded all bounds. If something displeased her, she killed without hesitation. Though the facts weren't yet clear, at least the high nobility had heard of Ciarn's atrocious nature. Ciarn Elena Rochester. Upon hearing that name, the others present also froze. It was rare for the girl, usually confined in the Rochester family's tower on the northern continent, to appear in the noble district of Ebelstein. I finished checking the mansion, so I thought I'd come see Sister Island's face. Her voice was youthful, but the pressure it carried was intense. She called her Sister Island. It was strange to refer to the daughter of a completely fallen family like that, but no one found it odd. Ciarn slowly stood, and upon seeing Island's ruined state, narrowed her crescent moon-shaped eyes. She approached Island, and seeing her completely wrecked, bit her lower lip. Beside her stood Diella, still seething with rage. To the left, Diella. To the right, Ciarn. Just looking at that scene made one swallow hard. You'd wonder if there was anyone in the world who could control those two girls except their teacher, Derek. However, surprisingly, the girls soaked in tea and looking like a drowned rat showed no sign of fear. In fact, she looked slightly confused. She hadn't expected Ciarn to suddenly intervene in this situation. Lady Ciarn, you said you were going to check the mansion where you'll be staying. I finished earlier than expected, Sister Island. But still. Ciarn turned her gaze to Lady Trisha. The murderous intent in her eyes wasn't that of a mere troublemaker. It was the look of a lunatic who had already killed countless people. Killing intent, at times, exudes an oppressive force as if it had physical weight. Rumors of Ciarn were already widespread among the high nobility. And when Trisha felt that bloody intent coursing through her entire body, her legs nearly gave out. Ciarn's level of magic was already beyond ordinary. Her movements were impossible to follow. Sensing murderous intent is instinct engraved in the realm of senses. It's more like facing a giant bear alone in a snowstorm than standing before a strong lady in a refined social circle. Suddenly, you close your eyes and open them to find yourself in the middle of a snowy field. Red eyes glowing in the darkness, white breath rising with every panting breath. The bright red flesh visible between the beast's snarling fangs seems to symbolize your future. While Trisha stammered, unsure what to say, Ciarn looked toward Island and whispered. The questions she asked weren't the kind you'd expect from someone gentle or kind, like asking if she was okay or saying Trisha was mean. Should I kill her? Considering the place. There was no deep meaning or grand intention behind those words. It was simply a direct expression. It wasn't a threat or an empty phrase. She truly was asking for permission. If Aislinn shook her head, she would really do something. Trisha's face turned completely pale. Lady Cyrn. Please, calm down. I'm fine. Lady Trisha surely had her reasons. It's hard to judge just from the surface. That's how social activities are. Eventually, Aislinn began to defend Trisha. If Cyrn really lost her temper in anger, no one there could stop her unless they brought Derek. Lady Trisha, right? It's not like she really meant to hurt me, it was just a mistake, right? Why, yes. Alright? Yes. 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 Cyrn grabbed the edge of her robe and looked back at Trisha. She watched her for a few seconds as she stammered, and finally remembered the etiquette Aislinn had taught her. When she bowed her head with her small stature, her messy hair swayed. Nice to meet you. I'm Cyrn Elena Rochester. It was just a simple greeting, but the words that followed hit Trisha like a bolt of lightning. Before late spring, I think I'll debut in Ebelstein's social circle. We'll be seeing each other often. It was news that the young lady of the Rochester family, led by the northern hero Melverot, would be making her debut in Ebelstein's social circle. It was obvious she would enter the Rose Salon. Trisha's expression began to stiffen. Here, put this on for now. When Derek handed her the ring, Feline looked at him with a repulsed expression. It was like receiving an engagement ring from a brother she'd been fighting with for years, reacting as if her entire body broke out in hives. Of course, Derek felt the same, so he couldn't say anything. It was clear he was trying hard to endure the discomfort crawling over him. Derek. When you give something like this, shouldn't you say something romantic? Would you like that? Just imagining it was so awful I got dizzy. Yeah, you're welcome. The tavern, Tears of Beldurn. The two were sitting side by side at the counter. To anyone looking, it would have been hard to believe they were nobles in training. Thud. A celebratory drink. Take it. I'm so happy the members I considered like my own children are getting married and starting families. Jaden, who had served them Feline's favorite apple wine and honey mead, laughed heartily. He knew full well those two didn't look even remotely like a couple, so the situation was entertaining to him. Of course, Derek and Feline only stared at their drinks with expressions like they were chewing sand. Relax a little. Since you're doing something necessary, try to approach it with a positive attitude. Yeah. Anyway, I've finished all my preparations to receive the title. I should try to think positively. Since you've been expanding your contacts and gaining the attention of many nobles, our Beldurn Mercenary Company has benefited quite a lot. We've got lots of work, and tons of requests from nobles. It's a treasure. I'll never charge you for drinks, so remember that. Jaden would never abandon his materialistic nature. Derek, whose prestige was growing day by day, was like a gold coin magnet. That's why Jaden's ever-cheerful laughter sounded even livelier lately. Derek also enjoyed seeing that satisfied face, so he said nothing. By the way, when you brought those young noble ladies last time, and when the Duke of Belmeard came looking for you personally. Ever since you started mingling with nobility, more nobles have been coming to Tears of Beldurn. Well, most of the people I know are young nobles from the noble district. Really? A young noble came here recently to drink. Don't you know him? There's more than one young noble out there. Of course, nobles are easy to recognize, so Jaden couldn't treat them lightly. If they're coming to our tavern to drink, I figured they must be connected to you. Well. Don't you know his name? No. But he always leaves a tab open, which is a pain. He's got a strangely noble aura. Makes me wonder if he's broke. And he seems to have high status, so I can't treat him carelessly. It's a dilemma. It was the first time he'd heard of a noble leaving tabs unpaid instead of tipping generously. Derek scratched his head, trying to remember, but didn't know any noble who came here and left unpaid tabs. That's when, while he was sitting at the counter. Oh, what an insensitive owner. I always pay on time. Hick. When had he entered the tavern? Even Jaden, with his trained eye, flinched and shuddered. In that instant, he couldn't help but feel something was off. Jaden was a mercenary who lived by his instincts. Weren't they just gossiping about nobles? Despite the awkward situation of eavesdropping, the man plopped down beside Derek, swaying and hiccuping happily. He didn't seem bothered at all by what Jaden had said. With long red hair tied back and a scruffy beard. His clothes looked expensive, but his appearance was anything but neat. He suddenly threw an arm around Derek's shoulder, grabbed the meat in front of him, and toasted. Hick. I thought I was friends with the owner. So sad. Very sad. Oh, sorry. I'm just trying to survive day to day. I've been gambling for 7 years. I feel like I'll win big soon. When that happens, I'll pay off all my debts and treat everyone, so hang in there. Hick. Then he chugged the mead and belched without even wiping the liquid off his lips. Oh. I'm getting drunk. It's sweet but strong. Ladies would get tipsy without noticing. Wow, this is Ronan mead. Oh, right. Derek. You're Derek, right? I've heard a lot about you. Your name is well known in Ebelstein's social circle. Wow, what an honor to see a celebrity in person. Who are you? Didn't the owner tell you? Have I never mentioned my name? Hick. Jaden exchanged glances with Derek and shrugged. Sure, I said it once. Did I dream it? Everything's blurry from the booze. Maybe I was slurring too much for anyone to understand. The man, already reeking of alcohol, scratched his greasy head hard, then took his arm off Derek's shoulder and slumped over the counter. Linus, that's it, Linus. Yeah. Derek. I always wanted to meet you. Ugh. Ugh. I'm Linus, you're Derek. Derek, who had been silently observing the man too drunk to stay conscious, looked at Feline with a stunned expression. Feline also looked disgusted. She hated nobles and she hated drunks. A drunk noble was practically her natural enemy. That name sounds familiar. Linus. He felt like he'd heard it somewhere before, but he was sure it was the first time they'd met. If he could trigger his memory, he might recall it, but for now, nothing came to mind. Just one favor, Derek. You can't resist magic, right? Then maybe this will interest you. Still, he was a customer. That meant his attitude had to shift. Of course, checking his ability to pay was also necessary. Talking to a drunk was a headache. But it was unavoidable. Living in the slums or wandering the streets near taverns made it common to run into people swaying under the influence of alcohol. In fact, in the harsh reality of life, it wasn't so strange to drown one's sorrows with a few drinks. That's why Derek didn't have any particular aversion to dealing with drunks. This Linus. Ugh. Uff. I don't make empty promises. I'll reward you, Denin. Just one favor. Ugh. It's Derek, not Denin. Oh, heavens. What a slip. Yes. Denin. Linus, delighted to see Derek despite never having met him, put his arm over his shoulders again and raised his beer mug. Since Linus was thin and not very heavy, Derek wasn't too bothered, but he wished this mysterious noble would get to the point. Derek. While Linus kept rambling drunkenly and slumped over the bar again, Jaden, watching with a serious expression from behind the counter, quickly approached Derek and whispered quietly. He seems like an unusual person. Really? He just looks like a drunk to me. He introduced himself as Linus, right? As far as I know, there's only one person in the noble family of Ebelstein who'd use that name. Jaden, who managed several clients, usually memorized members of families that placed important commissions. If Jaden knew him, then he really must be someone special. When you say Linus, are you talking about the eldest son who left the Belmiard family? What? The Belmiard family? For a moment, I was thrown by the unexpected prominence and couldn't help but feel a little bewildered. However, recalling the Belmiard family's history, there were certain nuances. Linus Rugal Belmiard, the eldest son of the Belmiard family, might once have been the heir to the prestigious house of the Belmiard Counts, famous for its greatness. But now he was infamous for having abandoned all worldly authority and indulged in drinking, singing, and lust. It was said that the only thing the perfect Marquis Belmiard lacked was luck with his children. Fortunately, Ellen had a good head on her shoulders. If not for her, the descendants of the Belmiard family would be considered a total disaster. The cause of those rumors was none other than the libertine Linus, now slumped on the bar next to Derek. Linus, who in his youth had an intellectual and sharp appearance thanks to his training as an heir, now wore messy hair tied back, and without caring to groom his unkempt beard, had become a loafer wandering taverns. His body exuded a mix of stale sweat and strong alcohol, and dirt accumulated under his broken nails. Derek, tilting his head slightly as he observed him, finally spoke to Jaden. "I heard the eldest son of the Belmiard family left Ebelstein." But the reply didn't come from Jaden. A man's life is like a gust of wind, going from here to there, and from there to here. Hick. You heard all that? I have sharp ears. Just by hearing the sound of cards being dealt, I can tell if there's cheating. If I was rude, I apologize. Rude? Our dear Denin is curious, so if you have more questions, ask away. Or was it Daryl? Ah, yes, Derek. It was Derek. Speaking loudly, he ordered another beer from the owner and then, with squinted eyes, gave Derek a light pat on the shoulder. Kahaha. What's in a name? Once men clash mugs, they become lifelong comrades. What's the commission you want to ask of me? Well, it's hard to say right now. What the hell was this man trying to say? While Derek stared at him in disbelief, Linus, completely drunk, burped again and continued speaking. Still, I have a sense of honor. If you fulfill my commission, I won't let you walk away empty-handed. You seem skeptical. Well, that's understandable. Who would trust a libertine who even puts his drinks on credit to pay for a commission? Don't worry, I'll pay you up front. Linus, smiling mischievously again, took another sip of his beer. With a heavy exhale, he set the mug down and patted Derek's shoulder again, acting like they were old friends. If you pay in advance, I have no objections. But I still need to hear the details of the commission. Of course I'll pay in advance, but the problem isn't money. What? Derek looked at Linus, wondering what nonsense he'd say next. Linus smiled, then waved his hand near his mouth like a talking puppet. I'll give you a horse. If it's not money, I won't accept it. Sorry. No, don't turn me down so quickly. You're about to receive the title of Baron, right? I heard they sent a letter to Belmiard to ask for opinions on the matter. Derek tensed at those words. His current goal was to receive the Baron title without complications. If you're trying to persuade me with that, well, I don't know. Haha. I'm not a fool. The decision-making power in the Linus Rugal Belmiard family lies mainly with my sister Ellen. Our father, who has the final say, always respects Ellen's opinion, so I have no sway. The Belmiard family will support your title. Ellen would support Derek's title. So, Linus's thoughts didn't matter much. Linus, knowing this well, leaned his arm on the bar and spoke. The real problem isn't me, but that old Deltus. Are you talking about Grand Duke Beltus? Yes. That old man is so stubborn he won't be happy about a new noble appearing in the neighboring territory. I'll make sure he supports you. Linus laughed heartily, resting his chin on his fist. Daryl. I mean, Derek, you might have connections with the Beltus family, but that girl is just a puppet and doesn't have much sway with the old man. Still, it seems unrealistic that you, Lord Linus, could influence the Beltus family's decisions. True. I can't. But my best friend, Robinault, is a different story. Robinault. Derek tried to recall where he'd heard the name. It was the name of the eldest son of the Beltus family. Linus seemed to have a separate friendship with Robinault. Though it was hard to believe him immediately, Derek thought it better to listen to the end and adjusted his posture. Unlike my father, who ignores the eldest if he doesn't meet expectations, old man Beltus has an old-fashioned view of primogeniture. He values his eldest son so much that he barely pays attention to the others. So he gives a lot of weight to that eldest son's opinion, Robinald. Yes, whatever happens, the Beltus family plans to give him everything. Linus again mimed talking with his hand near his mouth and then took a long drink. I'm good at talking. I'll make sure Robinald supports you, so just wait, receive the Baron title, and dance with joy. That's what you call an advance payment? Yes. Once you become a Baron without issues, you'll carry out a task for me. Derek, resting his chin in thought, looked back at Linus and spoke. Hearing you, it sounds like the task is so complicated that at least the rank of Baron is needed to carry it out. If you need someone with influence, don't you know many others besides me? Well, I won't deny it. But looking at things now, it seems like you, Deriz, are the most suitable, hic. It's not Deriz, it's Derek. Sorry, Daryl. Hic, sigh. It's not Daryl, it's Derek. Sorry, Diren. Derek stared at Linus with a resigned expression. Linus laughed awkwardly, then slumped back down on the bar counter. Oh, I'm getting drunk. Ugh, sigh. And what if I just accept the title and ignore you? Why are you making me this kind of offer? Then I would have made a bad bet. Wouldn't I? As he said, Linus wasn't an idiot either. There was probably some certainty mixed into the offer that seemed so one-sidedly in Derek's favor. The certainty that Derek would follow through with Linus's future request. And what that request was. Ellen will die if left alone. Help her not be pushed out as heir. Though Derek didn't know the inner workings of the Belmiard family, this exiled eldest son seemed to anticipate something would happen in the future. Derek held his breath for a moment at those words. Though Linus was drunk, his expression turned deadly serious when he spoke of his sister Ellen. Did something like that happen up north? I knew Derek had a reckless side, but I didn't think it was to that extent. The following morning. In a corner of Island's mansion garden in the noble district of Ebelstein, 3 people sat together. One was Island, the mistress of the mansion, another was her younger sister Diella, and the third was Cyrne. Though not her biological sister, she was a sister nonetheless. Yes. But Lord Melverot gave us a good amount of cash. We won't have to worry about the servants' wages for a while. That's a relief, but... Diella wore an oddly restrained expression. Anyone who saw her would be surprised, as she always tried to maintain a stern look. However, she didn't try so hard in front of Island. After all, Island was her beloved older sister. I never expected Lady Cyrne to come with you all. Ahaha. In Island's arms, awkwardly laughing, was Cyrne, the young lady from House Rochester. She looked like a princess sealed in ice, but her behavior was oddly wild, like a feral animal, and she now slept peacefully in Island's arms. Diella and Cyrne. The nobles of Ebelstein would be left speechless if they saw these girls. Both had the temperament of rabid dogs that no one could control, but in front of Derek or Island, they turned into meek lambs. Even the arrogant Lady Tricia swallowed hard and backed away when facing Island, who had both girls at her side. I should have slapped that arrogant Tricia a few more times. Just thinking about Tricia still made Diella grind her teeth, but she took a deep breath to calm down and sat back at the tea table. Seeing Diella that upset gave Island a strange sense of comfort, as if she'd finally come home. By the way, what were you doing there after the salon meeting ended? Lady Denise and Lady Ellen were also dash. Oh, now that you mention it, I haven't told you yet, Diella. There's some news I thought you should know, since I visited the salon. News? Island, you're not a messenger. Why would you be going around delivering news? Watching Island's lighter steps tugged at Diella's heart. When the Duplain family was at its peak, everyone came to the mansion to see Island. Now she had to run around just to deliver a piece of news. It hurt, but Diella chose not to show it. So Diella took a sip of tea to calm herself. Derek is getting married. Pfft. Of course, the tea didn't go down her throat. In front of Aislinn, who had dropped that bomb so casually, Diella, now a mess, took a deep breath and spoke again. I must have misheard, surely I misheard. Derek is getting married. I heard he's starting a family with Feline, the mercenary archer from the Beldern Mercenary Corps. What? Derek? Derek is dating a woman. It's hard to believe he's even seeing someone, but getting married? Why yeah. The Derek Diella knew was just a man obsessed with magic. Of course, as a man, he could have the desire to find a good partner and build a happy family, but she never expected him to make such a sudden decision. First of all, even if he was a commoner, wasn't he someone deeply involved with high society? Not just with Diella, but with people like Aislinn, Ellen, and Denise. He was someone who naturally mingled with all kinds of nobles whom the lower class rarely even glimpsed. Naturally, his standards must have gone up. At that point, there was no way a mercenary woman from the slums would catch his eye. Thinking that gave her a strange sense of relief. At that realization, Diella felt out of place. Relief? Why the hell would she feel relieved? Derek had his own life. Still, she couldn't help being struck by a great shock that felt like her chest had been blown open. It seemed like a bad joke, but Aislinn wasn't the type to make those. Diella, holding an empty cup in her trembling hands, had no choice but to study Aislinn's expression. Aislinn awkwardly avoided her gaze. As if she knew this news would have a strange impact on Diella. However, Aislinn also hesitated to tell her the whole truth. The fact that Derek's marriage was only a facade to obtain a title wasn't something she couldn't share with someone as precious as her sister Diella. But Derek had asked her earnestly. The fewer people who knew the marriage was just a fake contract, the better. After all, it was a deception and not something to be proud of. Besides, everyone knew how fast rumors spread in noble society. This contract marriage should only be known to the involved parties. Aislinn's deep loyalty was certainly touching, but for Diella, it was like lightning striking from a clear sky. Derek didn't marry magic, did he? She tried to make that absurd quip, but there was no undoing the marriage now. As Aislinn had said, it was believable enough, yet Diella still felt the need to see it for herself. Creak. Diella rose from her seat. I am going out for a bit. Sister Aislinn. Diella. You don't look well. Are you really okay? The name of the mercenary, what was it? Feline. Why are you asking? Why you're not thinking of going to find her, are you? When Aislinn asked with a worried expression, Diella shook her head without much of a response and left. Seeing that, Aislinn also felt a strange unease and couldn't help but break into a cold sweat. Zzz. Only Cyrn, who was now peacefully sleeping in Aislinn's arms after a long time, remained in a good state. Swoosh. Thwack. Thwack. Screech. The sharp tip of the arrow pierced the goblin's eye. The goblin, spitting blood and writhing in pain, finally collapsed on the grass and exhaled its last breath. Step, step. Thwack. A girl in light mercenary gear and a cloak tied back her platinum hair. She stepped on the goblin's face, pulled out the arrow, and shook the blood from the tip with her boot. Around her, the area was filled with goblin corpses. The slim, petite girl had killed them all. The scene was so surreal that anyone seeing it for the first time would be speechless. This side's pretty much done. I finished a bit early, so maybe I'll stop by Tears of Beldern for some mead. Feline, in a cheeky tone, rolled her shoulders, slung her bow over them, and stretched. The job had been easier than expected, and the sun was still high in the sky. Getting briefly lost in the warm landscape of the meadow, she finally shook her head and quickly headed toward Ebelstein's gate. She was, without a doubt, Derek's wife. Though her status was enough to make anyone's hair stand on end, at least she was well paid. Thinking of it lightly, Feline quickened her pace. At this point, she had no idea what it meant to be partnered with the magic master whom Duplain, Beltus, and Belmierd had all fought to claim she wouldn't understand until she lived through it. In short, what awaited her were trials. The next day, a tiny girl was sitting in the tavern Tears of Beldern. Compared to a burly man, her height barely reached his chest. In fact, while it wasn't unusual to see short girls walking around the noble district, her figure looked out of place on this street full of fierce mercenaries. Just from the sight of her in a monochrome black and white chiffon dress and shawl, it was clear she belonged to a noble family. There was no good reason for her to be in such a rough place, and yet, the girl sat at the bar with a gloomy expression. Even though it looks like she doesn't have an escort, there are two at that table over there. Jaden, serving apple juice, glanced around the tavern. The two men sitting near the entrance, drinking beer, seemed to be servants of the Duplain family. In short, the person sitting at the bar sighing for no reason was none other than Diella Catherine Duplain, the youngest of the Duplain family. Lately, more and more nobles had been frequenting tiers of Beldurn. It was a good thing for nobles known for their extravagant spending to come often. Usually, where high-class people gather, commoners with strange aspirations also tend to follow, which helps business greatly. Even so, there were already too many. Young ladies from the three great noble families of Ebelstein had visited at least once. Not even the tea house installed right next to the noble district, Elfontaine Salon, received so many distinguished visitors. Are you looking for Derek? He's currently busy with a job at the Kelvin Rock Employment Agency. Employment Agency? Is that different from the Mercenary Guild? Yes. It's a place that accepts simple job requests, not dangerous subjugation missions. And why would Derek go to a place like that? He can make enough just working as a mercenary. He didn't go to take a job, but to hire people. Diella tilted her head, confused. A setting as rough as the tavern could seem odd or even intimidating for a lady like Diella, raised with delicacy. However, she showed no signs of discomfort. She seemed to have innate courage. The founding date of the Ravenclaw barony has been set, so he went to find maintenance staff for the mansion. Has the approval already been granted? Yes. With the support of several nobles and a lot of behind-the-scenes arrangements, it seems everything went well. It's likely Derek will become the lord of the Ravenclaw barony before spring ends. Still, it was an empty noble title, with barely 2 members in the family. But Derek had to go through many hardships to obtain even that hollow title. It was a valuable reward, after all. To properly manage the newly appointed Ravenclaw barony in Roadland, we have to start moving urgently. Once the mansion maintenance is done, staff will need to be hired and taxes negotiated with the local landowners. I see. Derek will be very busy. But I didn't come looking for Derek. Oh, really? Planning to submit an application to the Beldurn Mercenary Guild? If so, I can give you a discount. No, I'm looking for a mercenary named Feline. At those words, Jaden's fingers trembled slightly. And hundreds of scenarios ran through his mind. He knew well that Derek's network had expanded greatly in recent years, but he didn't expect the ripple effects to come so quickly. Jaden let out a hollow laugh and said. Ah, yes. You mean Baroness Feline? What? No, it's nothing. Yes. That person. I just want to see her once. The reason he referred to Feline that way was to give Diella time to mentally prepare herself. Regardless of the circumstances, it was true that Feline had become Derek's wife, both in name and reality. By reminding her of that well-known fact, Diella would surely accept the current situation. How is she? Haha, how to put it? She's one of the prides of our Beldurn Mercenary Company. If it weren't for the exceptional talent named Derek, Feline would have been the company's star. Is she that good? Yes. Although young and with a striking appearance, she's truly a promising figure. While she has the hurdle of coming from the suburbs, that probably doesn't bother Derek. In fact, he likely felt a great sense of affinity. Jaden spoke of Feline with the heart of a father. Since Feline hated nobles so much, he thought it best to ensure she wouldn't feel intimidated in front of Diella. On the other hand, Diella looked at him with a pale face. Yes, pretty, how much? Well, she wouldn't compare to noble young ladies who've refined their beauty all their lives. I see. I understand. Yes. But can you judge a person just by their outward beauty? Her composure and strong character in the face of any adversity are already reasons enough to value the girl named Feline. On top of that, the bond from coming from below its only natural Derek would feel a strong affection. Thinking he might be going too far, Jaden continued praising Feline. Feline, please don't feel intimidated anywhere. While Jaden spoke with such a cheerful expression, Diella couldn't help but feel even more intimidated. Even setting aside other qualities, the bond of having been born in the suburbs was something no noble could imitate. Why would anyone want to imitate such a vulgar origin? That natural question might arise, but Diella shook her head and tempered her voice. Yes, Derek is the magic master I respect most. But he has no eye for women and is so absorbed in magic that I was just worried he might have fallen for some weird trick. Then don't worry. In my opinion, Feline is the perfect wise and virtuous wife for Derek. If the people involved had heard that, they would have felt disgusted, but Jaden said it with a laugh, as if it were nothing. That. You shouldn't judge so quickly. Oh, no. People have potential. Judging a bond as the best or not is premature. Upon seeing Diella spouting nonsense, the more perceptive ones nodded in understanding. It might not have developed into love, but at the very least, the feeling of not wanting to give him up to someone else was there, growing. The situation could have ended there, but this girl who still didn't fully understand how the world worked didn't even know what emotion was causing her anxiety. She simply waited anxiously for the girl named Feline to return, tapping her foot for no reason. As she drank her apple juice, about 10 minutes passed, and then the tavern door creaked open. Uncle Jaden. The job's done. Pay up quick, okay? And settle last month's bill too. Oh, Feline. Feline entered the tavern with a lively voice. Then she quickly turned her head and locked eyes with Diella. She was the lioness of the Duplain family. Just her gaze alone hinted at something out of the ordinary. Feline instinctively knew the moment she saw her. That noble elegance she so despised radiated from the body of that tiny girl. Who are you? Diella Catherine Duplain, of the Duplain family. Derek's first disciple. Oh. I see. Although Feline usually responded cheerfully and loudly, her tone dropped as if she were in a bad mood in front of Diella. Seeing that, Diella wasn't in a good mood either, and from the beginning, the two couldn't help but give each other the worst first impression. I heard you're going to marry Derek. I came to see what kind of woman you were. Now that she thought about it, there was that contract. Lately, she'd only been focusing on subjugating monsters, and just imagining the content of that contract made Feline's skin crawl from her fingertips. Yeah, that's true. That was the whole response. That's all she said, thought Diella. Derek was a man who knew nothing but magic, who had risen from the depths of the slums, but his passion for magic was serious and unparalleled. The fact that the person who married him treated the marriage so indifferently already made her deeply uncomfortable. She thought Feline would be glowing with joy, radiant with the happiness and romance unique to newlyweds. If that were the case, it would bother her, but if not, it also bothered her. She didn't know what to think, and her mind spun with confused thoughts. In truth, she wasn't even sure what she was feeling, but either way, she didn't particularly like Feline. It was more emotional than rational. On the other hand, Feline felt the same. From the start, she didn't like nobles, and the way Diella looked her up and down in tears of Beldern as if judging her was incredibly annoying. Just discussing marriage with Derek already tensed her face, and on top of that, this noble girl who was his disciple had shown up to scan her from head to toe. No wonder her rebellious spirit flared up. Between the two was an unstable balance. Though Diella's status was infinitely higher, Feline was Derek's wife. In this inevitably tense situation, where neither could take the other lightly, Jaden caught in the middle watched with great interest to see how things would unfold. I'd love to put this arrogant noble in her place, but if I act carelessly, there could be consequences. Feline hated nobles, but she wasn't reckless. So, after resting her chin in her hand and pretending to think for a moment, she soon put on an expression as if she'd had a brilliant idea and walked up to the bar. Then, she sat cheerfully next to Diella. You said you were Derek's first disciple, right? Then you're no stranger to me. The way she referred to him as our Derek, so familiarly, sparked a strange repulsion, but Feline was the kind of girl who could endure that sort of discomfort for a greater cause. Derek's always indebted to you. It's really reassuring that the young lady of the Duplain family takes care of him personally. Saying that, Feline clasped her hands together and smiled sweetly. Diella stared at her with a complex and subtle expression. For some reason, just seeing this girl named Feline made her feel a burning anger. She was speaking politely, but it felt like she was scratching her from the inside. And in truth, Feline really was. She felt as though Derek had been taken from her, so she was determined to stir Diella's insides with all sorts of fake compliments and provocations. Surprisingly, Feline's jabs were hitting the mark. I heard you helped him get the Baron title. Thanks to you, the Ravenclaw barony was approved. Thank you so much. Really, thank you so very much. Ugh. Ugh. Thanks to that, we were able to start renovating the barony mansion, and Derek and I could build our nest. We'll never forget Miss Diella's help and will build a beautiful and loving family. Thank you so much. It was a conversation full of compliments, but as Diella listened to Feline's non-stop words, her insides twisted, and a burning sensation rose within her. But what could she say in response? Feline hadn't done anything wrong. If she lost her temper now, it would be a pointless outburst and could cause big trouble for Derek. Thinking that, Diella couldn't do or say anything. Because she has Derek, the lioness of the Duplain family can't say a single word. Meanwhile, Feline was wrapped in a tremendous euphoria she'd never felt before. During expeditions with Derek and Ellen in the labyrinth, she'd enjoyed playing with arrogant noble girls, but this was something else. To push them around like this, with words, this was fun. Then Feline took a deep breath, opened her eyes wide, and let herself be carried away by the delicious ecstasy, with the most delighted expression in the world. My love. Oh, sorry. That's what I call him when we're alone. Our Derek will be so grateful to you in the future, so if he ever offends you, please forgive him generously. And if anything happens, let me know. We're like one body and soul. Ugh. Ugh. I should have prepared a gift. But as you can see, I just got back from a job, so I'm not in the best hygienic state and came empty-handed. Such a shame. Would it be okay if I send a thank you present to the Duplain mansion? If not, there's nothing to be done, but we can't ignore the benefactor who did so much for my husband. Ugh. That. Ugh. Please. Let me help you, Miss Diella. If you're the benefactor of my beloved husband, then you're my benefactor too. For his sake, I want to help you with all my heart. Ah. Finally, at the limit of her endurance, Diella grabbed her hair on both sides of her temples and scratched at it, not caring if it got tangled. Then she jumped up from the bar and ran out of the tavern, screaming as if she had seen some indescribable horror. Though it all happened in an instant, seeing the escorts, presumably Diella's guards, rushing out after her in a panic made it clear she wouldn't be coming back. Crash. Creak, creak. As she watched the tavern door swing loosely after being kicked open by Diella, Feline smiled with immense satisfaction. Maybe I was born for this day. Feline. You're truly ruthless. Did you see the face of that noble lady who ran out? Uncle Jaden, she was as pale as if someone had splashed her with blue paint. Ha ha ha. Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. Seeing Feline laugh so hard she clutched her stomach and could barely breathe, Jaden couldn't help but laugh too. He knew she had talent for crushing noble pride by any means, but he didn't realize she was this ferocious. Wow, Feline. You've got some thick skin. Thick-skinned? I just moved my tongue a little, that's all. For just a little, your lines were pretty intense. How could you say those things? After laughing for a good while, Feline finally caught her breath and drank the cold water Jaden offered her. She exhaled deeply, set the glass on the bar, and began to calm down. At last, Feline started recalling the things she had said in front of Diella. Calling him that, darling, husband, there's nothing I haven't said. What if they really get married? If Derek had been in the tavern, his expression would have been priceless. This time it was Feline's face that turned pale. Ugh. Ugh. What did I even say? In her frenzy to defeat a noble, she had gone overboard and blurted out all sorts of embarrassing phrases. But now that she'd regained her senses, she realized just how humiliating it all had been. Feline buried her face in the bar, her face as blue as Diella's had been. Though she hadn't had a drop of alcohol, she felt nauseous, pressing her temples to hold herself together somehow. At that rate, she was no different from Diella, who had run out scratching her head. That one or this one, they both have disgustingly strong pride. That was the only thought Jaden had as he looked at Feline. Maybe she just wanted to humiliate the noble a bit, pretending to be Derek's virtuous wife, but no one knew how that could backfire on her. At least, that's how Jaden saw it. Letter of opinion. Considering there are no significant procedural flaws in the granting of the Baron title to Derek Ravenclaw, the Duplain family raises no objections to his appointment. Considering Derek Ravenclaw's magical abilities and reputation, the Belmeard family believes he has sufficiently proven himself worthy of the Baron title and supports its granting. The Beltis family raises no objections to granting the Baron title to Derek Ravenclaw. Letter of appointment. In the name of the Empire. I, Guttrell III, hereby declare the following. Derek Lydorf Ravenclaw, in recognition of your loyalty and dedication to the Empire, as well as your outstanding achievements, I grant you the title of Baron of the Roadlen region. Accordingly, you are granted the following rights and responsibilities. 1. Governance over the region of Roadlen, the Ravenclaw fief, and surrounding territories. 2. Eligibility to attend the Rotfale Council in the southwestern continent. 3. Judicial and fiscal authority within the territory. 4. Duty to contribute to the defense of the Empire. 5. Unwavering loyalty to the Imperial family and the Empire. May your wisdom and just rule bring prosperity to the land, and may our Empire grow stronger. This title shall be inherited by you and your legitimate descendants for generations, but will be immediately revoked upon any act of treason against the Empire. Swear to strive for the peace and prosperity of the Empire. Bearer of the Radiant Crown, protector of the continent, and navigator of the Milky Way. Plakier Rovengard Guttrell III. Time passed with cruel speed. Especially when one was focused on something, it seemed to move twice as fast. Before he realized it, winter had passed, and now spring was in full bloom. Under the warm sun, the green mountains and fields displayed their splendor in their own way. Derek wiped the sweat from his forehead, sleeves of his robe rolled up, standing in front of a small mansion beside the vineyards of the Roadlen region. He sat on a nearby stump and unfolded the letter that had just arrived. It was his letter of appointment as Baron, drafted at Lord Melvarot's suggestion. The appointment, which Derek thought would be delayed, progressed faster than expected. It seemed that Linus had indeed managed to persuade Grand Duke Beltis behind the scenes. Nothing in this world is free. So what's going on in the Belmeard family for that drunk to try recruiting me? Just as Derek was about to get lost in thought, he decided to focus on the present for now. Bang! 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 Creak! Crackle! The workers Derek had hired were repairing the worn-down mansions. Derek had been helping for a while, but now he stood aside, quietly watching the renovation work. For a noble's mansion, it was quite modest, but compared to homes in the commercial district, it was truly luxurious. He slowly gazed at the nearly finished mansion, then folded the letter and tucked it into his pocket. High-ranking nobles have grand coronation ceremonies or investitures, but low-ranking nobles like me, governing remote and forgotten lands, end up like this. There was no formal celebration, only a document with the Emperor's seal. An imperial scribe probably copied it with care, but Emperor Guttrell III likely hadn't even glanced at it for more than a few seconds. Such was the fate of lower nobles. Derek had no reason to complain. In fact, for the first time in a long while, he felt quite satisfied. The spring breeze drifted through the vineyards. A lone stump stood in a flower-filled garden, butterflies fluttering about. Sitting on it with arms crossed and a calm gaze, he watched the mansion roof take shape. He had hung his cloak by the stump, and his staff rested to the side. In the middle of the meadow, where leaves whispered, Derek silently watched the mansion and closed his eyes. From the days when he slept under a rag in the snow of the slums, to the long days reading magic books in the residence left by his mentor, Katia, and the years spent in tears of Beldurn. And now, as he opened his eyes, he had somehow acquired a fairly large mansion through his own abilities. Life's path doesn't change so drastically. It usually shifts gradually, slowly and steadily. Then, suddenly, one regains awareness and finds only faint footprints left along the path traveled. Only then does one realize how far they've come. In truth, when climbing the mountain of life, it's often hard to see how high one has reached. That's why, from time to time, you look back to gauge your position from the landscape left below. And thus, you pause briefly in life's journey and reflect. I've come a long way. That brief thought could remain as a memory. Ha! Derek Lydorf Ravenclaw. That's how he became Baron of the distant region of Rodlen. I better get moving. Unfortunately, there was no time to get sentimental. There were many things to take care of right away, and the worries only kept piling up. And above all, the preparations to reach a new level were almost complete. Step, step. The sound of his footsteps on the path. Having finished his rest, Derek picked up his cloak and staff and returned to the mansion. Countless tasks and goals lay ahead, but at the core, Derek's central objective was just one. Level 4 stars. A level even those born of noble blood couldn't reach without at least a dozen years of refinement. A realm forbidden to plebeians without lineage. A level where one begins to transcend the laws of magic, harmonizing with the star system while casting spells that reflect their own nature. A level where, depending on the person, one may even begin to create unique, personal magic. Derek wanted to reach that level. And the foundation was nearly ready. The reason Derek had so urgently desired the title of Baron was to be able to devote himself fully to his magical training without interference. However, holding a titled noble position wasn't simply about receiving it and being done. After all, since the Emperor had delegated the rights of jurisdiction and tax collection to him, it was a role that demanded at least minimal responsibility for the inhabitants of the territory. And for that, a basic level of authority was required which, of course, didn't come for free. He had to resolve a chain of issues and put things in motion so everything would function smoothly before he could finally focus on his magic training. Oh, Baron. Construction will be finished once we install the nameplate. The furniture is from the Lorenhale Carpentry Workshop, so you can pay them directly. As for the garden, perhaps it'd be better to hire a separate gardener. Thank you for your work. Can I pay through the labor office? Oh, please, no need to be so formal. I don't have a status high enough to deserve a noble's courtesy. The foreman, who had been directing the workers, waved his hand dismissively. Hearing those words, everything finally felt real. Derek was now officially a noble. Derek nodded as he gazed at the mansion, which looked relatively decent. Seems there's no one left in the tavern district who doesn't know your name. I mean, you were a commoner who practiced magic, managed to convince nobles, and even got a title. You've become a true hero among the commoners. Even Dreist Wolftail, known for mastering tracking magic, had to spend most of his life to obtain a mere baronial title. Considering that, there was no need to explain just how extraordinary Derek's case was. Of course, Dreist had a past tarnished by the destruction of a noble family, so his situation was quite different. Still, the result remained impressive. Ebelstein, Commercial District. The bustling commoners filled the streets, working hard to make a living. Feline, walking briskly behind Derek as he moved through the crowd, spoke with arms crossed. Now you'll be able to train your magic as much as you want, that magic you love, to the point of giving your life for it. Did you see how the mansion renovation turned out, Feline? It came out pretty well. I've reserved a space for you, so if you'd like, you can have a room. Well, Ebelstein is too far to use it as a base, but it's good to have a place to store my stuff. I'll check it out next time. After inspecting the Ravenclaw barony, Derek had ridden all day to return to Ebelstein. There were still moving preparations to be made, but also many problems to solve before that. Having a mansion doesn't make you a noble. You need reliable servants and staff to work there, and you'll also have to deal with local nobles and their territorialism. You're in for a lot, Derek. I've already got my thoughts in order. Dragging this out isn't my style, so I need to sort it all out quickly. And how do you plan to do that? Nobles always struggle to hire staff. It's not something that gets resolved easily, right? Derek, arms crossed, reflected for a few seconds before replying like brushing off an idea. True. Derek, who always managed to find suitable solutions no matter the situation, knew this kind of matter wouldn't be solved in a day or two. Even he would have to rack his brains. Phelan thought this while focusing on preparing for the subjugation mission they had for the next day. The next morning, Derek sent a letter to the Duke of Rochester in the north. In it, he confirmed he had officially received the title of Baron and wrote a few formal words of gratitude for the trust placed in him. He also mentioned that he was hiring a steward to manage the mansion and recommended Del Britton, an assistant butler from the Rochester household. From the beginning, Derek had been granted the baronial title to look after Ciarn. Since Ciarn would be visiting the Ravenclaw barony frequently, it was likely Melverot wanted someone familiar with her to take the position of head steward. My name is Del Britton. It is an honor to serve you, Baron Ravenclaw. Yes. Thus, they secured a veteran steward who had worked over 10 years at the Duke of Rochester's estate. Although it was technically a step down, Del Britton showed no signs of dissatisfaction. With a moderately bald head and a serious demeanor, he seemed rather unimpressed by working in a place with no prospects for advancement, out in the snowy plains. Even if it was a peripheral barony, he could manage it from start to finish, and its owner had backing from several influential families. Perhaps he thought that in the long run, it would be better to establish a new position here, as he immediately dressed in his steward's uniform and presented himself to Derek with impeccable punctuality. Not much staff is required to run the estate immediately. Although the Ravenclaw barony may expand in the future, for now we should hire only the bare minimum and establish a solid foundation. How much staff do you estimate is needed? A head cook, 3 servants for general duties, a coachman and gardener, and about 3 or 4 guards or squires would be more than enough to manage an estate of this size. Del Britton adjusted his golden monocle and spoke while surveying the newly renovated estate, still nearly empty and barely furnished. The Duke of Rochester has provided funds for the purchase of household goods and the first year's maintenance expenses. We should send him some of this year's finest wines. The Duke of Rochester would appreciate it, but I believe he'd be more pleased to see Lady Ciarn adapt well to noble society. Of course, knowing Melverot's character, he wasn't the type to openly express his emotions, not even if he was pleased. Whether he was happy or angry, he was always in his office, chin resting on his hand, wearing that lofty expression as if he understood the entire world. It wasn't hard to picture that Mage, still seated like that, in the middle of the snowy plains, gazing out the window. I can handle finding a cook. I know a chef from the grain-producing southeastern region of Tupple who is currently available. Is he trustworthy? Yes. He's discreet and experienced. However, his salary is quite high. Hire him. I'll personally bring in some maids or housekeepers. Take charge of recruiting squires or guards, but leave 1 or 2 positions open. Derek was still dressed in his mercenary attire. Although he was already a baron, he had no intention of giving up his work as a mercenary or as an instructor. He planned to leave for Ebelstein once he finished organizing the estate that day. He sat on a wooden chair placed in the empty hall of the estate, tying his boots. Del Britton, standing with his hands behind his back, listened silently to the instructions. Are you planning to bring in anyone in particular? I'll recruit some maids from noble families in Ebelstein. If I request them, they'll get me a few. And I plan to hire guards from among the local residents. Derek had unusual experience in that kind of matter. Having met all sorts of people while working as a mercenary, he had a general idea of how to proceed when recruiting various types of people. The local forces in this region of Roadland are mostly vineyard owners or farmers from the outskirts. If you accept 1 or 2 of their family members as servants in your mansion, you'll gain a favorable position in future power negotiations. There's no stronger bond than blood. Derek had no intention of using tax rights to amass wealth. If he made reasonable concessions, it was clear that the residents would align themselves with Derek, a legitimate noble. In the region of Roadland, there was one large village with about 300 people, a couple of smaller villages with around 50 each, and the rest were scattered isolated farms. There was no need to engage in unnecessary power struggles to recruit barely over 500 inhabitants. Derek planned to fully respect the authority of the local people. After adjusting his clothes, he finally drew his sword and began wiping it with a cloth. I've sent some gifts and letters to the Belmiard and Beltis families. I asked them to recommend any available servants or squires. Delbritton felt a slight dissonance hearing Derek mention the Belmiard and Beltis families so casually. Even in Ebelstein, those were among the most prestigious families, and yet Derek could contact them personally about everyday matters like hiring servants. For Derek, who already communicated with Ellen and Denise without issue, it wasn't particularly special. I heard he had backing from many influential families, but seeing it firsthand is truly extraordinary. Delbritton thought this to himself. Derek had just become a baron, with barely any real power, and he, newly appointed, was his only vassal. For someone experienced, becoming the retainer of such a minor noble was normally something to be avoided. But Delbritton knew it instantly this was an opportunity. Derek wasn't someone who would end up merely managing a vineyard in some remote barony. Whether it was his magical level or the scale of the families watching him, everything pointed to the fact that, sooner or later, he would form a power that was currently unimaginable. Being the first vassal of someone like that, anyone with a bit of vision would know it was an invaluable opportunity. I will carry out your orders. He polished his gleaming monocle with a cloth, bowed respectfully, and proceeded to carry out Derek's instructions. What? How did everything progress so quickly? Diella, who had arrived at the Ravenclaw barony, was stunned. After her complete defeat in the War of Nerves against Feline, Diella had spent her days with a withered expression, until, 15 days later, she finally decided she would go to the Ravenclaw barony to check on how Derek was doing. In fact, from the Duplain family's point of view, visiting a remote barony wasn't anything unusual. It didn't take long to arrange the trip, but once there, everything became more real. Derek had become a noble. It's been less than a month since he received his title, and he already has the mansion system set up. Well, I guess Derek learned about how a noble household functions while working as an instructor. Aislinn, sitting across from her in the carriage, looked at Derek's mansion with a look of amazement. In reality, the mansion itself was so modest that it bordered on humble compared to those of influential families. However, the servants waiting for the Duplain ladies in front of the main gate were already completely attentive. I am Delbritton, head butler of the Ravenclaw barony. It is a great honor to personally receive the ladies of the Duplain family. The elderly man who acted as butler stepped forward and greeted them with a flawless bow, followed by the rest of the staff, who also bowed their heads. Although they hadn't been working there long, their behavior was precise and disciplined, which spoke volumes of the head butler's capabilities. I apologize for the sudden visit. No matter how much the Duplain family had declined, the news that its young ladies were personally visiting a remote barony was like a bolt from the blue. Diella had insisted on going to the Ravenclaw barony, and Aislinn had reluctantly agreed, but even so, it must have taken considerable effort for the servants to prepare the reception. It's no problem. Although our staff is small, we've become quite skilled at attending to distinguished guests. There's no need to worry. Oh, really? I heard the Ravenclaw barony has only been functioning for about half a month. Did you have time to prepare for guests? Yes. We've already had several distinguished visitors. Delbritton responded with a slight bow and adjusted his monocle. Miss Ellen from Count Belmiard's house visited us last week with a gift, and Miss Denise from the Beltis Duchy also came once. Miss Searn, from the Ducal House of Rochester, visits whenever she can, as she spends a lot of time here receiving magic lessons. Diella cast an incredulous glance toward the servants, analyzing their expressions. Now she understood why the employees of such a remote barony moved with such efficiency. Despite being a fringe territory, treated like an exile, renowned noble ladies visited whenever they could. There was no room for mediocrity. In Ebelstein's social circles, lower-ranking nobles would do anything to get even a single visit from the children of influential families. Seeing that such people visited here so naturally, the nobles of the Rose Hall were probably already beginning to feel a sense of inferiority. Do other young ladies also learn magic here? Well, the Baron focuses on teaching Miss Cyrne, so he doesn't present himself as the official tutor of any family. However, I understand that he helps with basic magic usage and organizes the rank system. It seemed that Denise and Ellen visited with the intention of taking Derek with them whenever they could. One way or another, capable magic instructors were always in short supply. The Duplain sisters had arrived late because family matters kept them very busy. At this rate, this seems more like a magic academy than a noble mansion. That strange thought crossed her mind, though she wasn't sure if Derek thought the same. Even so, the Baron has received considerable support from high-ranking families, so he tries to help in everything related to magic. If you wish, it wouldn't hurt to consult him. Oh, really? Where is Derek now? Delbritton cleared his throat softly before responding promptly. He is teaching magic to Miss Cyrne. From any angle, this was nothing less than a private magic academy. Aislinn and Diella couldn't help but feel a mix of emotions, but before making any judgments, they needed to see Derek's face with their own eyes. Near the Elfontaine Salon, in the noble district of Ebelstein, there were many tea houses set up for noble ladies. In one of them, Tricia, sitting under the warm spring sunlight, wore a serious face and a deeply worried expression. Why has the lady from the Duchy of Rochester come all the way to the southwest of the continent? Ever since the Duplain family had been displaced, the authority of the Viscountcy of Renewal had shot up to the heavens. If the head of the Renewal family were granted the title of Count at the upcoming birthday celebration, it seemed it wouldn't be long before they could mingle with the ladies of the Belmeard or Beltis families. Tricia's pride had already reached its peak, and every moment she spent in Ebelstein's noble society felt like a dream. However, the sudden appearance of the lady from the Duchy of Rochester within Ebelstein's nobility had changed everything. No matter how much the Renewal's authority had grown, it couldn't compare to the Duchy of Rochester, led by Lord Melverot. Of course, status isn't determined solely by the secular power of the main family. No matter how strong Cyrne's backing was, if she could surpass her in other aspects, it wasn't entirely impossible to displace her. Even if secular authority favored Duplain, the very fact that Tricia could voice her opinion was already proof of that. However, that didn't mean it would be easy. It's absolutely impossible to surpass Lady Cyrne in magical skills. When it comes to social etiquette and noble culture, I believe I have a much better understanding. If she didn't take full advantage of this opportunity, she might lose forever the chance to reach the top of the Rose Salon. Aware of this, Tricia sought to gain more influence within the salon than Cyrne. But Cyrne was far too mysterious, impenetrable. The killing intent she conveyed with just a glance was terrifying, yet she still maintained basic manners and etiquette. To be able to displace that enigmatic Snow Woman, she needed to find her weaknesses or her vulnerable point. Now that I think about it, they said all three from the Rose Salon learned magic from the same teacher. Wasn't Lady Cyrne one of them as well? In the end, the silent battles of the nobility were wars of information. Tricia had already gathered all possible information about the Belmeard and Beltis ladies. All the influential figures in Ebelstein's noble society had been taught by that magic teacher named Derek, and that fact seemed strangely relevant. Am I the only one without any academic connection to him? This is troublesome. Of course, since Derek was a private instructor, there were hardly any group lessons or direct ties among his students. Even so, it wasn't favorable for Tricia to be completely isolated. To change this situation, I need to meet that magic teacher. They said he became the lord of the Ravenclaw barony and received a small border territory. It's not that far from Ebelstein. Tricia stood up, determined to go herself. She was someone willing to do whatever it took to obtain more power. It had already been quite some time since the Ravenclaw barony began to function properly. During that period, many distinguished visitors had arrived, and over time, the place had taken on a fairly orderly appearance. In the back courtyard of the barony, there was a small clearing. Compared to the training grounds of an average ducal house, it was extremely modest. But for Derek, who had practiced magic in distant mountains or in meadows, this space was not only sufficient, it was a luxury. Sitting at the center of the place, Derek gathered his magical power, holding the large staff called footprints. He focused, extending the accumulated mana in his fingers directly toward the sky. The flow of magic traveled through the staff and rose into the clear sky. Finally, upon reaching a certain height, the magic stopped and began to spread. At that moment, Derek furrowed his brow and clenched his fist tightly. The magic transformed into a different kind of energy and began to take the form of clouds. Drip, drip, drip. And slowly, raindrops began to fall. Recently acquired magic. 3-star transformation magic, rain cloud. Manipulating the weather is fairly high-level magic, but if the range is limited and the duration sacrificed, it is not impossible to manifest it with 3-star magic. As a result, he could now make it rain over a limited area for a short period, enough to soak everything. It was an efficient scale for creating variables on a complex battlefield. No doubt, I've already gotten used to learning 3-star magic. Derek, without loosening his fist, remained standing under the rain. Moments before, the sun had been shining brightly. Despite the sudden downpour, he showed no signs of surprise. It was natural. It was rain he had summoned himself. But 4-star magic seems difficult to learn on my own. Now that I think about it, every time I learned a new level of magic, there was always a master who guided me. Derek was not only an excellent magic teacher, but also an excellent student. He had learned 1-star magic from a beggar in the slums. 2-star magic, from a disgraced noblewoman. 3-star magic, from an old wandering wizard. Up to level 3, that was enough. But finding someone capable of teaching 4-star magic was no easy task. Especially because 4-star magic varies greatly according to each individual's abilities and inclinations. In terms of variety, 4-star magic even surpasses that of 5 or 6 stars. Even if 2 people used the same 4-star fire magic, one might produce bright, exuberant flames, while the other might summon a calm, blue fire. Even if 2 used the same summoning magic, one person raised in a warm environment might call forth a beautiful spirit, while another, marked by struggle, might summon a bloodied hound. There are not many masters in the world capable of properly teaching that wide range of 4-star magic, because the learning process is completely different for each mage. That was why Derek could not help sinking into thought. It would be great if Lord Melverot could teach me, but he's not the kind of person who kindly instructs others. He had already granted him a barony, a mansion, and even financial support. Asking for more would be far too shameless. As Derek sank into thought, the rain began to intensify. Swoosh! Kaya! Just as the rain was about to grow even heavier, a woman's voice cried out. Ugh! I wasn't expecting this. When Derek stopped the magic and quickly turned, there was Ellen, soaked from the rain, looking visibly uncomfortable. I'm sorry. When I focus on magic training, I usually don't pay attention to my surroundings. No, it's fine. It's my fault for sneaking in to watch. Even in the most relaxed situations, Ellen always wore clothing adorned with ruffles and rose-shaped decorations. The blouse lent to her by the mansion's lowest-ranking maid was far too simple for someone from the Belmiard family. But she had no choice, the clothes she had been wearing were soaked. As if it didn't bother her in the least, she dried her reddish hair while wearing the plain garment. The maid, who was carefully passing her a soft cloth to wipe away the water, trembled with nerves. She had never imagined that a low-ranking servant from a baron's house would ever get to touch the hair of a lady from the Belmiard county. Only veteran maids, with more than 10 years of service, were permitted to attend to such distinguished people. The young freckled maid, with barely a month of experience, swallowed hard and clenched her fists tightly. By the way, 3-star transformation magic. Derek, you never cease to amaze me. There are still parts one need to perfect, but I think I've gotten quite familiar with 3-star magic. Ellen, as if at a loss for words, observed him in silence for a moment before sitting down on a wooden chair in the corner of the clearing. While still drying her damp hair, she pressed her temples firmly. I recently mastered 2-star magic. I did it just last week. Really? That's something worth celebrating. I came running to brag about it to you, Derek, but the first thing I saw was you using 3-star transformation magic as if it were nothing. Now I feel a little embarrassed to say it. Although she said it that way, the fact that Ellen could use 2-star magic at her age was an admirable achievement. Officially, she was right after Lady Islin, who had manifested 2-star magic some time ago. Of course, if Lady Denise was counted who had secretly also reached that level, Ellen was in 3rd place. At least among the commoners I've met, there's no one who's achieved magical progress as quickly and solidly as you. Although it was high praise, Derek didn't bother to give a formal response. He simply said, "Thanks," quietly. That reaction was very typical of him, and for that reason Ellen let out a small laugh. After drying her hair, the maid served the tea. Compared to the hospitality of Count Belmierd, it was a simple cup with inexpensive tea leaves, but Ellen accepted it with a satisfied expression. Now that I think about it, this barony is already quite organized. They even serve tea to visitors. The Duke of Rochester sent a rather capable person as a butler. Since he took over management, I haven't had to do much. There's no greater fortune than having reliable talent. The more I learn about the duties of the head of the Belmierd family, the clearer that becomes. Ellen gathered her hair again. When she divided her reddish hair into 2 and tied it, the authority she always projected seemed to fade, revealing a livelier side befitting her age. Now that you're a baron, you'll end up realizing it yourself. I'm barely the lowest of the low. Whether you stay that way or not is something we still don't know. By the way, how was it that the Grand Duke Beltus granted you the title? I doubt he was happy to see a new noble rise in the borderlands. Ellen spoke as if she were truly curious. Derek, looking at her, rested his chin on his hand and fell into thought for a moment. He felt he should tell her about a certain person he had met at the tavern before receiving the title. The truth is, there was someone else who helped me. Really? That couldn't have been easy. Who was it? It was young Master Linus of the Belmierd family. At that, Ellen's expression hardened. She set down the cup she had been about to raise to her lips and frowned with visible displeasure. That bastard brother of mine went to see you? Yes. What did he look like? He hasn't returned to the main house in a long time. I heard he only hangs around gambling houses in big cities, drunk and wallowing in debauchery. Ellen spoke with genuine disgust, as if she truly despised the drunkard named Linus. Is he still going around with a messy beard, drinking all the time? Yes. Oh. Why did he come back to Ebelstein? If that impulsive brother of mine caused any trouble, I apologize. No, it's not that. In fact, he helped me convince the Grand Duke Beltus. I made him promise that if I managed to become a baron, he would help you. Me? Ellen blinked several times with her bright red eyes, then tilted her head as she adjusted her hair again. That scoundrel wouldn't care about me. Isn't some major change happening in the Belmierd family? I don't think Linus would do something so unusual without a reason. I don't fully understand the actions of that miserable drunk. Either way, it's something I should thank you for, Derek, for helping me secure the title. Although it didn't seem like a drastic change was coming that could sink the Duplain family, it could at least be assumed that something might be about to happen to Ellen. Seeing Derek's face, which showed a strangely concerned expression, Ellen ended up speaking with a smile. Well, don't worry so much. I have a general idea of what's going on. Oh, really? He must be trying to secure me some backing, fearing that Leonard will return to the family. If Leonard takes power, things will get complicated. Ellen, who seemed to have the situation well calculated, stopped touching her chin and opened her eyes wide as she spoke. Leonard. Wasn't he the youngest son of the Belmierd family? My, Derek. You're already so deep into the nobility that you even remember the Belmierd family tree. Yes, that's right. He's now devoted to religion and is on a pilgrimage, not showing up at the main house. The male children of the Belmierd family never stayed at the main residence. The reason Ellen had been able to secure herself as the heir was precisely because of that. In reality, the heir to lead the Belmierd family wasn't me, but my brother Linus. Leonard went on pilgrimage because, even if he stayed, he would have no way to access the family's power while Linus was there. Did Leonard have ambition for that power? Well, I don't know anymore. It's been a long time. In any case, he gave up the succession early and went wandering across the continent, living his own way. But young Master Linus gave up the succession. That's right. Very sharp, Derek. No further explanation was needed. For some reason, Linus had given up being the next head of the powerful Belmiard family. He chose to waste his life in gambling and drunkenness. Only he knew why. As a result, no one but Ellen remained to occupy the position of heir. Leonard, the youngest son, was still wandering far from the main house. However, no one knew what Leonard would think if he returned and found that Ellen had become the heir. It wasn't unusual for a daughter to inherit, but generally, there was an unwritten rule that the son should do so. What kind of person is that Leonard? If he's on a religious pilgrimage, he should be decent. Well, I don't think he's such a good person. His devotion was a political decision. As you said, religious people often seem morally upright. Derek had never met Leonard, but he could tell from Ellen's expression that he wasn't exactly trustworthy. If that guy tries to remove me from the Belmiard family, I don't plan to stand idly by. I've worked too hard to keep my place as heir. If he ignored the family's situation and wandered across the continent, and now intends to return and claim the succession just because he thinks he has a chance, am I supposed to kneel and hand over the position to that younger brother? And do you think our father would accept that? Ellen's red eyes seemed to burn fiercely. Family power struggles were common, but it seemed the Belmiard had deeper conflicts than expected. In fact, what was unusual was for a family to be harmonious, as was the case with Duplain. In Duplain, perhaps it was possible because they had a strong heir like Valerian. When there were disputes over succession, it was normal for even the closest relatives to end up shouting at each other. That was the norm. I have no intention of giving up the right of succession to the Belmiard family to anyone. And there's no one who can force me to do so. Ellen lifted her chin and smiled at Derek with confidence. I'm strong. That confidence seemed to be the key to how she could stand firm as the legitimate heir of the Belmiard. Derek looked at her with a worried expression, one that was slightly different. She was, without a doubt, the legitimate heir. She had authority, ability, and was recognized for her elegance even in the Rose Salon. She was already being educated as the future head of the family, and was being trained both in magic and culture. There was no reason to give that place to Leonard, who came late. Ellen would be Countess, and she would lead Belmiard. That was a fact. Therefore, if Leonard wanted to take her position, he had only one option. Destroy Ellen's authority and tarnish her honor. No one knew what he might be capable of doing to achieve that. When Derek's thoughts reached that point, he tried to open his mouth. But Ellen stood up, let the hem of her simple blouse fall freely, and placed a finger over her lips. Don't worry so much, Derek. You might be the expert in magic, but when it comes to intrigue and power struggles, I can handle myself. You haven't been a baron for long, so you must be busy and under pressure. There's no need for you to concern yourself with my brother Linus's personal requests. Ellen smiled brightly and put her hands on her hips. Wearing these simple clothes makes me feel fresh, like a country girl. If I were a girl working in a mill or a chicken farm, would you still be able to speak to me so casually? If it were you, Miss Ellen, I think you would have left the mill to start your own business. Ahaha. You have such a peculiar way of giving compliments. That's why it's so fun talking to you, Derek. Ellen shook her arms and let her now completely dry hair fall. Her long hair swayed with the warm breeze of the Rhode Island region. The spring breeze is so warm and pleasant. Since we're here, you should see my magic, Derek. I have no plans for the afternoon, so that's perfect. You said you'd learn 2-star magic, can I see it? Of course. Just don't be too surprised at how quickly I'm progressing. Ellen's carefree smile bloomed like a spring flower. It was around the time Tricia arrived at the Ravenclaw barony. Despite arriving unannounced in a carriage, the butler received her with complete composure, showing not a trace of surprise. The servants are used to receiving unexpected visitors. For such a small and remote barony, they're well trained. As soon as Tricia stepped down from the carriage, the maids skillfully lifted the hem of her dress. It wasn't the first time they'd done that. In truth, Tricia had no way of knowing that the servants of that mansion were accustomed to attending to various noble ladies on a regular basis. This was her first visit to the Ravenclaw barony. Thank you for coming to such a humble place. May I ask the reason for your visit? I wanted to meet the Baron of Ravenclaw in person. I heard he's excellent at teaching magic, so I was intrigued. It's a great honor. However, at the moment, the Baron is occupied with the magic lessons of another noble lady. Tricia frowned upon hearing that. The Renewal Viscountcy was, at that moment, the fastest rising power in Ebelstein. For the daughter of such an influential family to appear in person and not be attended to immediately, it was a great disrespect. Tricia didn't hide her displeasure and spoke sharply. Who could be so important as to keep someone like me from being received in person? It's Lady Ellen of the Belmeard family. This morning, Lady Iselin and Lady Diella also took tea here. At that name, Tricia closed her mouth. Others she could overlook, but not Ellen. With that thought, she backed down immediately. She bared her teeth at the weak, but quickly bowed her head to the strong. Some might call it cowardice, but Tricia considered it a shrewd and intelligent move. Very well. I can wait a while. There must be a reception room, yes. It's a rather modest place, I hope you understand. Humph. I don't expect much from such a remote and neglected mansion. Just bring me some tea. Understood. However, there's another guest, so it might be good if you could converse with her. What? Another guest? What could be drawing so many visitors to this out-of-the-way barony? Still, hearing that there would be at least someone to talk to, Tricia snorted and entered the reception room. There, seated in silence, was Sir Elena Rochester, the lady of the Rochester family, quietly waiting for Derek. A pleasure to see you again, Lady Tricia. This was no ordinary person. She was the heir to the Duchy of Rochester, ruler of the North, patiently waiting for Derek. How could such a remote and insignificant barony keep the lady of the largest duchy in the north waiting without complaint? It was a scene so absurd that it defied logic and protocol, but the lady in question didn't seem the least bit uncomfortable. Although at first glance the situation made no sense, that wasn't the most important thing. Tricia still clearly remembered the killing intent she had felt in Cyrn's eyes the day they met. That gaze, as sharp as a wild beast's, had frozen her blood. It was a relief she hadn't wet herself in fear. Being alone with her was like sharing a cage with a tiger that could pounce on you at any moment. Ah, yes. A pleasure to see you, Lady Cyrn. You look as radiant as ever. It was an honor to see you. Forgive the interruption, I'll take my leave immediately. Tricia quickly backed away, closed the door softly behind her, and stepped into the hallway. The whole process was so smooth it was as if the world's time had been rewound. However, in that small mansion there was only a single waiting room for distinguished visitors. Butler Del Britton promptly recited that hopeless reality. Things, in this world, never go as one plans. Even as a baron in a border region, at most one was a minor noble responsible for a couple of villages. Especially in a remote region like Rodlan, tax revenue was minimal, and the number of available troops rarely exceeded a few dozen within the nobility. They were regarded as little more than leaders of peasants. The border barons Tricia had met usually had long beards and wore worn leather armor. Most rolled up their sleeves to personally take care of village affairs or went out themselves to hunt monsters. They were people of action. For such a noble to have renovated an old mansion as a residence was already unusual, but for the lady of the Duchy of Rochester to be present there was even more absurd. The Rochester family was one of the most illustrious of the high nobility. I apologize for last time. My gaze was rather aggressive, wasn't it? Tricia, who had reluctantly agreed to sit with Cyrn, already wanted to go home. However, Cyrn received her with more refined manners than she had expected. Sometimes I can't control my aggressiveness and end up acting rudely. I hope Lady Tricia can understand. Cyrn's white hair was rarely well kept. She would often use acceleration magic to run whenever the opportunity arose. And when her violent instinct took over, she would go out to kill nearby beasts indiscriminately. And yet, despite her explosive nature, there was no other young woman as mysterious and sacred in appearance as she was. Noticing that contradiction, it was impossible not to swallow nervously. Tricia felt exactly that. She doesn't seem to have that nature, it's as if someone had taught her proper manners. At first glance, Cyrn was much younger than Tricia. With more social experience, greater age, and better etiquette training, it would be problematic for Trisha to feel intimidated. In social battles, the one who gets scared first loses. Either way, to gain power within the Rose Salon, Trisha couldn't allow herself to be intimidated by Ciarán. Just as she was psyching herself up to take the initiative in the conversation, Ciarán spoke first. "But, Lady Trisha, what brings you to the Ravenclaw barony?" What? "Derek is very busy these days. He always sets aside the mornings to help me with my magic, and he also attends to many other noble ladies who visit him frequently. He barely has time left to practice his own magic." Trisha had come to see Derek and, if she found him suitable, planned to make him a request. Ciarán frowned, as if displeased with Trisha's intentions. If more noble ladies, not just foxes, but others too, start asking him for help with magic, he'll be even busier. If Lady Trisha has come to request magic instruction from Derek, I don't think she'll get a favorable answer. Ciarán smiled softly. Though she looked like a harmless girl, Trisha knew full well this woman was a beast capable of tearing out throats without hesitation if something displeased her. Sitting across from that monster, who could corner anyone with just her killing intent, made one instinctively check if their head was still attached to their neck. Although it seemed unlikely she would commit murder in the Ravenclaw reception room, one could never be certain. The will to kill has neither time nor place. "So, wouldn't it be better for you to leave right now?" Though spoken with a smile, the words carried a sharp hostility. Ciarán didn't want more students around Derek. That message was perfectly clear. Even so, sending the daughter of Viscount Renewal away without even letting her see the master of the house would be excessively rude. Leaving with a simple "understood" would wound her pride. And it wasn't just a matter of pride. If she allowed herself to be overwhelmed by the young lady of the Rochester family, she risked ceding her position as a power figure in the Rose Salon. It was then, while Trisha debated how to respond, that creak. "Sorry to keep you waiting, Miss Ciarán." It was Derek opening the door to the worn reception room and entering. And behind him came a familiar face. For some reason, it was Ellen, dressed in a simple blouse that any commoner could wear. "Oh. Lady Trisha." Ellen, sweeping her red hair back, opened her eyes in surprise at seeing Trisha. She seemed genuinely surprised to find her there. And Trisha, who until then had been sitting on pins and needles in a private conversation with Ciarán, felt that her salvation had finally arrived. Baron Derek Lydorf Ravenclaw was not someone who conveyed any special noble authority, just as Trisha had imagined. He was young. Tall, but somewhat slim for a man. With white hair, red eyes, a patched tunic, and a simple cloak, he looked nothing like a noble. If one met him on the street, they would never think he was an aristocrat. His presence was far removed from any air of authority. Still, no matter how approachable he looked, everything had its limit. "Derek, can you brush my hair? Did you go to the forest?" Unlike the snowy fields, the forest is full of the scent of life. I got so excited that I ran without realizing it. Though he was technically the master of the mansion, the fact that Ciarán, sitting in front of Baron Ravenclaw, openly asked him to brush her hair was already strange. But the fact that Derek was actually brushing her white hair without batting an eye was also unusual. Trisha was speechless for a moment. She couldn't get used to such an informal scene. The sense of hierarchy was practically non-existent. In fact, if one were to rank the four people present by authority, the order was obvious and undisputed. The person with the highest authority was undoubtedly Ellen, heir to Count Belmeard. She was the legitimate successor to the Count who ruled the entire coastal area south of the Vel'Koz Peninsula. More than half of the trade route to Ebelstein passed through her territory, and it was also home to the most important magic society in the southwest of the continent, the Dreyest Magic Society. Whoever inherited such a domain was not just a noble daughter, but someone with a status close to that of a young countess. Next came Ciarán, the beast of the Duchy of Rochester. Sponsored by Lord Melverot, she was steadily advancing toward becoming a great mage at a young age, making her the most influential figure among the young ladies of the north. Even the most arrogant women of Ebelstein's social elite were cautious in her presence. In third place were Derek, who had only just entered the noble world, and Trisha, the young daughter of Viscount Renewal, who was still in the process of consolidating her power. It was their first time meeting, so the awkwardness was understandable, but compared to the other two, they seemed to get along relatively well. In such a vertical power structure, the atmosphere should have felt somewhat tense. And yet, Ellen, dressed in total comfort, and Cyrne, being brushed while cheerfully sniffing the air, looked as if they were in their own home. I apologize for the somewhat chaotic atmosphere. Oh, no. It's fine. Is it always like this? Tricia spoke somewhat awkwardly, and Derek showed a strange, slightly complicated expression. He seemed to know the current situation wasn't entirely normal. In fact, Tricia had come intending to display arrogance and crush Derek. After all, he was just a newly appointed baron. He had no backing, and though it was called a house, he was nothing more than the solitary head of a remote region. There was no way he could raise his head before the daughter of Viscount Renewal, who would soon receive the title of Countess. She had wanted to make the hierarchy clear from the start. But seeing him so relaxed between Ellen and Cyrne, she couldn't utter a single haughty word. Suddenly, she felt that if she dared treat Derek badly, she might earn retaliation from Ellen or Cyrne. However, Tricia was also tough in her own way. She cleared her throat, lifted her chin arrogantly, and said, "For someone seated in such a modest position, this mansion is quite well maintained. You're very kind." Despite making that condescending remark, Derek didn't seem the least bit affected. If anything, he looked so accustomed to dealing with arrogant, stubborn noble ladies that they no longer bothered him. In fact, compared to Diella's attitude or Cyrne's intensity, Tricia's haughtiness was barely a drop in the ocean. To Derek, it was almost endearing. If she knew the thorny path he had walked, she would realize how insignificant her provocation was. But Tricia had no way of knowing that. "It's not like he's offended or bowing his head, it feels like I'm pointlessly pounding on a stone wall." Indeed, Derek's composure was as solid as rock. "Well, anyway, there's a reason I came all the way here. Have you come to learn magic?" At that moment, Cyrne's eyes, as she was having her hair brushed by Derek, shone intensely. Derek, still calmly combing her white hair, couldn't see it, but Tricia, sitting across from her, noticed it clearly. Cyrne slowly moved her lips. It seemed she was muttering something, though the exact words couldn't be heard. However, just by looking at her expression, anyone could guess the meaning: "If you do anything out of line, I'll kill you." Tricia swallowed hard, her face pale. For some reason, Cyrne seemed to have a strange sense of possessiveness toward her magic teacher, Derek. She couldn't do anything about the ladies who had already become disciples before her, but she was fiercely hostile toward any newcomer who got close. Tricia shook her head immediately, driven by pure survival instinct. "No. No, of course not. Why would I come all this way just to learn magic?" "Really?" Derek replied with an indifferent expression. And then, Cyrne's face instantly changed. She looked peaceful and radiant again, as if nothing had happened. She happily twitched her nose at the feel of Derek brushing her hair, swinging her legs as if she didn't care about anything else. "What the hell is this?" While slightly trembling her legs, Tricia spoke. "I didn't come today as the daughter of Viscount Renewal, nor to ask you to teach me magic." "Then what did you come for?" "I came as a client." Only then did Tricia get to the point. The head of House Renewal, Radier, had achieved such an impressive feat that even Emperor Gattel personally praised her. This was because she had annihilated the 3 necromancers who had settled on Rodent's Island. Rodent's Island, located at the far west of the continent, was completely isolated, surrounded by whirlpools and turbulent waters. It had become a haven for necromancers exiled from the continent, where they operated actively. Radier, head of the Renewal Viscountcy, personally entered that place and, after more than half a year of bloody battles and pursuits, eliminated the 3 necromancers who ruled the island. A feat equivalent to wiping out in one stroke the forces of evil operating in the west. Of course, it came at a price. She lost the vision in her right eye and could barely use one arm. Radier had to give up her life as a wandering battlefield mage, so Emperor Gattel had no choice but to formally recognize her achievement. As a result, at the next imperial birthday celebration, Ra-Dia would be appointed Margrave in charge of all the outer regions of the northwest continent, in addition to receiving the title of Count, quadrupling the size of her territory. She was undoubtedly one of the most promising figures in the nobility. My father, who conquered Rodent's Island, found numerous research documents on necromancy in the enemy base. Derek felt relieved that the Duplain sisters weren't in the mansion. The wound from a mere necromantic artifact that had nearly destroyed their entire family had yet to heal. For them, speaking of necromancy would be reopening old wounds. My father, being the Empire's loyal sword, burned almost all of them. Except for a few documents. He didn't destroy them all. Yes. Although the proper thing would have been to erase every trace of necromantic magic, he thought it necessary to keep some as evidence. And among them was truly shocking content. Tricia crossed her arms and glanced around. Cyrne was still curled up under Derek's touch as if nothing mattered, while Ellen frowned in focus. It might have seemed questionable for an outsider like Derek to hear this story, but it seemed Ra-Dia had decided it wasn't such a severe secret if it leaked a little. After all, once the mission officially began, those who needed to know would end up knowing. The necromancers who settled on Rodent's Island didn't learn their magic on their own. They worshipped and revered a strange book from the other side of the continent, and from it they obtained their spells. What? The necromancers of Rodent's Island. I heard they were the most dangerous among those who broke the taboo. Ellen said, her expression hardening. The leaders of the Rodent's necromancers were 2 of 4-star rank and 1 of 5-star rank. Even among noble families, it was rare to produce such powerful mages, let alone necromancers. Defeating them couldn't have been easy. Could it be that there was someone who taught them? And if so? Father concluded that somewhere on the continent there might be a 6-star necromancer. Derek frowned. Ellen, sitting beside him, also widened her eyes in surprise. The existence of a 6-star necromancer was a high-level secret, known only to the most influential figures among the nobles of the continent's central regions. Not even the rulers of Ebelstein's southwest, nor most of the royal family, were aware. Of all the people Derek had met, only Lord Melverot knew about the existence of that 6-star necromancer. Yet it seemed Ra-Dia had found traces of them during the conquest of Rodents. And that was why she wanted to follow the lead. We have information that some low-ranking necromancers who escaped Rodents have hidden themselves in Ebelstein. If we can capture and interrogate them, we might obtain clues about the 6-star necromancer. That's why you came to me. That's right. We needed someone familiar with Ebelstein's geography and situation, able to move freely between noble districts and slums, with experience in facing necromancy, mastery of magic, discretion, and who could carry out tasks with precision. There aren't many who meet all those requirements. Tricia placed a document summarizing the commission on the table, and on top of it she set a large bag of gold coins. This is the advance payment. Raphalon gold from the northwest. Did you get it directly from the barony? With this you could build another mansion of the same size. Even if your title is symbolic, shouldn't you live in a more dignified residence now that you have noble rank? Tricia spoke with a seductive smile. If that was just the advance, one could only imagine how great the reward would be upon completion. Find the necromancer hiding in Ebelstein. They will be carrying the necromancy book brought from Rodent's Island. Find them, interrogate them thoroughly, and if you manage to obtain information about the 6-star necromancer, I'll double the gold. I'm sorry, but I refuse the commission. That's how you should respond, and I'll send a letter once you begin the mission, huh? Derek flipped over the document Tricia had given him and set it back on the desk. Then, with a serious expression, he spoke directly. This job is too big for me to handle alone. I recommend giving it to a more suitable group of mercenaries. There's no way an official route can handle a matter involving necromancy. In any case, it's difficult for me to take it on with my abilities. Derek was clear. Tricia was baffled by his words. She hadn't expected him to reject a commission with so much gold involved. I think it's best you withdraw. However, Derek knew. The grain belt in the far southeast of the continent. The youngest daughter of Baron Tigris, Lady Fina Raphaela Tigris. Known as the Witch of Tigris. The only 6-star necromancer on the continent, someone one should never provoke lightly. Even Derek, who had no qualms about putting Cyrne, heir to Noir's blood, in her place, had no intention of getting involved with Fina. It was well known among those in the know. Among 6-star mages, there isn't a single one who's sane. And Fina was especially dangerous, even among them. The wisest choice was to have no ties to her whatsoever. Lady Tricia, if you don't have absolute confidence, it's best to withdraw. This commission is far too dangerous to use as a stepping stone within Ebelstein's nobility. Seeing Derek's stern expression, Tricia swallowed again. Though young, his eyes conveyed a maturity seen only in experienced nobles. He feigned disinterest, but he was carefully assessing what kind of person Tricia was. One of the reasons Tricia wanted to give him the commission was because Derek was a renowned magic instructor among Ebelstein's nobility. Her goal was to forge a connection with him through the job. And Derek had already seen through that. He was not someone who would move like a chess piece just because money was offered. Even if his title was purely symbolic and his attire showed no dignity, there was a reason why even the daughters of powerful families didn't dare treat him lightly. I didn't expect you to reject the request so firmly. Don't you usually accept most commissions as long as there's a reasonable reward? Not necessarily. I don't take requests I believe aren't right. Derek refused Tricia's request and dismissed her. Though it could have been quite annoying, it was hard to deny that Tricia's request was dangerous, so she left without another word. Well, if you accept every request and then can't handle it, you'd only cause trouble. That's right. Being able to properly judge commissions is one of the important qualities of a mercenary. When the sun began to set, Cyrne quickly entered a private room carefully prepared in a secluded part of the Baron's mansion. Ellen, who was heading toward the main hall following Derek, tilted her head, apparently surprised that there was a room set aside specifically for Cyrne to use whenever she wished. Does Lady Cyrne stay here? My understanding is that there's a separate mansion in the noble district purchased with Rochester family funds. However, since she comes often for magic training, a room has been reserved for her here. The Duke of Rochester allowed this as well? Yes. From the start, the title of Baron was given to raise my status so I could properly assist Lady Cyrne. Since Lord Melverot has received much, he must take good care of Lady Cyrne so she has no inconveniences. Derek headed toward the training grounds, swinging one arm back and forth. Despite being busy all day with baronial duties, lessons, and receiving visitors, he never seemed to neglect his magic training. The more I see him, the more mysterious he seems. He doesn't look much older than me, yet he gives the feeling of someone who's lived several lives. Ellen, stroking her chin, spoke. Still, sending your daughter alone to a mansion managed by a young baron. The Duke of Rochester must trust you quite a bit, Derek. May I ask what you mean by that? Exactly what I said. In truth, Ellen had noticed that Aislin's gaze toward Derek was unusual. Whether or not it was romantic, it wouldn't be strange for someone as attractive as Derek to suddenly stir subtle emotions in a person. I heard from Lady Denise that the wife named Feline was brought in merely as a figurehead to receive the title. Yes. She has no interest in noble life and simply enjoys earning money through mercenary work. She's probably drinking at the tears of Beldern right now. Having seen Feline a few times, Ellen already knew her well. Laughing loudly, drinking several rounds, and then collapsing in a drunken mess, she was simply an ordinary mercenary. Indeed, she was someone with no desire for social advancement, making her the perfect candidate to fill the wife's position as nothing more than a decorative figure. Well, setting that aside, Derek, you're still a man. Don't you have any romantic dream of a destined encounter or a partner who stirs your protective instincts? Given your profession, you're surrounded by many women. Even so, would I ever see Lady Cyrne as a romantic interest? Those who had faced Cyrne in her full fury all felt the same. Let your guard down, and you die. In that sharp sense of danger, someone might mistake a racing heartbeat for love. But at least Derek was not one of them. I can't deny that. Don't worry too much. I'm not the type who can't tell public matters from private ones. Even if I were to meet a woman and feel a special connection, I'd still follow the rules that must be followed. True. Hearing you say that, Derek, is reassuring. In truth, Derek had traveled to the far north with the enigmatic Aislinn, but it didn't seem he had crossed any lines with her. In a noble society full of scoundrels and libertines, a decent man like Derek was rare. He was truly a passionate mage who had devoted his whole life to magic. Still, touching the hair of the most famous lady in the northern continent without a second thought, or holding her hand without any particular feeling, isn't that a bit dangerous? Regardless of Derek being a decent young man, there was no way to know how Cyrn, who was in the throes of turbulent adolescence, might feel. As the saying goes, you don't notice your clothes getting wet in a drizzle. A relationship that seems comfortable and harmless is actually the most dangerous. There was no benefit to letting scandals spread in Ebelstein's noble society, so Ellen glanced worriedly toward Cyrn's room. Lady Ellen knows well that I'm a harmless person, right? That's true. Being able to relax without pretense is only possible because this is the Ravenclaw barony. Ellen laughed and played with her unadorned hair. It felt strange not to have anything on her head, which was always decorated with jewels and floral ornaments. For a lady of renown, ornaments were like part of the body, so not having them felt uncomfortable. Well. Today's magic lesson was productive, so I should return to the Belmere estate. This place is farther than I thought, so it's hard to visit often. It would be nice to meet in Ebelstein, but as you can see, I've been so busy lately that I can't frequent the noble district. Besides, it's a bit far. Well, that's understandable. Now that I think about it, doesn't Lady Cyrn receive etiquette and manners lessons from Lady Aislinn? Lady Cyrn must be busy too. Traveling between the two places must be exhausting. Aislinn's mansion was in Ebelstein's noble district, while the Ravenclaw barony was on the inner border. Traveling between both for lessons was, in practice, too troublesome. Therefore, a solution had to be found. We made arrangements when the two Duplain ladies visited earlier. Oh, really? We decided to set aside a room for Lady Aislinn to stay in. In the end, Ellen's expression hardened again. It was inevitable to think that the proposed solution was somewhat delicate. It's unfortunate, but the Duplain family will inevitably fall behind in Ebelstein's main noble competition. As a result, she'll have quite a bit of free time, so it seems she plans to visit the Baron's residence regularly and stay to teach Lady Cyrn. Is that, really okay? Actually, isn't this the most efficient way? Why do you think the Duke of Rochester's residence provided such a mansion? It's to accommodate Lady Cyrn. Well, that's true, but Lady Cyrn and now also Lady Aislinn. What baron's residence could host the two most famous ladies of the high nobility? It was a sight that would leave lesser nobles who spent all day trying to get the attention of the high nobility utterly speechless. Well, since she's coming to teach, it shouldn't be a big problem. Lady Aislinn is very diligent as well. The compensation provided by the Duke of Rochester's residence is considerable. Even Lady Aislinn, who urgently needs money, couldn't refuse it. Money, yes, money is important. Derek was leaning against the wall near the training grounds, pressing an arm firmly as he checked his magical condition. So, while she teaches Lady Cyrn, we decided to accept additional requests from those who want to learn etiquette and manners from Lady Aislinn. There'll surely be high demand for etiquette lessons from someone who was practically the queen of the social world. You did something like that? Yes. If you're going to teach at the Baron's residence anyway, why not teach more students? From minor nobles in the outskirts to some high-ranking nobles, many debutantes will come. It should bring in some money. Derek didn't have any big intentions with this, but he started it to help Aislinn, who was in a difficult financial situation. I owe Lady Aislinn a lot, so I thought I'd help her a little. To make it more organized, I plan to give her a classroom in one wing of the Baron's residence. It's quite a large room, and it wasn't being used anyway. Since I'm providing the space, it wouldn't hurt to prepare a simple blackboard, desks, and writing supplies. This is more serious than I thought. It's nothing much. Most of it will be handled by the servants. Derek spoke while checking the condition of his staff. Well, if among the visitors there are any nobles knowledgeable in magic, they might help with that. It'd be good to expand my network and might even aid my magic research, so it's a positive thing, right? Yes. What you say isn't wrong, but Derek. Ellen, resting her chin in her hand, pondered for a moment and then spoke, sweating slightly. This building is used as the residence of the Baron who governs the Ravenclaw barony, right? Huh. Of course. Why do you ask? No, it just seems like the purpose is changing. Forget it, it's just an unnecessary worry. Ellen shook her head firmly. It seemed that the direction the Ravenclaw barony was taking was subtly shifting, but it wasn't something that could be judged as right or wrong at that moment. Well, no matter how good the public opinion is, the number of people willing to come learn something in such a remote barony will be limited. There's no need to put too much on your shoulders. Derek, having decided as much, seemed much more at ease. The following week. In a single day, a total of 17 noble ladies visited the Ravenclaw barony. Murmuring. Chattering. Bang. Crash. We're out of Glenford Mountain tea. Is there anything else suitable to serve the guests? The lady of the Sidmore Viscounty is approaching the main gate. There's no more space to park carriages inside the mansion. It's terribly discourteous, but tell them to tie the carriages outside the wall. It's a disaster. We've run out of the cookies prepared for the guests. Should we go get more right now? Clear the bedroom in the outer wing on the second floor. It's a bit modest, but we have to use it as a VIP waiting room regardless. The servants and attendants, forced to care for all manner of distinguished guests, ran frantically with wild eyes. Each carriage that brought a noble lady included, besides the coachman, attendants ranging from at least 3 to a dozen people. It was an excessive number for a modest frontier barony to handle. Each person had to be treated as a distinguished guest. However, it was impossible to uphold protocol with everyone. Bang. Crash. Kaya. Be careful. The more urgent it is, the calmer you need to be. Sorry, butler. Miss Rose, go help in the kitchen. Mr. Clays, guide the new guests through the garden. As for Derek, who was watching the servants scurrying about, he was drenched in sweat. He was a man who didn't change expression even on a battlefield full of monsters, but this was the first time he'd faced a situation like this. Oh, Derek. Your face is completely pale. I never thought I'd see you like this in my life. Ha ha ha. Denise, of the Beltus family, made her way through the crowd and greeted him cheerfully. She was a lazy sort who rarely left her mansion, but today, for some reason, she had visited the Ravenclaw barony early in the morning. Or should I call you Sir Derek? If you're managing a training center of this scale, it's hard to ignore your influence now. A training center? Oh. Now that I think about it, you said you were too busy to visit often because of the noble district in Ebelstein. The rumor has already spread through the Elfontaine salon. They say you're establishing an independent training center in the barony. And that Lady Aislinn herself is teaching etiquette classes. Denise, aware of the eyes around her, lowered her voice slightly. In public, she was an elegant and refined figure, so she strove to maintain a modest appearance. Look over there. Even Lady Denise came in person. It's hard to even sit near her in the Rosia salon. I never thought I'd see her in a place like this. However, the gazes were already focused on them. There are quite a few eyes watching. Shall we go inside to talk? No, I suppose you must be quite busy right now with the training center business, right? Training center. I had no intention of setting up such a thing. So it was just a rumor. I know you're not the type to do those things. Though it did seem a bit odd to me. Denise laughed gracefully and maintained a dignified posture. From afar, it looked like they were having a courteous, noble conversation, but up close it was a casual dialogue. Of course, no one could clearly hear the content. Still, whether that rumor is true or not might not depend on your will. Derek. I took a look on the way here and saw that the ladies of Baron Rodtech and Viscount Bletton were here as well. They're from the far southeast of the continent, and yet they came all the way here. Are you going to send them all back now that the situation's reached this point? No, I don't think it's right for so many people to come to such a remote barony. Oh, Derek. You lack self-awareness. Denise let out a small laugh and covered her mouth with a small peacock feather fan to hide her undignified smile. It's common in those who achieve extraordinary feats at a young age, absorbed in their interests. They often lack awareness of their abilities or reputation. It's quite common. What do you mean by that? You know as well as I do, Derek, what these times are like. Do you know how hard it is for lesser nobles to find a decent magic instructor? It's like trying to pluck stars from the sky. And if you add etiquette lessons from Lady Aislinn, who reigns like a queen in social circles. Do you think noble families with debutante daughters will sit idly by? It would be stranger if they didn't rush here with wide eyes. Of course, Derek couldn't fully grasp the circumstances of those remote noble families. The result was this hall full of ladies and their attendants from various houses. There were even people from the other side of the continent, which was dizzying. Seeing the exhausted servants receiving them, he decided to at least double their wages. No matter what, we can't handle this many nobles. The building is too small and, more importantly, Lady Aislinn will tire first. If that's your judgment, so be it. In any case, it's been an interesting spectacle after so long. Still, hold out. Denise whispered and then snapped her fan shut. Immediately afterward, she turned and spoke loudly, as if performing for the onlookers. It's been a pleasure seeing you again after so long, Sir Derek. Next time, please give another magic lesson in Ebelstein. If I have the chance, I'll make time for it. With that, she looked at Derek and smiled brightly. A young baron with a newly established house and empty authority. Even the most prestigious Duchess of the Rosia Salon greeted him with respect. Seeing Denise like this, it seemed the reason for her early visit to the Ravenclaw barony was to preserve Derek's image. As a member of one of the three great families of the Rosia Salon, a lady of her standing coming early to wish the event's success was a huge support, both politically and socially. Of course, it wasn't Derek's intention, but Denise smiled seductively and slipped into the crowd as if it didn't matter. Murmuring. The reception room is this way. Please enter in order. Move slowly. Only the desperate shouts of the servants trying to control the crowd remained ringing in his ears. Nothing good comes from taking on something you can't handle. Above all, Lady Aislinn wouldn't have thought this would grow so large. Derek straightened his clothes and walked quickly into the mansion. Aislinn, who had finished her preparations, would soon be coming out of her room. She had surely already checked the situation, so they needed to discuss what to do right away. As Derek walked down the hall, he saw Aislinn, beautiful in her dress, coming out of the farthest room. Lady Aislinn, did you see the situation? Derek quickly approached her and asked. It seemed she had already heard about it from the servants. Aislinn swallowed and replied. Derek. I heard as well. About 20 ladies have come. It's not over yet. We can't predict how many more will come. You won't be able to handle this number, so even if you have to ask for understanding separately Derek. Before Derek could finish, Aislinn grabbed his hands tightly. Her soft hands wrapped around Derek's rough ones, and then she spoke in a much louder voice, eyes wide open. How much should we charge for each lesson? Huff. Ha ha ha. Ha. The drool. I'm so lacking in dignity. Sorry. How shameful. Perhaps because of her dignified appearance reigning at the top of the social world, it was easy to forget. Since becoming a fallen noble, Aislinn had awakened to the concept of livelihood. In simple terms, she was already an excellent miser. No. Will you be able to handle it? We have to. Opportunities like this don't come to just anyone. I am so nervous. If we get paid in Rothalon gold coins from so many noble ladies. How much would that be? Oh, God. Aislinn's eyes were already full of gold coins. He wondered if this was really okay, but she didn't seem to have shown this much determination even in the magic duel that put the honor of the Duplain family on the line. Derek had to take a deep breath and reorganize his thoughts. Whether he liked it or not, he would have to take responsibility for this academic center now that he had started it. This is problematic. The noble ladies who visited the barony Ravenclaw must have arrived at first with a relaxed attitude. They thought, how many people would bring their carriages all the way to this remote region of Rhodes, considered an exile among the titled nobility. However, the advantage of being able to receive education from the most renowned magic teacher in Ebelstein and from the most elegant lady of the Rose Salon at the same time attracted more families than expected. As a result, the barony Ravenclaw was so full of distinguished guests that there was no room even to park the carriages at this point. It was impossible not to feel an imminent crisis. A small barony that did not even have the size of an average annex of a duchy. Even if they gave lessons there, the number of students they could accept was limited. No matter how hard they tried, the limit would be about 12. However, by the afternoon, the total number of noble ladies who visited the barony Ravenclaw had risen to 31. The distinguished guests, more numerous than in the morning, were sitting in their assigned seats next to their companions, swallowing hard. At first glance, the seats were limited. That meant at least half of the ladies would be eliminated at this point. The noblewomen, suddenly faced with a competition for admission, could not help but feel disconcerted, but in any case, the most astute would be the ones to survive. When the owner of the barony appeared, some thought about how to introduce themselves, others adjusted their clothes and posture, and some even considered bribery. As time passed and a subtle atmosphere of competition filled the barony Ravenclaw. If we do not expand the building, the limit is 15. The rest must be sent back. The chief butler Delbritton spoke firmly. Aislinn and Derek, who were sitting on a sofa in a corner of the office, showed worried expressions. It was already surprising that more than 30 noble ladies would visit a remote barony, not a gathering of the Rose Salon, and now they had to eliminate half. Those noble ladies, treated like treasures in their territories if they were treated discourteously, who knew what repercussions there might be. Just thinking about it, Derek felt a headache and could not help but place his hands on his temples. In times like this, it is important to present clear criteria. If we divide and accept some and send others back without order, there will be complaints. It is better to classify them by the rank or status of their families and eliminate half. I also think so, Baron. It would be best to eliminate possible future problems. I do not agree. When Derek, sweating cold, looked at Aislinn, she was standing with her arms crossed, wearing a short-brimmed hat of uncertain origin. From the ducal feather on one side, it seemed like something merchants from the commercial district usually wore. Her vibrant and shining eyes seemed to spill gold coins. They came all the way here just to hear us. Sending them back would be far too regrettable. Do you really think so? Each one would pay more than 10 Raffalon gold coins. How are we going to send them all back? Aislinn pulled out a huge ledger from one side of the table, opened it with effort, and began writing quickly using a quill. If the building is insufficient, we can expand it, can't we? Even if we pay extra to bring in available labor right now, it is still profitable. If we mobilize skilled architects and as many workers as possible, we can build a new dormitory building in a month. Is it necessary to go that far? Derek. You have not forgotten that some people came from the southeast of the continent, right? If they have to return empty-handed after such a long trip, the feeling of loss would be enormous. Aislinn was calculating all the estimates with the speed of someone possessed. She did not even get this excited when she learned second-level magic. Derek closed his mouth as he watched her so elated. Look, the barony Ravenclaw still has plenty of cash. If you check this asset statement, most of it can be liquidated in the short term. We have not collected the first-year land tax or the capitation tax, and we have not yet settled the commercial tolls or the sponsorship from the Duchy of Rochester, right? If we use this as collateral, we can take out a considerable loan from the merchants of Ebelstein. Of course, there will be interest expenses, but all is manageable. Derek held his breath when he saw Aislinn underline the figures. What is this? Did you make the mansion's ledger yourself? I have been studying accounting and commercial techniques from the Log 10 Academy lately. The barony Ravenclaw is small, so it is good for practice. Besides, it is pleasant to help with the affairs of the mansion. You learned double-entry accounting and ledgers in a month? Derek, I am a fallen noble. Even if I love the humanities, philosophy, and aesthetics, if I do not learn practical studies, I will not survive. Iceland smiled proudly as she spoke. Being a fallen noble did not seem like something worthy of boasting about, but it did not affect her in the slightest. I am also studying on my own alchemy, astrology, herbalism, rhenology, metallurgy, basic design, and metrology. Although the progress is somewhat slow. In any case, what I propose is that we send the noble ladies back for now and have them return in 1 or 2 months towards late spring or early summer. Iceland quickly flipped through the ledger's pages. There were all sorts of scribbles and what looked like drawn plans. In that short time, she had already considered all the possibilities. During that time, we will build the dormitory and, if there is money left, also the classroom building. It may be difficult to make something grand because of the short time, but, once we have the basic conditions, we can start classes in earnest. What do you think, Derek? She was looking at him with shining eyes. So bright that just looking at them, it seemed they could dazzle anyone. Derek placed his hands on his temples and then turned his gaze to Delbritton. Is it possible? The hiring itself is possible. However, we must not only increase the workforce for construction, but also triple the internal staff of the mansion. It is not that we cannot find people. The problem, as always, is the money. The noble ladies gave dozens of gold coins as if nothing. Once the training center began to operate, the cash flow would not be a big problem. Derek clasped his hands, rested them on his knees, and fell into deep thought. In the end, any decision in the barony Ravenclaw had to be made by Derek, the owner of the mansion. No matter if Iceland was the eldest daughter of a duke in this house, the baron's rules were followed. While Derek, the final decision-maker, was still thinking, Iceland swallowed hard. After a long time of contemplation, Derek finally raised his head. Have you heard about the new training center being established in the barony Ravenclaw? They say Derek Lydorf Ravenclaw, the famous magic teacher of Ebelstein, and Lady Iceland Eleanor Duplain of the Duplain family have joined forces. At the end of spring, in the Rose Salon. As always, a high-ranking noblewoman approached Ellen, who was sitting in the tea room on the outskirts of the Elfantine Salon reading the bulletin, and struck up a conversation. Upon hearing the recent news, Ellen could not help but perk up her ears. So it's finally been established. Excuse me. Oh, it's nothing. It seems Lady Rona has also heard the news. It's a topic that's been heard quite often lately. Since Lady Ellen received magic lessons directly from Baron Derek, it must feel special to you. More than feeling special, Ellen felt a little more aware of his importance. No matter how I think about it, Derek's influence seems to be growing more than I expected. With Lady Cyrne of the Duchy of Rochester and Lady Iceland of the Duchy of Duplain staying at the barony, and even planning to establish a training center to accept lesser nobles as students. Derek was not a person with a desire for power, but by that point, influence was inevitable. While she congratulated him with applause, Ellen felt a strange sense of loss. It was like when an artist or musician you thought only you knew suddenly became recognized and appreciated by everyone. In fact, considering Derek's talent, it was not surprising he would become famous overnight. It was only that the promised day had finally come. Now it will be difficult to see his face often. Well, it's not like I'm free either, so it can't be helped. Ellen closed the bulletin and, resting her chin on her hand, sank into thought for a moment. Come to think of it. Lady Iceland's gaze toward Derek was quite unusual. Could it be that she really feels something personal for him? In fairy tales and legends, there were countless cases of people making foolish decisions blinded by love. Although she didn't think Iceland was that type of person, it didn't mean she wasn't concerned. Of course, to keep worrying would be meddling. No matter what upheavals occurred in the barony Ravenclaw, Ellen had to do her own work. In the morning, she attended the Rose Salon and social gatherings. In the afternoon she received training as the family's heiress, and in the evening she practiced magic and immersed herself in books of philosophy or classical literature. The reason she could maintain her strength despite such a tight schedule was because she was a strong person. While riding in her carriage back to the mansion, Ellen gazed out the window for a moment. The splendid scenery of the noble district of Ebelstein filled her view. This noble society, always full of idle and wealthy people, made it seem as if the world was completely peaceful. But Ellen's life was not so tranquil. Fulfilling her responsibilities between a lazy and arrogant brother and a cunning and hypocritical sister was no easy task. In the end, the reason she became the rightful heir of the Belmiard family was because, in a way, she was the only one who fulfilled her role reliably. Countess Belmiard. Thinking that the day would come when she would be called that made her current hardships feel sweet. She had no intention of denying it. Ellen was a young woman in love with power. She had never loved anything more than power. However, she wanted to achieve it by walking the right path, without relying on intrigue. Through the young noblewoman Iselin, she had learned the value of nobility. I must become someone worthy of that title. Ellen smiled softly and rested her head against the window. The rattling movement of the carriage felt like a cradle gently rocking. Now that I think about it. Wasn't there a necromancer from Rodent's Island hiding in Ebelstein? It was news she had heard from Lady Tricia. Having been at the scene of the disaster in the Duchy of Duplain, Ellen knew better than anyone how terrible and frightening the art of necromancy was. If she ever became involved, she must never hesitate. It's been a while, sister. Leonard. When Ellen returned to the mansion of Count Belmiard, Leonard, who had been on a long pilgrimage, appeared there. The young man sipping tea in a corner of the reception room was so unfamiliar to her that Ellen could barely recall his face. Leonard, who had lived disconnected from the Belmiard family for years. Ellen was not particularly surprised that such a young man had returned. However, his appearance had changed drastically. Leonard, like all members of the Belmiard family, had always had red hair. But Leonard's hair, which she saw for the first time in years, had turned white. His appearance was so haggard that Ellen almost didn't recognize him. Ellen knew pilgrimages were arduous, but she was curious as to what could have happened to change his appearance so much. Ellen found it hard to decide whether to be glad or wary of her brother's return. As if fully anticipating her reaction, Leonard leaned back on the guest sofa with a sly smile. It's so comfortable to return to the family home after such a long time. The Belmiard family has changed a lot in my absence. Yes. It has changed quite a bit. I thought Brother Linus would never yield his position as primary heir. But after a few years, I return and discover that Sister Ellen has become the rightful heir of the Belmiard family. I was so surprised I asked the servants several times. Ellen looked at Leonard with cautious eyes. The Leonard she remembered was a person with a strong desire for power and skillful in intrigue. The reason he left for a pilgrimage right after being completely pushed out of the inheritance competition with Linus was to gain a good image by turning to religion and preparing for the future. And Ellen calmly sat in the seat across from Leonard. Then, she suddenly asked him a sharp, pointed question. Do you want to push me aside? At those words, Leonard's eyes widened in surprise, and then he answered naturally. Of course not. How could I, who have abandoned the family, have the audacity to claim the heir's position? I only wanted to greet you because I was glad to see you. No matter what people say, the rightful heir of Belmiard is Sister Ellen, so don't worry too much. Although he reassured her with a radiant smile, Ellen could not trust Leonard. From her long-lost brother emanated an indescribably unsettling aura. Thud. Thud. Screech. Baron, a letter has arrived. The next day, a letter came flying to the Barony Ravenclaw, which was full of construction work. Derek, who was watching the construction site with a complex expression, received the letter handed to him by Delbritton. The envelope of the letter, luxuriously decorated, bore the seal of Count Belmiard. Ah! If there is a God, I want to ask. Why have you given me such a cruel fate? Why have you made me love the princess of an enemy country and live with this burning heart? All the glory of the empire is mine, and everyone bows before me, but she alone will not look at me. Instead of living with this cruel fate, I will give up this glory and head toward her. A life without her is worth nothing, so I will even give up the power that rules this world. The opera at the Callumford Theatre was a famous performance. In her childhood, Ellen, holding the hand of the Countess of Belmiard, accompanied her to the theatre, where she became completely absorbed watching the passionate performances of the actors. Although she was not yet 10 years old and could not fully understand the artistic value of the stage, the Countess wanted her to experience the stage culture of high society early on. And, contrary to the concerns of the adults, Ellen was utterly captivated by the actors' voices and lines, becoming completely immersed in the play The Love of Prince Rodion. By witnessing the detailed love story of Prince Rodion, who loved the princess of an enemy country, one could deeply feel the playwright's message about human agony and the sublimity of love. The final backdrop of the stage was a cliff bathed in the setting sun. With his decision to abandon all his authority as prince and embrace Princess Iriana, the curtain fell, singing the value of a beautiful love. When the play ended with the moving music performed by the orchestra, the high society audience, seated in their chairs, applauded with tears in their eyes. The Countess also stood, applauding for the beautiful and sublime story, and Ellen followed her, clapping with her small hands. Thus, the Countess and Ellen left the Calumpford Theatre together. The sun was already setting. It was a good play. What did you think, Ellen? The actors' performances were truly impressive. The orchestra's performance was also of great quality, much more varied in melody than what I've heard in my music lessons. Since Ellen had an extraordinary artistic sense from a young age, she could easily express her impressions of the plays she had seen. But I really couldn't empathize with the characters' thoughts. Oh, really? I thought the moving love story of Prince Rodion was very beautiful. When you say prince, all the power in the world is his, right? Although she was still young and did not fully understand the power a prince had, she could perceive how lofty that authority was. Therefore, Ellen spoke to the Countess with a nonchalant expression. With such great power, to be swayed by such fleeting emotions. The prince's decision to abandon his power and choose Princess Iriana was something with which Ellen, as a spectator, could not identify. Having lived in the nobility since she was small, Ellen knew better than anyone how noble and beautiful the value of power was. From childhood, she loved power. Although she sometimes harbored a romantic notion about the sublimity of love found in fairy tales or literature, in the end, what she always kept by her side was a strong will to hold on to power. She had never loved anyone in her entire life. Thus, it was not so strange that her emotions were directed toward power. If it's Leonard of the Belmeard family, would he be the youngest that Lady Ellen spoke of? He had been absent on a long pilgrimage and had recently returned to the Belmeard family. For some reason, the youngest of the Belmeard family, who had returned only recently, sent a letter to Derek. Derek opened the letter, but it contained nothing much. It was a request to meet and talk with him, asking if he could spare some time at the Belmeard estate. Derek was lost in thought for a moment. Leonard, the third son of the Belmeard family, seemed at first glance to be a religious and benevolent person, but in reality, he was known to be a shrewd individual skilled in politics and intrigue. There must have been a reason why Ellen showed such caution toward him, so Derek had no desire whatsoever to associate with that man. No matter that he was the third son of the Belmeard family, there was no need to meet with him. Ignoring a letter sent by a noble was discourteous, but Derek had a good excuse to politely reject Leonard's request. Please fill in the central part of the second-floor column with a thicker one. It seems the insulating material isn't needed yet. For now, start with the brickwork. While he was sitting quietly on a log, watching the construction site, a peculiar figure was raising her voice among the burly workers. Her name was Aislinn Eleanor Duplain, the precious daughter of the Duchy of Duplain and Lady of the Rose Salon. The young woman, who looked like a fairy descended to earth, was directing the site while wearing safety gear over her luxurious frilled dress. It was a strange sight, like an elephant riding a bicycle. The members of the Ravenclaw barony already knew well how such a situation had come about. Team 2, take a break, and Team 3, start the general work as soon as your break is over. Ah! There's cold water, so if anyone feels dizzy, make sure to hydrate immediately. Although it was still late spring, the midday heat was already apparent. However, Aislinn, as if the heat did not affect her, casually rolled up the sleeves of her pretty dress and managed the burly workers. Her authority, almost like that of a foreman, was so commanding that even the workers directed by the delicate young lady felt no discomfort. Sir Derek, if you're tired, you can go to the office. The construction of the dormitory is already well underway, so there shouldn't be any major decisions that require your confirmation. No, it's fine. I was just sitting to read a letter. A letter? Oh. Is it from the Belmere estate? Yes. But it's nothing important. Derek had no desire to approach Leonard, so he simply crumpled the letter and slipped it into his pocket. He appreciated the invitation, but the Ravenclaw barony was far too busy with a major construction project to go and meet him. That would be the excuse he used. In fact, the construction of the Ravenclaw baron's estate was so large that the size of the classroom and dormitory buildings even surpassed that of the main house. Derek thought as he watched the facilities slowly grow. I'm sure this used to be my domain, how strange. Yes. It's nothing, let's go check the progress of the classroom building's construction. Yes. Aislin's spirited reply. She seemed more energetic than ever. It was a busy time. Caw, caw. The setting sun painted the sky red. The era, too, was fading like the sunset. The once mighty Duplain family, which had seemed destined to rule Ebelstein's high society forever, had fallen so far that it seemed only a matter of time before it vanished into the annals of history. At the recent meeting of the local nobles, we completely lost control of the outer trade routes, the granary in the southeast, and the northern villages of Duplain territory. Now, less than a third of the territory remains compared to its peak. Lee, the last son of the declining Duplain family, spoke while quietly gazing at the sunset. The place was a cemetery on a hill southeast of the Duplain mansion. There stood a tombstone with the name of Grand Duke Raymond Oswald Duplain, and beneath it, another with the name Valerian. Judging by the still clean appearance of the tombstone compared to the others, it was clear that its owner had not been buried long. In front of the grave, Diella sat silently with her eyes closed. The light of the sunset looked like red watercolor paint. Looking down at the long shadows wrapping around her feet, Diella quietly stood up. Lee, standing farther back, lowered his somber gaze. Soon, a tear nearly fell from the eyes of the burly man. I did nothing, Diella. While this foolish brother of yours lay bedridden, unable to move a finger, my dear sisters must have been fighting against the world. Aislinn and Diella had endured all kinds of humiliation to somehow restore the fallen Duplain family. Lee was not ignorant of this, and he felt deep shame. Even so, the helplessness and fear rising in his chest consumed him. The once confident figure who had proclaimed his ambitions to the world was nowhere to be found. Since I got out of bed, I've tried to speak up at several meetings, but I couldn't do anything. Aislinn works tirelessly, day and night, to earn even a little more money, but her brother only gets beaten, robbed, and humiliated wherever he goes. I feel pathetic and ashamed. Lee looked again at the sky turning red. His eyes were also dyed the same red as the sky. I don't have the confidence to take responsibility for this family. My ability only went this far. No one can resist the passing of an era. The Duplain family had already lost its base of support and the trust of the nobility. There was a limit to what Lee could do alone. For that reason, Diella had no intention of blaming him. Rising gracefully, she spoke with a determined look. Yes. I was already mentally prepared for this. Perhaps the Duplain family truly has nothing left but to collapse now. Maybe one person really can't do anything against this trend and flow. It was painful to see Lee in such a state of helplessness, but Diella had no intention of pitying that weakness. Even so, keeping that strong heart was no easy task. The power structure of the nobility can change at any time, but is there any way for a family that has fallen so low to rise again? Even Aislinn, who rolled up her sleeves and worked tirelessly at everything, might think it in secret. The Duplain family was already finished, and they were only struggling to delay its fall a little longer. Thinking of it that way, Diella also found it difficult to bear the helplessness and emptiness growing in her chest. The setting sun felt unbearably painful. The era was ending. Even so, they had to endure. Because Aislinn was enduring. As long as she stood firm, Diella also had to stand on both feet. That was the minimum courtesy owed to Aislinn, who bore all this misfortune. The captain steering a sinking ship must bear such misfortune as part of their fate. That was why, for the sake of Aislinn, who fought in the midst of that misfortune, Diella thought she must endure. However, unfortunately, Iceland had no intention of rebuilding the family. I secured some funds by organizing an investment seminar at the Minor Nobles Seminar in the Rose Salon. We could even build a large auditorium. What? Many nobles agreed on the commercial potential of the Ravenclaw Training Center. When I assured them of a good return, they all lined up to sponsor with gold coins, so it was exhausting. Iceland had even organized an investment seminar using her noble connections, managing to raise additional funds. Since we need a social dance class and a magic training field, let's also build an auditorium. We'll need some administrative staff, and since Sir Derek can't teach everything by himself, we'll also hire some assistant instructors. Wait, do we have that much funding? In fact, we could expand the garden a little more and build a proper school gate. We could also get better teaching materials. Iceland scribbled numbers into the ledger with her quill. Derek, upon confirming the scale of the funds, widened his eyes and slumped onto his desk. This way, we can secure more money under the pretext of facility and teaching material expenses. As you know, noble ladies open their purses easily, so they won't feel it as a burden. This will increase the expected income by 25%, and we can use it to request more loans to decorate the interior. Isn't the schedule a bit tight? That's why I've already hired all the staff. However, for the hiring of assistant instructors, I thought it would be better for you to select them personally, so I only organized the paperwork. Mr. Delbritton helped me. He's very good with documents. At that point, things were moving so quickly it felt like a race. Not even Derek had expected Iceland to be so motivated. Then, with her eyes shining, Iceland said something truly astonishing. Business is more fun than I thought. I think I'm getting addicted. With an expression as if she had made a discovery, she looked ecstatic. A noble lady who had lived like a flower in a greenhouse, discussing metaphysical topics like art and philosophy. This was her first experience with the practical studies of the outside world. How far does opening one's eyes to a new world push a person into a state of extreme excitement? Those who have experienced it once know no stimulus can compare to that sense of accomplishment. Watching her, Derek thought. If we start making a profit, let's be sure to allocate a good portion to the Duplain family. As for the start date of the classes, how about we hold a Q&A session with the people who learned magic from you before they officially begin? As if ideas kept flowing endlessly, Iceland continued. All of Sir Derek's students are famous, right? I'll ask Lady Diella separately. If well-known people like Lady Denise or Lady Ellen come and make an appearance, it will increase the credibility of the teaching. Also, the news will spread faster. Well, it's not easy for the ladies of the Beltus or Belmeard families to come, but considering that Lady Denise had come all the way here just to see Derek, and that Lady Ellen occasionally visited to ask him for magic advice, it didn't seem they would reject the request. So Derek had no choice but to remain silent. It's not unrealistic. Right? Of course, if we're going to make a formal request, we should be courteous, but I think if you show up in person, both will gladly agree. Just buy some gifts and visit their mansions to show the minimum courtesy. Iceland clenched her fists tightly and began thinking about the gift list. It seemed even a seasoned imperial official would have trouble keeping up with her pace. Although Iceland had lived her whole life being treated like a precious jewel, could it be she was more competent as an advisor? Derek found it difficult to put that feeling into words. A person's talent, if placed in the wrong environment, withers without ever blooming. In that sense, considering Iceland's situation, it was ambiguous to call it either misfortune or blessing. There won't be any major problems while you're away. I've checked everything necessary. Here, I've prepared the gifts for the Belmeard family through Butler Delbritton. They'll be loaded into the carriage soon. The next day, Derek's business trip was decided. While swiftly moving her quill over the ledger, Iceland came out to see him off just as he was about to board the carriage. Either way, if he wanted to directly involve the Count's daughter in academy affairs, he had to follow the proper procedures and make a formal request. Thus, Derek, Lord of the Ravenclaw barony, had no choice but to personally visit the Belmeard family. The visit to the Beltus family isn't confirmed yet, so let's first handle what's necessary. Marquis Belmeard holds you in high regard, so he'll probably welcome you warmly. Yes. It's just a visit to chat and make a request, so there shouldn't be any issues. Please supervise the construction while I'm away. Don't worry, Derek. Although Leonard's letter had said he was very busy, circumstances had led Derek to visit the Belmeard family first. The situation had become a bit delicate, but he had to take responsibility for what he had started. The journey to the Belmeard family. Although he had visited Ellen's private residence in Ebelstein's noble district a few times, this was his first time visiting the Count's mansion in Belmeard territory. Expecting a quiet trip, Derek boarded the carriage and silently looked toward the Baron's mansion. Clang! Clang! Screech! Amid the workers focused on the construction, a small mansion came into view. Due to Iceland's expansion plans, the scale of the work had more than doubled. Inevitably, it seemed Derek's private mansion had been buried in the middle of the construction site. This is still my private mansion, right? Derek murmured quietly. He had already said it once before. Either way, it was time to depart for the Count Belmeard's mansion. The mansion of Count Belmeard was located in the small city of Florin, beyond the natural fortress of Ratman Gorge and across the vast plains. This small city, which was also Ellen's birthplace, was a mandatory stop for most of the southern trade routes leading to Ebelstein. Because of this, it was not unusual to see mercenaries establishing bases or brokers crowding the main road to haggle. Florin was a small city, but one with great influence. Even though it could be crossed from end to end in less than half a day, the volume of logistics distribution was so great that it could be considered a miniature Ebelstein. As the place with the highest tax revenue within the Count Belmeard's territory, this city was the family's most treasured possession. To see the mansion of the ruler of this region, Count Belmeard, one had to cross the city and look up at Rabber Hill, which rose after the plains. The mansion, built as if to overlook Florin from above, had become a symbol of the region. It was the mansion of Count Belmeard. Derek could not help but shiver the moment he stepped down from the carriage. Baron Derek Lydorf Ravenclaw. It is an honor to receive you. I have heard that you were Lady Ellen's tutor and gave her great guidance. Of course, the scale was far different from Ellen's private mansion in Ebelstein. The welcome Derek received was far grander than he had expected. He thought he had grown used to seeing large estates, as he often visited various noble families, but that thought vanished when he saw the main residence of one of the three great families. Well, the mansions I used to visit were mostly the private ones of noble ladies in Ebelstein's noble district. The only main residence I knew was the Duplain family's. Outside of that, perhaps Duke Rochester's on the outskirts. The ducal houses of Duplain and Rochester were not of ordinary size either. However, the mansion of Count Belmeard did not pale in comparison to such powerful families. Though the title was one rank lower, its influence and authority in the region were no less. The palace-like main building, the annexes extending behind it, the separate guest pavilions, a church with a tower, 3 different gardens, the main one, the servants' garden, and the labyrinth, an armory, a training field, and even a small barracks. Added to the stables and artisan workshops, it gave the impression of a small town adjoining the city. Even within the outer walls, there was a large lake. The scale of the mansion left one speechless. Here was where reality became clear. Ellen, whom he had seen in Ebelstein's noble district as just another lady, in truth possessed a very different kind of authority. All of this mansion would someday be hers. It was no surprise that Ellen had risen to the rank of true power within the Belmeard family. She had received the absolute support and affection of the Count, and it had been years since she had overshadowed both the incompetent eldest son and the third son, who had turned to religion. As Ellen's tutor, even Derek, a simple frontier noble, could be treated as an honored guest in this mansion. The guest room to which the servant led him was as large as the main hall of Ravenclaw barony, and the tea served while he waited was of such superior quality it was more expensive than most fine dishes. In fact, more surprising than such treatment was that Count Belmeard himself came to receive him. It has been a while, ha ha ha. Once I chased you down to the commercial district to hire you, and as expected, your value has multiplied several times since then. Count Belmeard was known as a generous man. He wore an imposing suit of armor and a luxurious cloak, as if he could march to the battlefield at any moment. In fact, he often personally inspected the barracks or the armory, which explained why the soldiers of this territory were considered superior to those of the other two families. It was a sudden visit, but I am honored that you yourself received me. Honored? Everyone knows you are under the protection of the cold Duke Rochester in the north. Yes, I owe Lord Melverot a great debt. Count Belmierd, crossing his massive arms, laughed again and then sat in a chair in the corner of Derek's private room. Ha ha ha. It feels like yesterday I heard rumors you came from the slums, and now you come to the Count's mansion as a titled noble. I regret not having managed to retain you then. There were circumstances at that time. I apologize. Well, anyone who knows how hard it is to find a good magic teacher would understand. I wanted to keep you by my side, but things don't always go as one plans. Despite his rugged appearance, intelligence shone in his eyes. It was the bearing of a veteran hardened by countless battles. Gold, silver, and jewels stay in the chest once you lock them away, but no matter how much you want to hold on to talent, just look away and it disappears. It's frustrating. That's why they say talent is more precious than gold. Exactly. Especially those, like you, who know their worth. They're the hardest to use. Anyway, you're clever, ha ha ha. After joking, the Marquis sighed deeply. Since my dear daughter Ellen considers you her teacher, I should treat you with the utmost honor, but the situation is not favorable. I ask for your understanding if you feel we neglected you somewhat. Derek, who in no way felt neglected, found it strange. If this was neglect, then what would the treatment of a true honored guest be like? It seems something is happening in the mansion. The Count's expression hardened for an instant. Then he smiled again, but Derek did not miss that fleeting moment. Well, in the end you will know even if I don't tell you. There are many servants given to gossip, and those who need to know already know. According to your letter, you are starting a new business, correct? You want Ellen to appear at the inauguration of the training center. That is not a difficult request. The Count uncrossed his arms and stood. However, I am not sure it is possible right now. Why? Ellen is currently under house arrest by my decision. What? It was so sudden that Derek couldn't help but ask again. The Count's expression looked complicated, somewhere between a smile and a bitter grimace. For the time being, Ellen will be under surveillance. Within the mansion she can only go to the annex, the tower, the church, and the gardens. When the situation is resolved, she may be allowed to go out, but for now I doubt it. What happened for her to be under house arrest? The Count was silent for a moment, as if pondering. He was known as a loving father, so he must have had a grave reason to forbid his daughter from leaving. It was clear he had given an order with which he was uncomfortable. He seemed to be debating whether to tell Derek the details. Seeing this, Derek understood. The information the Count hesitated to reveal was probably a secret so great it could affect the entire Belmierd house. If Ellen trusted someone fully, the Marquis usually trusted them too. Yet there was a reason he wavered. While Derek tried to guess, the Count finally spoke, as if forcing the words out. Even Derek, always calm, frowned upon hearing it. Traces of necromancy research were found in Ellen's room. Derek straightened his posture. This was not something that could be taken lightly. Baron, a letter has arrived. The next day, a letter flew to the Barony Ravenclaw, which was full of construction work. Derek, who was watching the sight with a complicated expression, received the letter that Delbritton handed him. The envelope, richly decorated, bore the seal of Count Belmierd. The incident began when a maid, sent by Leonard, the third son of the Belmierd family, entered Ellen's room. Leonard had asked her to look for a magic book by the author Hamilton to practice a second-class spell. Hamilton's book was quite rare, not even available in the estate's library. When the maid informed him of this, Leonard said, "I saw Ellen reading Hamilton's book. I will send her a separate letter to inform her, so go ahead, take the book from her shelf." Ellen resided most of the time in Ebelstein because of her work in the Rose Salon. Since Ellen's room was often empty, borrowing a book didn't seem like a big problem. As Leonard assured her that he would obtain Ellen's permission personally, the maid began searching the bookshelf without objection. And soon, upon pulling out one of the books, a strange space was revealed behind it. Unable to resist her curiosity, the maid reached in, found something like a handle, and pulled it. Creak. Then, the bookshelf moved, revealing a huge staircase that descended directly underground. The maid, horrified, immediately informed the butler of the Belmeard mansion, and he, along with 2 senior servants, went down into the underground space, where a terrible scene unfolded before them. An underground laboratory that reeked of blood. Human parts were stored in a mutilated state, and several skulls rolled across the floor. In one corner of the room, under the chandelier of the desk, several necromancy books were spread out, the kind carried by the necromancers of Rodent's Island. Next to the desk were trinkets, writing instruments, and a frilled hat that seemed to belong to Ellen, scattered across the place. After that, the mansion was turned upside down. Ellen, who was in Ebelstein, was immediately summoned back to the Belmeard mansion. So you are finally plotting something interesting. Ellen, sitting in the garden of the Belmeard mansion's annex, put down her teacup. The sky was high and blue, and the garden offered a peaceful view. However, the servants passing by couldn't help but glance sideways and swallow nervously. There was a woman standing behind Ellen, who drank tea under the late spring sun, her hands clasped behind her back. Her name was Brianna, the most trusted maid of Count Belmeard. It was not common for someone as capable as her, who handled all kinds of important tasks, to waste time just to watch over one person. In that gloomy atmosphere, the servants could not help but murmur among themselves. Even the servants seemed to approach cautiously. First, they made sure no word leaked outside the mansion, and then all the senior servants gathered to begin the investigation. During that time, Ellen was strictly monitored, making it difficult for her to have contact with anyone. Although she was not confined to her room due to her position, her physical freedom was restricted. Despite the urgent situation, Ellen remained calm. She could still sit in the garden and enjoy a cup of tea under the sun. She had witnessed all kinds of vile struggles in the corridors of power. Somehow she was used to facing such slanders and intrigues. What mattered was to appear more dignified than anyone. Above all, the Belmeard mansion was practically her kingdom. Having reigned as the family's heir for a long time, many servants had seen her genuinely and justly fight for power. Count Belmeard also trusted Ellen, and most of the senior servants believed she would not have involved herself in such nefarious magic. It was not easy to undermine her authority in this place. Certainly, something as serious as necromancy was needed to have a real impact. Those who remembered the disaster of the Duplain family knew well how dangerous necromancy could be. At last you have drawn your sword, Leonard. To bring Ellen down, all her close allies, who were like her arms and legs, had to be cut off. They had to be made suspicious, and her family and servants dragged into a swamp of doubt. Ultimately, no one in that mansion should be able to trust Ellen. Of course, trust built over years does not collapse easily. Therefore, Ellen narrowed her eyes and quietly sipped her tea. When Derek finished his conversation with Count Belmeard and stepped into the hallway, he came across an unfamiliar face. "Pleasure to meet you for the first time, Sir Derek. I sent you a letter. Since you mentioned being busy, I thought of visiting you myself, but fortunately you had a reason to come to the mansion." From the familiarity in his words, that man had to be Leonard. The younger brother of Ellen and third son of the Belmeard family. Though he smiled, his eyes gleamed coldly. Most members of the Belmeard family had red hair, but Leonard's was completely white. It was a peculiar sight. Young Master Leonard. As Derek slightly lowered his head in greeting, Leonard looked around and spoke in a low voice. "Sir Derek, renowned as the most famous magic master of Ebelstein, your reputation precedes you. It is truly an honor to meet you in person." "No, not at all." He smiled calmly and then continued. "Could you grant me a moment? I have something important to tell you." "Ah, yes. That's right. Despite your position, I have heard that you devote yourself sincerely to the pursuit of magic, and your achievements are also remarkable. They say you reached a level at a young age that common mages of humble origin could never achieve." Leonard spoke politely, without erasing his smile. "However, Sir Derek, you are not someone who should stop at the level of a commoner." At those words, Derek frowned. "You should aspire to the level of a 4-star mage." I will help you. Will you listen to what I have to say? Born and raised in a wealthy family, one would think there was nothing in the world that could obstruct her path, advancing in life without hesitation. If one were to trace the journey of life, it would surely be the ever-ascending path of a hero. Ellen had never changed that idea since childhood. And, thinking that the outlook of other powerful families would be the same, sitting in the main seat of the Rosia Hall, she sometimes felt an affinity with the other two people. Although Aislinn of Duplain and Denise of Beltis seemed to have dispositions completely different from Ellen's at first glance, when looking closer, there were strangely similar aspects in their way of life. They were all chosen people. Blessed by everyone from birth, they would continue to reach the sky, carrying on the prestige of their families. As they climbed higher and higher, they would come to possess even greater power. To live with that ambition until death could be said to be, ultimately, the reason for existing. However, something happened outside Ellen's conception. The Duplain family, which had seemed destined to reign forever at the top of Ebelstein, faltered, and half of its members died, were injured, or left. The territory was reduced to less than half, and the high-ranking nobles despised or rejected them. The days of walking among the clouds ended in an instant, and Aislinn, who had been considered a flower in the chamber, was suddenly thrown to the ground and rolled in the mud. Except for a few lesser nobles who admired her character, everyone considered Aislinn a finished woman, and they pitied or mocked her as she wandered, trying to earn even a single coin. Ellen, who observed Aislinn closely, felt moved and approached her to ask. "Lady Aislinn. Are you all right?" The place was the corridor of Elfontaine Hall. Aislinn, exhausted from searching all day for a place to borrow money, was resting in a corner of the hallway. Her still beautiful appearance was like the reincarnation of an angel, and her sleeves, rolled up with energetic air, remained as white and thin as before. And the smile she gave Ellen when she looked up at her did not seem much different from when she walked among the clouds. "Oh, Lady Ellen. Are you all right?" "What do you mean?" "Simply, everything in general." Ellen, who had witnessed the fall of the Duplain family up close, could not help but have mixed feelings about Aislinn's firm attitude. The whole process had been a shock to her. The fact that the Duplain family, which had seemed destined to rule the world forever, collapsed so suddenly meant there was no guarantee that Belmeard would not end up the same someday. "Lady Ellen, your face is full of worry. Your rose-like appearance will be ruined." "Do not worry. Duplain only suffered a great misfortune from a series of unfortunate events, but the Belmeard family will never be dragged down by such a great disaster. I am not worried about the Belmeard family. What worries me is you, Lady Aislinn." "Ha ha ha, don't worry too much about me, Lady Ellen. Although Duplain suffered greatly from being consumed by necromancy, it still maintains its lineage. Somehow, it served as a warning of how dangerous necromancy is, so perhaps it worked as an alarm to prevent something similar from happening in Beltis or Belmeard." Incredibly, Aislinn was worrying about the future of the Beltis and Belmeard families. Even though her own family was on the brink of collapse, this celestial girl had a heart to care for others. "Thank you for worrying about me, Lady Ellen. When we first met in Ebelstein's social circle, we did not have a good relationship, but in the end, we became close enough to worry about each other. That in itself is also a great gain." Aislinn stretched out her arms and smiled brightly. The traces of her hard wandering all day through noble houses were evident. "I am not wise enough to speak of life with Lady Ellen, but even so, there are things that can only be understood when one goes through a situation like this. Lady Ellen, you are someone who loves power more than anyone and has a strong ambition to rise, aren't you? But my older brother always told me something. Life is long and full of ups and downs, and one cannot always improve and improve without stopping." As they observed Aislinn, not only Ellen but also all the noble ladies who passed through Elfontaine Hall could not help but feel strange. She had faced a great trial that could have sunk her life into the abyss, yet she never erased from her face the same firm expression as always. Ellen suddenly wondered where that strength came from. Along the journey of life, there will be times when you stumble on a stone, or fall from a great cliff and crash to the ground. While you roll in the dust and face everyone's doubts and ridicule, it may seem that your life has ended, but only then do you begin to see things clearly. Lady Ellen, while navigating noble society and clashing with various enemies, surely there will be times when you stumble on a stone or face everyone's doubts and ridicule. Even if it is not a crisis that shakes your life to its depths like mine, it could still corner your heart and mind. Aislinn clenched her delicate hand tightly and extended it in front of Ellen's eyes. That is the moment to look around. What does that mean? When you feel that everyone is mocking you, and the world has abandoned you. When your closest friend turns their back on you, and the servant you trust the most shakes his head. Even at the lowest point, there will be at least one person who will not turn their back on you. Because Lady Ellen is a wonderful and precious person. It might have been advice born of experience. This delicate girl, who bore on her shoulders the weight of a collapsing family, had gone through experiences since the Duplain disaster. However, she must have seen something on that thorny path. And there must have been someone by her side. When everyone else shook their heads and turned away, there was a mercenary who tried to lift her by the arm. The journey of life is not just about constantly ascending. Only by wandering once along the thorny path can one truly know who one's true people are. The value of that experience is more precious than gold. So I have no reason to be sad. Duplain collapses miserably. However, looking at this girl, it seemed that even that trial had some meaning. Ellen did not know what to reply. Magic and scholarship can always be learned if one finds a good teacher. But where can the strength of the heart be learned? The only teacher who teaches that is this vast world with its relentless winds. If we just fix the sign that is a little crooked, it is quite a decent building. For something built in such a hurry, it is really well done. The garden of the Baron Ravenclaw's mansion. In front of him, a young woman wiping sweat with one arm at her waist always seemed to have stars shining in her eyes. Looking at the first completed dormitory building, a refreshing smile spread across the face of the girl who had walked the thorny path. She had been constantly educated since childhood. Only by being able to walk even a thorny path as if it were a flower path could one truly be called a flower of the chamber. My sister Ellen is someone who will do anything for power. There is probably no one in this Belmeard mansion who doesn't know that. When Derek was led into Leonard's private room, the sturdy young man personally carried the tea instead of letting a servant do it. After placing the cup in front of Derek, the latter glanced at it for a moment but didn't bother to bring it to his lips. Thank you. No, I should be the one grateful. For someone like me, who is still learning about the world, it is of great value to build a connection with a distinguished magic master such as Lord Derek. I appreciate your visit. Hee. Leonard, with his white hair falling in locks, sat down in front of Derek. You said you taught Ellen, right? What was she like? What do you mean by what? I'm not sure what you're asking. The Lady Ellen I taught was diligent and applied in everything. I see. But, you shouldn't be so easily swayed by those appearances. There was a hidden intent in Leonard's words. As a guest of the Belmeard family, Derek didn't need to get too involved in that matter. However, Leonard seemed eager to convey something to him. I've known Ellen since childhood. She spent every day acquiring every skill necessary to seize power. Sometimes she was diligent in her studies, sometimes she immersed herself in magic training, and other times she tried to master the art of deceiving or winning over people. I'm not sure which side of Ellen you saw, but I can't say that showed her true nature. Ask any Belmeard servant. No one in the world can match Lady Ellen's endless greed for power. Derek listened in silence. In situations like that, he always maintained a critical gaze, filtering the words he heard. Leonard seemed to notice, for he smiled and eased the atmosphere. I've spoken too harshly of my sister. I worry that Lord Derek may have a very poor impression of me. Leonard is cunning, skilled at winning people over, and an expert in intrigues and tricks. Don't believe a single word he says. Hick. It seemed Derek remembered Linus's drunken words, crying over the tavern table. Finally, Derek let out a light laugh and replied. Don't worry too much about that. I heard that you, young Master Leonard, abandoned the family's prestige at a young age to go on pilgrimage, showing your deep faith. My faith is nothing more than a gift from the god Rulon. It is not something worthy of praise. With those words, they exchanged knowing smiles. Before getting to the main point, allow me to tell you why I wanted to meet like this. As I mentioned in my letter, I firmly believe that you, Lord Derek, are an outstanding and promising individual who will leave a mark on the history of magic. Leonard continued speaking without losing his sly smile. It would be a great loss if the path of such a promising mage were obstructed. That is why I hope you don't get entangled in the affairs happening within the Belmiard family and suffer great harm. What exactly are you trying to say? You are Ellen's master and have shared a special bond with her. It's only natural that you'd want to defend her in the current situation. Leonard looked at him with sincere concern. It was clear that he had called him to persuade him. However, you must not defend Ellen hastily. If my prediction is correct, she will soon suffer a great downfall. Listen well, Lord Derek. The beautiful image of her reigning in society as a noble rose is nothing more than a mask. Once you learn Ellen's true nature, you'll quickly realize that you've taken in the wrong disciple. Leonard stood up, lowered his voice, and spoke with a serious expression. Do you know my older brother, Linus, who was once the heir of Belmiard? One day, Linus suddenly abandoned all his rights as heir and began wandering the world. It's truly strange. What kind of position is that of Belmiard's heir? It's a role that makes you feel as if the entire world is at your feet, along with this vast mansion. Linus, who abandoned such a position to wander, was truly an unusual case. Seeing him drink excessively, frequent gambling houses, and live as he pleased made one doubt if he was really a noble. The eldest son, who should have been responsible for the family's future, turned out to be a complete wastrel, which deeply worried the Marquis of Belmiard and his senior servants. Why did Linus renounce it all and leave? It was Ellen, our sister, who slandered him and drove him out of his position as head of the family. Leonard's face grew even more serious. Ellen threatened and manipulated Linus by exploiting his weaknesses, expelled him, and usurped the position of heir in order to study necromancy. The evidence is now coming to light. I can explain the details to you. I know how hard it is to believe my words. Lord Derek, who has taught Ellen and seen her masked face, must have only seen her as naive and hardworking. But as someone who has been closer to her, I know well. You must not be deceived by that fox obsessed with power. In Leonard's desperate eyes, he seemed like a meek lamb. His history of turning religious and living a virtuous life didn't seem like a sham. I've heard from the senior servants. They found traces of necromancy in Ellen's room. And not only that, they are also investigating the mansion in Ebelstein, and it's reported that they found corpse remains in the basement. Is that true? It is the result of an investigation not only by our family, but also by the famous magical trace tracker, Advisor Revilton. It must be true. Leonard spread his arms and declared. You must make a wise decision, Lord Derek. I beg you to take my hand. I am willing to give you all my support to help you reach the level of a 4-star mage. I promise to establish a closer relationship with the Ravenclaw barony and ensure that nothing obstructs your path to greatness. Why would you do so much for me? I already told you. I firmly believe that you, Lord Derek, will become an even greater master of magic. I've heard of your achievements and was amazed at how outstanding you are. My father often says gold and silver remain still, but exceptional talent disappears quickly. I know how to recognize the value of talent. If I can help it remain within Belmiard, it will surely be a great asset. Leonard's words flowed so smoothly that it was hard for Derek to interrupt. His pauses, his intonation, everything made the listener easily accept his speech. He was a natural orator, regardless of the content. So, please, don't act rashly or defend Ellen lightly, putting yourself in a difficult position. I don't ask that you believe everything I say. But I beg you not to jump to conclusions. From your perspective, even I must seem like someone untrustworthy. Your suspicion is natural, Lord Derek. I won't impose my opinion by force. But you must be cautious. He didn't try to win him over in one stroke, but respected his freedom of choice while gently sowing seeds of doubt. Derek stroked his chin and fell into deep thought. Leonard waited in silence, convinced he had persuaded him. But Derek didn't trust him at all. Even though he couldn't immediately see what kind of person Leonard was or what plots he was hatching, there was only one possible decision. So young Master Leonard thought the same. He finally smiled. That smile was like the one of someone plunging a dagger into the neck of a dying monster. Those who knew Derek knew he didn't usually smile like that. But Leonard couldn't know. Lord Derek. It's truly strange. While teaching Lady Ellen, there were moments when I felt chills or when everything seemed like a lie. I dismissed many things as mere discomforts, but it turns out they had a reason. Exactly. Lord Derek has sharp insight. Now that young Master Leonard says it, everything makes sense. Certainly, Lady Ellen had many strangely suspicious aspects. Derek stood up and extended his arm to Leonard, his eyes full of distrust. If you hadn't called me, I would be in great trouble. I owe you a great debt. No, Lord Derek. But I didn't expect you to trust me so easily. Are you not the lamb of the god Rulon? I too am a devout believer. A person capable of going on pilgrimage at your age would not slander others so lightly. Derek clasped his arm with a wide smile. Young Master Leonard is a messenger sent by the god to save me. It is a blessing. Click. Ellen, who was in the annex garden, set down her teacup. The senior servants who had investigated the traces of necromancy in her room had returned. Their faces were heavy. In the Belmeard mansion no one distrusted Ellen, which was why those clouded expressions were strange. Lady Ellen. Has the investigation concluded? Yes. With the help of Sir Lotiel, a 4-star mage from the outskirts, and advisor Revilton, an expert in tracking magical traces, we have completed it. The servants spoke in low voices before her. From now on, it seems the house arrest will be reinforced. Please, Lady Ellen, do not leave your quarters in the annex. This report will soon be delivered to Count Belmeard. Ellen's face hardened. Thud, thud. They're not giving me even a hint of the results. Soon she was walking down the corridor under escort. In practice, it was no different from surveillance. In that oppressive atmosphere, Ellen thought about how to punish her younger brother's schemes. Then the unexpected happened. Creak. Then I will contact you separately. The one who appeared from Leonard's room with a satisfied smile was none other than Baron Derek Lydorf Ravenclaw, the person she trusted more than anyone. The two seemed to have already formed some kind of complicity. What is this? Ellen came to a halt, and so did the servants. The words urging her to keep walking didn't reach her ears. Leonard was coming forward from the other end of the corridor. As they crossed, Leonard met her eyes and gave her a faint, almost imperceptible smile. Then he went on his way, leaving behind Derek, who also passed in front of Ellen without reacting. In that instant, time seemed to flow slowly. Why was Derek in the Belmeard mansion? And why was he speaking with Leonard as if they were allies? Duh. Derek. Why are you here? He had always answered her call. He had always been reliable. But now he walked past without even reacting. Derek. Why are you in the Belmeard family? She called out again. Then he briefly turned, and his eyes were cold, colder than she had ever seen them. That frozen gaze left her breathless. Leonard had persuaded Derek. That fact fell upon Ellen's chest like an anvil. It was, truly, a bolt from the blue. Miss Ellen, until the head of the family gives further instructions, please remain in your room. The group of servants who had escorted Ellen showed heavy expressions. Ellen remembered each of their names: Monter, Brianna, Revelyn, Tyen, Fear. All of them had been with Ellen since childhood, and she had watched them rise to higher positions in the Belmeard estate from the closest distance. Therefore, they did not seem very happy to have to confine Ellen. You don't tell me a single word about the results of the investigation. Ellen had no intention of blaming them, but she still wanted to leave a remark. The room, normally used to receive guests, was luxurious and spacious. However, it could not compare with Ellen's personal chamber. Her own room was under investigation, so it probably could not be used. We are sorry, Miss Ellen. We. The elderly man at the front of the group spoke hesitantly. He was Monter, the chief of the guards who managed the servants and who had been her personal guard in childhood. He tried to say something but then closed his mouth again. It seemed there were instructions among the investigators not to give Ellen any information hastily. The other servants were clearly watching him, paying attention to his reaction. "We have to suspect you, Miss Ellen." In that uncomfortable atmosphere, Brianna, the most capable scribe of the Belmiard family, raised her voice. She was always direct and professional, but Ellen knew very well that she had a warm heart. "We will inform you of the detailed results of the investigation in due time. However, for now, we cannot give you even the slightest hint. As you know, we must follow the instructions we have received." Brianna's cold and professional tone made it seem as though her heart was as cold as her words. However, Ellen looked at her and spoke with warm eyes. "Have you found any conclusive evidence?" Brianna clenched her teeth as if she was suffering and finally spat out the words. "As I mentioned, we are in a position where we must suspect you, Miss Ellen. However, that does not mean that we have lost faith in you." Still showing deep respect, Brianna spoke to Ellen. "I believe this suspicion is a means to prove your innocence, Miss Ellen. Everyone here knows better than anyone that you are not someone who would involve herself in necromancy. Brianna. Therefore, we must understand how this situation arose, who orchestrated it, and under what circumstances. Suspicion is necessary in this process. To truly prove your innocence, we must convince everyone that you had no reason whatsoever to be involved in such magic. All verification begins with suspicion." Knowing this, Ellen understood the complex and subtle emotions of the servants looking at her. Ellen took a deep breath and observed the expressions of each one of those who believed in her and followed her. Then, biting her lower lip for a moment, she nodded. "Leave me. Since you've granted me some time alone after so long, I will immerse myself in Professor Fellow's magic books." With a relaxed smile, she sat by the window and said, "I trust all of you. Stay calm." Once the servants left, Ellen closed the book and walked toward the window. She saw the attendants with anxious expressions walking through the garden bathed in the warm spring light. The Belmiard mansion was now in the midst of a swamp of anxiety. The fact that Lady Ellen, the legitimate heir of the Belmiard family, was suspected of practicing necromancy. If this fact began to spread outside the family, the situation would spiral out of control. No matter what, this matter had to be resolved within the family. Not even a year had passed since the madness of necromancy devoured the great star that had been the Duplain family. In this social atmosphere, the moment one was tainted by necromancy, one's life as a noble, much less as an heir, would be destroyed. Ellen swallowed with difficulty and tried to compose herself once again. In this situation without information, the more she appeared to falter, the worse everything would become. However, the cold gaze of a man in the corridor kept floating in her memory. "Lady Ellen. Just a little more strength. You can do it. Just one more time. Now is the moment. When you're exhausted and can't move anymore, force yourself once more, that's the secret of growth." The man who had cheered her on with overflowing energy while teaching her magic, with those cold eyes that looked at her, was engraved in her heart like a carved sculpture. The fact that Derek had succumbed to Leonard's persuasion meant that he was now hostile toward her. Derek is thoughtful and quick to judge. Leonard should not have been able to persuade him so easily. But Ellen knew Leonard as well as Derek. Leonard was skilled at persuading people, sometimes with cunning whispers, sometimes with grand speeches, or if not, with offers difficult to refuse. Derek was not someone who would easily fall for such tricks, but Leonard might have used some sort of scheme. He constantly spread rumors about Ellen, emphasized supposed moral flaws, and promised Derek great rewards. Especially since Derek was more devoted to magical achievements than anyone, he might be convinced with guarantees of magical treasures or conditions that aided his studies. And if Leonard had painted Ellen as a villain to ease Derek's conscience and then lured him with appropriate rewards. Leonard was a young man with great skill in understanding others' desires, so it was not impossible. Perhaps he had seen through Derek's obsession with magical achievements. If Derek was simply influenced by Leonard's words, I could defend myself by meeting and speaking with him. The problem is, this is not a situation where I can see Derek right now. Ellen took a deep breath and reaffirmed her resolve once more. Her eyes, gripping the window frame tightly, burned with renewed determination. Misunderstandings can be cleared. No matter what tricks Leonard used to instill slander into Derek, in the end, Derek would understand that it was all a misunderstanding. Do not lose composure in the face of a momentary confusion. In this game of intrigues, the first to lose composure would be the one to fall. Losing Derek could be a painful move, but it could still be recovered. Leonard's tricks were nothing but false evidence to corner Ellen. False evidence always has flaws, and if those flaws could be exposed, the situation would be reversed. So the only thing she needed to know was what that evidence was. Ellen calmed herself, repeating those words endlessly. Dear Prince Valerian of the Duplain family. I have been reflecting deeply since I received your last letter. Once again I have considered how dangerous the path we are following is, and what results may await us in the end. But when I think of the changes our research will bring, I believe all these risks are worth it. If we come to fully understand the secrets of necromancy, we will be able to transcend the limits of life and death. With that power, we can change this empire, no, the entire continent. The ancient texts of the White Zone that you sent me were truly invaluable. Especially the spell, Echo of the Soul, was astounding. As a result of my experiments in my underground laboratory, I was able to momentarily animate the corpse of a small animal. It is still incomplete, but I am confident that soon we will achieve greater results. At the full moon of next month you will naturally be able to visit the Duplain family during Lady Diella's debutante ball. I hope we can meet at the promised place and talk in more detail. I also want to share some new spells I have discovered. Please, be careful. I feel that Prince Valerian has lately been too influenced by necromantic magic. Be very cautious so that our secret does not leak out. From your eternal comrade, Ellen. The Count Belmierd, who had read the letter from the underground laboratory to the end, sat at the desk in his office with a heavy expression. He placed the letter on the table and looked at the faces of the vassals who participated in the investigation. Among them, Councillor Revilton, who led the investigation, spoke with his eyes closed. Upon examining the handwriting, it was done with Beloff ink with a hydrangea scent used by Lady Ellen. It was also sealed with the secret seal of the Belmierd family. This letter was not sent and simply remained in the drawer. Perhaps it was rewritten due to some corrections, or the situation may have changed. After him, Brianna and the head maid also recited the results of the investigation with grave expressions. There was also a faint trace of Lady Ellen's perfume. We investigated it directly with our hounds, so it is most likely true. The letter was about exchanging opinions on necromantic magic with Valerian, the eldest son of the Duplain family. According to the known information, Valerian of the Duplain family gradually lost his sanity because of the necromantic relics of the White Zone and eventually went mad. In other words, this was proof that she had researched necromancy together with that person. Physical evidence and circumstances. Both matched exactly. Ironically, Ellen had attended the Duplain family's party on the very day of the great disaster. Even in a situation where many died or were injured, Ellen emerged unscathed. Moreover, despite such a grave incident, she did not hold the Duplain family responsible nor demand compensation. Circumstantial evidence alone is not very powerful, but when several conditions overlap, they can acquire great weight. Ellen's visit to the Duplain family was purely to celebrate Diella's social debut. She did not hold the Duplain family responsible simply because she did not want to burden Iselin. And she survived unharmed because she acted quickly. The truth is often that simple and insignificant. Ellen was broad-minded, mature, and compassionate, so she let it pass. However, those accumulated circumstances made her actions appear suspicious. Could it be that she was truly colluding with the Duplain family to research necromancy? It was enough to plant that seed of doubt for all this evidence and circumstance to play their role. Count Belmierd pressed his temples and let out a deep sigh. Then, seated at his desk, he spoke to his vassals. I don't want to doubt Ellen. You all feel the same, don't you? Count Belmierd, who loved his daughter more than anything, was being put to the test. In his heart, he wanted to return her freedom and encourage her, saying Father believes in you, so don't worry about anything. But he was the lord of the Belmierd territory, a position that ruled over numerous vassals and subjects. Rumors had already begun circulating within the mansion, and if not stopped, they could spread to outside cities or even beyond the territory. If it was revealed that he had covered up the enormous stain of necromancy simply because she was his daughter, it would escalate beyond Ellen's problem into an issue for the entire Belmere territory. A father before a count. A count before a father. Trapped in that dilemma, Count Belmere could only writhe in agony. Did you hear that Lady Ellen was involved in necromancy? Do you think it's true? Oh, come on. You know what kind of person Lady Ellen is. Could that be possible? Doubt is like a tiny spark that blooms among the branches. Usually, such doubts are not powerful and disappear quickly. However, sometimes they persist, burn the branches, and end up growing. Doubt, when not resolved definitively, lingers for a long time, exerting its influence just by remaining. Rumors get distorted, exaggerated, and embellished. What breaks a person's spirit is the rumor that has been adorned. These baseless rumors, which are neither logical nor reasonable, corner people. They break the heart and make it difficult to maintain composure. Even the wise lose clarity, and only the sense of injustice remains, rising like waves and causing one to lose calm. What matters is time. What corrodes a person is not a great blow of pain that arrives all at once. It is the persistent pain that gnaws little by little at the edges of the heart. Each small twist that slowly pushes someone into a corner often mixes into daily life. Oh, it's Lady Ellen. Shoo, shoo. Don't talk to her. While being escorted by the servants to go eat, the maids cleaning in the garden sweated cold and fled. Thus, a day passes, and then another. But what about Lady Ellen? She's still under house arrest. To think that the one who once reigned in the Rose Hall of Ebelstein is now confined so alone in her room. The results of the investigation must have been quite serious. Ho! Could it be that she really practiced necromancy? Shoo, watch your mouth. Late at night. Upon opening the window and reading a book, the secret conversations of the servants could be heard seeping into the room. And so 3 days passed, then 4. What if, by chance, Lady Ellen really practiced necromancy? Haven't you heard of the tragedy of the Duplain family? They will never, never let it go. Then, what happens with the heir position of the Belmere family? Well, since young Master Linus rejected it, it would fall to young Master Leonard, but young Master Leonard insisted it would never happen, that he has no desire for power. As expected. He's someone detached. It was a conversation that reached Ellen's ears, who was using detection magic to gather information from the adjoining room. By the 5th day, the weight on her chest began to grow heavier. Lady Ellen. I brought you some clothes to change into. Brianna's cold gaze, becoming ever more professional. Lady Ellen. We need to hear your statement. Monter's firm eyes, without a trace of apology. Each scene of daily life accumulated in her heart like poison. The terrifying thing is that she didn't even realize it. A person's mind is cornered very slowly. Like a kettle put to the fire, the temperature rises little by little, and before noticing, one finds oneself swimming in unbearable heat. When she commanded the skies and lifted her nose with power, everyone looked up at her. The servants saw her as someone above the clouds, the maids assisted her cautiously as if she were porcelain, and her family praised her as a flower. But when the accumulated suspicions finally reached a critical point, something inside the heart had to break. Ah! How many days had passed? Ellen, sitting in a dark room with a candelabra lit, suddenly regained consciousness. She could barely feel how time was passing. A soft spring breeze entered through the half-open window. The moon in the sky shone, but it felt strangely cold. Ellen stood up and quickly shook her head. I lost my mind for a moment. That's not like me. In this time, Ellen had tried to clear the suspicions in her own way. She had tried to coax the servants into telling her what the evidence was, and sent letters outside to inform the Duplain family. She also asked nobles of the Rose Hall who might defend her, but found no one with enough heart to get involved in such a grave matter. As a result, she found herself sitting in silence, staring at the candle in the middle of a private room where only the cold night wind entered. She was not someone who lost consciousness easily. She had never lost focus even in the most boring philosophy classes. It was the first time she suddenly lost it, so she washed her face and pulled her hair back. Yes. Do they intend to corner me this way? It's unfortunate, but to rule means not being able to escape suspicion and evidence. Do they think I, who have reigned as heir of the Belmeard family for so long, will waver over such a petty trick? In the end, the Belmeard family could not easily get rid of Ellen. Even with numerous pieces of evidence, there were still many servants who wanted to believe in her. However, the dark room still remained silent. With the cold wind entering and shaking the candle, Ellen's shadow also trembled. She had not reached that position alone. The word loneliness only existed in the dictionary. With so many people who believed in her and followed her, how could a small seed of doubt bring her down? But she did not know. What protects a person's heart is not the respectful gaze of those who follow. Secular authority does not protect the heart. When anxiety and suspicion heat slowly for a long time, even a fish in an aquarium eventually stops breathing. The only difference is whether it takes a week or a month. The moment inevitably arrives. As Ellen stood and looked at the mirror in the corner of the room, she shuddered. Empty eyes. Brittle hair. Wondering if it was really her, she quickly rubbed her eyes and took a comb from the drawer to fix her hair. Maintaining appearance is the most basic of basics. What has happened to me? Ellen began to comb herself with trembling fingers. But the brushing felt clumsy. The ends seemed tangled and it was not easy to pass the comb completely. Only then did she realize. How long had it been since she last combed herself? The maids who always followed her as if they were part of her body were the ones who fixed her hair. She could not even remember the last time she had done it by herself. And then, the dark room returned to her sight. There was no one. She, who had ruled the world, who reigned as a king of Belmeard, who was famous as the Lady of the Rose Hall, the flower of the inner chambers. She was power itself. But at her side, there was only empty darkness. There is no one here. That fact does not change, no matter how many times she closes her eyes and opens them again. In this narrow room, there is no one. It seems to be the necromancy book from Rodent's Island. The necromancy book found in Ellen's room was a dangerous object, so it seemed that the high servants had quickly dealt with it and sealed it with magic. However, traces still remained in the basement. Standing alone in the basement steeped in the smell of blood, Derek breathed deeply as he felt the lingering traces of that magic. Yes. It was strange from the moment he suddenly converted to religion and went on pilgrimage. Derek murmured to himself as he observed the basement, filled with a sticky air. It was known as Ellen's Necromancy Research Laboratory. After reporting to the Ravenclaw barony about the news of Belmeard, Derek had returned as a guest. Seeing this chaotic environment, it was strange that outside guests were being received at all. If the head of the family were in his right mind, there would be no reason to bring outsiders into the mansion in such a situation. Nevertheless, Derek could freely wander through the Belmeard family as a guest. That seemed to have some significance in this situation. Derek rested his chin on his hand for a moment, then shook his head and heavily climbed the stairs leading to the surface. There is information that low-ranking necromancers who escaped from Rodent's Island have hidden in Ebelstein. If we capture and interrogate them, we could obtain some clues about that 6-star necromancer. Before coming to the Belmeard family, Tricia had made this request to Derek. Derek had refused. He was not someone very well versed in necromancy. However, there was something he did know. The existence of the faceless 6-star necromancer, whom the necromancers of Rodent's Island revered as a prophet. It was almost unknown to the world, but her followers had a common trait. A deep desire for necromancy. Step. While climbing the stairs, Derek became convinced. It seemed that Leonard was one of the necromancers of Rodent's Island who had been hunted by the Renoul Viscounty. He seemed to be a survivor who escaped when the island was raided. The fact that traces of necromancy still remained at this moment fit too well. In short, he had never gone on pilgrimage in the first place. If anything, his pilgrimage had been to Rodent's Island, the seat of necromancy. Derek let out a chuckle while climbing the stairs. There was no proof. But it did not matter. Proof could be manufactured. Just as Leonard had done.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.